Hello, chat. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Chat, welcome in. I'm currently deafened in Discord. There's some crazy shit going on. That's why I'm like holding off on like starting today. There's some crazy shit going on right now. Discord's having problems as we're setting up, and like so I'm just kind of like what the fuck. So I don't know what the deal is, but it's wild. It's like crazy. Hmm. So let's talk about it for a minute. Discord's currently having some issues. I'm still able to be in the VC and stuff with my friends here. Fugi's actually working today, surprisingly. I do have a backup just in case Fugi stops working. But Discord's having like a major like outage right now, which is wild to me. Cause like, Discord. I mean, it's not. Holy fuck! They just like posted saying, "Hey, we got like bad. It's like bad. It's like really bad." That doesn't surprise me. I sent Arm everything he needed to help him set up. Arm's having a little bit of trouble with one of the games, and I'm trying to help him as best possible. But I think he walked away for a minute, or Discord's like shit the bed that hard. Um, so I'm gonna try to help him as best I can. I sent him stuff for how to do it, and I'm hoping that he can actually read it. And if not, I will help him out as soon as like I go to unmute here in a bit. Because I think I remember how we did it. I think. And if not, what I'll do is I'll do it myself just to make sure that everything's good. But I pretty sure that I remember how to do it. I'm pretty sure I remember how to do it. It's been a minute, but place the patch file in the Dolphin. Oh, I think Discord like fully broke. Oh yeah. No, wait, no, that's just Fugi. That's just Fugi. Okay. Wow. That's crazy. Wait, did I get messages from him or like is Discord like breaking? What the fuck? Discord is like fully breaking. Oh shit. Like it's actually like fully breaking. Uh Let me real quick. Uh all right. Arm sent me a message saying he was having some issues. Discord is like actually freaking out though. FBusca Discord. It's gotten worse, actually. My Fugi's disappeared, and that's because they literally said on the website it's got worse. And like it's getting worse right now. That's from Discord themselves. It's crazy. That's so crazy. We're gonna have to unmute on the shared chat. Oh no. Nah, I'm joking. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's cringe. That's like the backup, the last resort. The last resort. Oh, the Fugies tried to show up again. Tried. Damn, they really fucking broke it. What the hell? Yeah, awaiting endpoint. Holy fuck, it's that broken. That's crazy. All right, well, I mean, we can yap for a few minutes while we're waiting for Discord to stop being fucky. Let me go ahead and share chat. Hmm. Chat. It's rough. Can't even see my servers. Yeah, Discord's having like a big, major issue. I'm gonna blow up technology. Listen, if you can't look at Discord right now, I'll tell you exactly how to set up Smash while we're waiting for Discord to come back out. what's happened to Discord recently. So Discord is having like a major outage right now. I can show you guys on, well, I would show you guys on stream. I'll tell you exactly what the words said from from Discord themselves. Discord specifically, very specifically, says, as of an hour ago, we're investigating an issue where some guilds are unavailable to some members. Voice chats. And they posted an update less than 10 minutes ago saying the issue has worsened and was causing widespread availability issues. We are working as quickly as possible to restore traffic. And then from downdetector.com, Discord has, as quoted from a Discord person, Merp Meow. And then from Discord employee, random Discord employee, Discord announcement, all our servers just exploded. So that's what's happening. So that's exactly what's happening. But Arm, did you get your Smash good? Is it good? Like, do you need any help still? Because I want to make sure that that's all good. My window just came back. It's attempting to reconnect me. I see you guys in the Fugi. I see your Fugis. So, Fugi, did you smash good? That's funny. I had it run using Revolution. That's what I thought. I think that's what we did last time. But it's all good, right? Is it? You're okay. Cool. Once Discord is like all good, we'll get reconnected and shit. And pray. Pray. Yeah. Bow. The last resort will be using fucking Twitch shared chat guest star. Just need a second to breathe because I'm fuming. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Join the stream together while you're waiting. Might as well do that. Get your shit set up while we're waiting for other stuff. I'm also chat. I have caffeine, so I'm gonna be like stimming all day. So I'm just letting you know it's gonna happen. By the way, chat, you guys want to know what we're doing today? We're doing an archipelago race today. We're doing all of us are doing different games. We have our own multi-world set up, and we're all gonna be doing our own thing of archipelago. And the idea is we're going to be racing our games. All of the games are different. I'm doing Souls, Dark Souls Remastered, OT, and Balatro. That's my games. Oh no, caffeinated elf, everyone run. Listen, I need it. If I don't get caffeine in me, I'm just going to become like punished Yufii. The like big boss Yufii, except an elf and female, and I'm gonna be miserable like Big Boss. That's not fun. Also, I knew Fugi was gonna do that. Hey, that's crazy. That's so crazy that Fugi did that. Good thing I have the other thing. Take a look at this chat. Let's see if I have it like working yet. I gotta make sure I have that working. I knew that shit was gonna happen. So check this out, chat. Do I have it here? Where is that? I don't think... Oh, yeah, because we're not talking. I have it deafened. I think this is how this works. Let me put this right there for now. We'll give Fugi one chance to rework. There we go. If it does that again, I'm actually gonna like switch it over to the Discord overlay. Because I made that today. I did that today. But yeah, I'm caffeinated. Also, chat. Oh, the Fugi thing happened again. Okay. It's good, maybe. I don't, oh wait, no, the Fugies are really fucked up. I'm just gonna swap it to the Discord overlay. That's fine. Chad, I was thinking about making the Discord overlay thing show our names all like together, without having to like it be hiding everybody. I'm thinking about doing that. I might do that real quick. I might do that. Where would that at? Where would that at? Where the thing at? Where'd he send me that at? Excuse me. Where that at? There it is. I already have this shit set up, so. Uh, oh wait, it's awaiting endpoint. No wonder. It's because Discord's still fucked. Maybe we swap it to that. Yeah, we'll swap it to that so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Check this out. Not me talking during the sesh. Oh, we will be. I'm waiting for Discord to not be cringe. So here's what this looks like, chat, if it'll refresh and stuff. Look at that. Look at that. That's what it's gonna be looking like on the game screen. Because Fugi is breaking, and also fuck Fugi. The person who made Fugi, fuck you. They started doing some dog shit updates lately. Fuck you, Fugi. Fuck you, actually. Like, genuinely. You fucked around, now you found out. But I'm waiting for Discord to be like good. And our band be called the Triple I because all three of our names have A and yours has a Y. That is funny. But we'll see. Clients unable to connect again. They're saying that, okay, so here's the update from Discord. As of 1 minute ago. As of 1 minute ago. Clients are able to connect again and send and receive messages. We're still seeing degradation. Sorry, not degradation. Degradation. With voice. Sorry, my brain like kaplooied for a moment. So it is getting good. It's getting good. Things are getting better. I'd say give it a couple minutes. Swimming in the Caribbean. I recommend, or if you're still setting up stream, go ahead and finish setting up and go live and stuff. Do what you got to do. I'm chilling until it's like fully fixed. Got to set the multi-stream. Yep, you're all good. You're all good. Go ahead and finish setting up your stuff, go live and all that stuff, and I'm gonna keep an eye on this, and once it's working fully, I will I'll probably undeafen and stuff. But yeah, chat, that the Discord overlay in the top left there, that's gonna be what we're gonna use today, since Fugi's being Fugi, because look, it like refreshes and like stops making our Fugi's work. And I've been seeing that shit do a lot often, so we're gonna be using the Discord overlay. Until Fugi reverts everything back or makes it fucking work properly, I'm not fucking messing with it. I refuse. I refuse to use Fugi in the state that it is in now. I'm not doing it. And it's not a Discord's breaking because that's what's causing Fugi. No, that's just a Fugi thing. That is literally just a Fugi thing. Oh, by the way, chat, you can now save posts on Blue Sky. That's pretty cool. There's now a bookmark section on Blue Sky. This is actually great. I love that. Oh, bless you, Blue Sky, for being actually competent and not like every other fucking company. Kind of. You're not like fully competent, but like you know. Mm. I'm just posting that I'm going live on socials. I forgot to an hour ago, almost. Also for YouTube, I'm sorry that I spent 30 minutes not saying anything. I yeah. Yeah. Dude, if we do this shit again next Monday for not the race, but like the community thing, I'm gonna fucking and Discord does that shit again, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be real pissed. I mean, mind you, Discord's not gonna really do much, but like still. It'd still be kind of cringe. Oh, I didn't even make my last VOD public. I should probably do that while I'm waiting for Discord to stop being cringe. Excuse me. What was last stream stuff? I didn't even remember. Let's look. It was just web fishing, wasn't it? The stream where Yufii fishes in the wrong spot for 3 hours web fishing. I think that's a good title. Don't worry, chat. I'm working on making the last VOD public. That's a good VOD. I think if you guys should watch that shit if you didn't. It's really great. It's really funny. Lot of good moments. Also, I have caffeine in me, so like that makes it even better. Zim is so down on myself, but if the thought for you deserves so much more than I could ever know. Whether you would ask me to, I'm back into it. Let's see. How long until I start actually playing the game? You would ask me to, I'm back into it. Oh, there's the joining of that. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm just like making sure I got everything done here. My head, I'm waking up again. Oh, wait. 33, 20. When do I go to my other screen? There we go. 5, 30, 35. I know I'm not doing anything right now, chat. Just give me a minute. Or I'm waiting for Discord to be like cool. And then I'll, you know. And then I'm gonna jump back in. I'm gonna refresh the page and see if it's like good yet, but web fishing, guitar, web fishing. I don't fucking know. Web fishing, gameplay, web fishing. I'm adding tags, chat. Excuse me. We'll just make those the tags. I don't really need too many. All right, let's see how Discord's doing. It's probably fine. Yeah. Let me look at Discord real quick. It's a waiting endpoint. Oh, great. Maybe I rejoin it and maybe it'll be good. Let's see. A waiting endpoint, so it's maybe working. Maybe I gotta reconnect Discord or restart Discord. Let's try that. Where's Discord at? Close out Discord real quick. Where in the Discord? This. 1 second, I'll read that in a second. Waiting for Discord to endpoint for over 15 minutes. Is it like letting you connect to it? Or is it... I'm sending VC, but it's dead. Not really. Fair, fair, fair. All right, we'll wait a few minutes. I mean, I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. I'll give it a few more minutes. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing to open. I mean, they gave me time to make a VOD public. I forgot to do that. Let's check the Discord stuff real quick. Discord status. I know it'll be up soon, so I just got that feeling. I'm just eating my nuggies. Real. Real. Somebody in the Discord down detector page. Give me your @ what the fuck? And then another person, twin. And another person below that, we play Dead by Daylight. Like, what? 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 I'm so confused. I'm keeping an eye on it, no chat, don't worry. What's the next thing? Gotta take a piss? Yeah, take your time. We got time. John Madden, that's another one. We love that. Wow, these are some very horny messages, actually. Let me... Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck? Is it still awaiting endpoint? Oh, fuck, dude. Damn. 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 Oh, this is a good song. This is, Covet by Basement. Chat, I'm gonna put on some... you know what song I'm gonna put on? I'm putting on the song. Let me find it real quick. Where it at? I'm putting on the song. Where is it? I almost clicked on some Metal Gear Rising. I was thinking about it for a second. Where the fuck is it? I'm putting on the song. While we wait. Clients are unable to connect. Cranberries, yes. I sure do love cranberries. That's what I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the very eloquently put. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm waiting for Discord to stop being cringe. Chat, do you like the Discord overlay now? Since it's not Fugi's anymore because Fugi shit the bed? I think it's great. That's what we're gonna be using until Fugi fixes their shit. So, because it's always breaking now. I think it's good. I think it looks nice. I thought about more like Poogie. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Also, how you doing, Rosie? Lovely to see you. Let's see. How is it doing? Let's see. Discord's still saying cringe. Hanging in there. I know how you feel. I know exactly how you feel. Let's see. What else have people said on the Discord down detector website? Let's see what they're saying. All right, here we go. All the horny posts are, for the most part, gone. Let's see. First post. Moo per. :3. Of course. Next post underneath it. Discord, please, in all caps. A couple posts down. From what looks like a Ultra Kill character. I kiss robots. Cool. Cool. You know, that's wild. Let's see, what do we got? What else we got here? Goo Goo Gaga. Ah, yes, of course. Thank you, Discord down detector or comments. Really just, yeah. Really just, yeah. Honestly. You guys really help when Discord goes down. Let's see how are things going over on the Discord side. It's still awaiting endpoint, so that's cool. Chat, I was trying to decide on like what games I was gonna run today. It took me a little bit to think about what I was gonna run. I ended up choosing Balatro as one of the games. Yo, what's up, Jack? How you doing? Welcome in. I ended up choosing Balatro, obviously, because Balatro amongst Dark Souls and Ocarina, I think will make things very easy. So I'm excited, honestly. Once Discord decides it wants to not die, then we'll get started. Doing great. How you? I'm chilling. You know, I got caffeine, so I'm pretty okay right now. I'm doing okay overall. I get to yap for a bit while we wait for Discord. Yo, what's up, Noth? How's it going? How you doing? I get to yap while I wait for Discord to stop being cringe. Good to hear. Thank you, thank you. We're chilling. We're gonna be doing an archipelago race today. If you don't know what archipelago is, there is a command for it. I'm just gonna spin my wheel, you know. Work out, dude. Do some stuff. It'll never not be cringe real. I don't actually know, just not bad, I guess. You know what? That's fair. You know, I would say it's okay to not it's okay to not do okay sometimes. Sometimes you just need to enjoy yourself, you know, and vibe. Which command? There is a command called !archipelago. It'll explain in a brief summary of what archipelago is, and if you want to know more, there's a link in that command as well to kind of give you an idea of what archipelago is. So it is !archipelago. It's basically, I'll try to give a kind of an idea of what it is. Aside from what it says there, essentially what it's doing is it takes the games that you're playing. Say I'm playing Dark Souls 1 and Ocarina of Time. Stuff that would normally be key items and or items in general from me in Ocarina might be something I would pick up instead in Dark Souls and vice versa. And I have to do that in order. I have to basically do that over and over, like in those games, essentially grab items and grab collectibles and stuff in order to beat the games. So say my Master Sword. If my Master Sword was randomized, an item that I pick up in Dark Souls could give me my Master Sword. And I could get the Drake Sword from picking up my Master Sword. You know, it could be anything. Instead of being the Master Sword, it would be my Drake Sword. It's really fun. I really like doing Archipelago. It's more than just those two games. There's a lot of games supported. I'm currently trying to work on a spreadsheet to show all the games, but today the games I'm playing are we're doing a race, so each of us are doing our own games. There's probably like what 7 games total. I'm doing Ocarina of Time, Dark Souls 1, and Balatro. And then whenever Discord stops freaking out, I will let them introduce what games they're playing. But I believe there is a Castlevania game in the mix. There is Smash Melee. There is Mega Man Battle Network 3. The Minish Cap. Majora's Mask. Like there's a bunch of games. Pulling the Master Sword and Balatro would be crazy cool though. It is cool. It's very cool. I don't have my Master Sword randomized, but if I did, oh my god. That would be insane. love Majora's Mask. Masked Hero Ari, who is also streaming with us, is running Majora's Mask. So if you want to see Majora's Mask, I recommend hitting him up with a follow. And I think you should follow Arm as well and Aaron, because they're both really great. Every single person running with us today is very great creators. So where my usual saying, so Master Sword is shuffled. True. There's Ari right there. No, I love Archipelago. I love Archipelago. I need to do more Archipelago. Like, I need to have a more, like, big library of it, because there's so many games to run. It's insane. If I have time, because I'm trying to hold out hope, and I'm tired from work, so I don't know. True. Don't worry, it's gonna be fixed soon. Not even asking for a follow for yourself. It's one of those things. I wanna make sure my friends get follows first, you know? But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Enjoy your free emotes. I gotta make sure my friends are getting follows first before I even try to ask for something myself. How's Discord going? By the way, are we like the wind? I know. Good song to come on. I'm over here pumping iron, brother. That's funny. Still deaded? Yeah, it sounds about right. If it comes down to it, what we can do is I can open up the shared chat thing, and we can just make our mics work on there, and then we'll just change our audio over to there, and we'll just use that temporarily until Discord's fixed. If it comes down to it, because that's our backup option. I don't like the shared chat microphone thing, but that's our options. So if it comes down to it, Aaron, I'll let me pull that up on my page. I can actually, like, you know, let me make sure I have that pulled up. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. Paranoid anyway in the subways of your mind. If it really comes down to it, we'll switch over to that. I know what this is. You don't need to tell me. Copy. Paste. All right. Wish you all best luck and have fun. Thank you. Doing our best out here. Hey, yeah, no, make sure you get some sleep. If it's 1 a.m., you gotta get work. So please get some rest. Thank you for stopping by though. And thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, sorry, chat. Or sorry, guys. All right. We're going to give it at least a couple more minutes. If it doesn't work, we're just going to swap over to that. Let me invite Aaron to that so that way he can actually, you know, just in case, if it comes down to it. Just in case. Plank stuck. Suck. Yeah, real. But yeah, if it doesn't, oh hey, here we go. If it doesn't end up working, we'll just fucking do that. How am I gonna do that though? That might be a thing where I'm going to change the audio temporarily. Also do, but imagine how insane an Archipelago featuring Final Fantasy 14 crafting items would be. I mean, to be fair, there is a manual currently for Final Fantasy 14. I think. So, to be fair. And I may beauty stay if I Take my life. Whoa. Oh. That scared me. Oh. How do I turn people down? Oh. Is that what it is? I think we're gonna have to. Ah, my ears. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. I know, Arm. Yeah, we can do that. All right. I think we might have to use this temporarily. How is the audio on this? Like how is it? I gotta change some stuff around though because of what's it called? Um change it to that maybe? Maybe? Oh god, it's got like I don't ugh. I don't hear it. I gotta change some audio around. Yeah, cause like I guess I'll turn my music off and then like I gotta change some stuff around in OBS and it's just like there's my music. Fucking
All right,
there
chat.
we
We're gonna go
go.
and switch screens. At least we can hear everybody now. But Jack, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I also had to time out TikTok because I don't know. I'm not feeling it from them tonight.
That's fair. I'm gonna
Maybe
keep
another
an
time.
eye on things for Discord. I really don't want to fucking use the
You
fucking
use this secondary
use this
chat.
fucking piece of shit chat.
Big
This
stinky.
fucking
This is
dog
giving.
shit.
This is giving the. Hold on. I don't know what my phone's
Let me
doing.
change
Let me
everybody's
reset.
audio real quick.
It's giving the TikTok I saved where it was like, "Is my mic good?" And it's like, "How about now, no, 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 no." Or the
Let me
Oh,
do
oh,
that. See
you're
if it's
very
any
the
better.
one
loud.
where it
You're
was
very
a
loud.
guy and it was the golden Freddy noises. He's like, there's one I saved earlier where it was the
Oh, hey man.
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
hello.
Hey, what's up?
I'm gonna turn off down my mic a little bit, chat. My bad. I don't know if I was loud or not. All right, there we go.
You weren't too loud. I gotta turn you up a little bit myself though.
I had to turn myself on my like actual mic and OBS a little.
I've got to change some audio stuff around because like fucking where we have to use
How
this
about now? No, no.
temporarily. Oh,
Oh
it's
well.
it's so like
Oh well.
bad too.
Shit.
Like, how did they manage to fuck this up?
Massively stinky.
I mean, to be fair, there is another program that's like Discord, but I don't think we should use it.
whoever's
At some point
mic.
soon, I'm probably just gonna move back to Mumble.
I was gonna say there is a Discord like application called Gilded.
Oh, that application sucked a long time
Yeah,
ago.
no, I know. I'm very well aware.
However,
But if it comes down to it, and this one is like really bad, then it is an option.
chat, whoever's mic messes up first, clip it and send it to us.
Yup.
Some of you are hitting red. I gotta figure out who's hitting red.
I
That
legit
might
was
be me.
just messing around with a bunch of audio settings
what
like
I'm
right
doing.
now.
I'm literally doing that.
I think for you guys on my desktop audio,
Like
you're
I was like,
red,
wait, no, I
give you
gotta
a-
reroute everything. I gotta change it all up.
I gotta change
I get the
everything.
feeling it might be me.
Test real quick.
I'm speaking words.
No,
These
you're
are
in the
the
yellow.
words.
You're in the yellow.
I'm
You're yellow.
interested in this.
I am interested in this.
Okay.
I'm interested in this.
I'm interested in this.
Yeah, I think overall you're good.
Why are you guys all on the right side of my head?
Because I'm gonna try to keep an eye on that. But shall we just yap for
We're
a
on the
bit
right
while
side
we're
'cause it's the
getting
right
ready
side
to
to be.
do stuff, or how do you feel? What are you guys feeling?
We can do a layover. I'll do my intro. What is up, everybody? Except for those on TikTok. Very sorry for you.
Fuck
It's your
you.
boy. It's your boy RC13, aka Master RA, aka Just aka. You love it when Discord does the thing that you don't like it to do, but you know that's how it is. We're here with an Archipelago race. I also sound very tired. I came off work as well too. I also don't stream on Monday, but that's okay. I got a 3 a.m. message, and my boy said Archipelago race, and I said I could have said no. Here's the thing: I also could have said no.
Could have said no, but you said okay.
I was interested in this. So I'll be running for my end 2 games, chat. I'll be running a little game called Mega Man Battle Network 3 Blue version, not white version, because white version doesn't have a lot of stuff to utilize. And then Majora's Mask recompiled. So I'll be doing a little. My stuff is linked through that.
Exactly.
There's me.
Aaron, what are you playing today? Introduce
I'm not
yourself.
streaming, but hi.
I
I don't know
exist.
what's funny. I'm not streaming, but hi. I don't know. It's so funny. to me.
my name is ADV. Hi stream. Hi other chat members of the streams. Today I am playing Ocarina of Time, Symphony of the Night, and Balatro. Woo, Balatro.
Balatro, woo!
Symphony of the Ocarina of Balatro.
Exactly. Arm, what are you playing?
I am playing Fix My Fucking Computer because I don't know why all my audio is fucking the right.
The best game.
Wait,
We love
wait
that.
a minute.
Hold.
Wait, Discord might be
Hold.
back. Hang on.
Yo!
Old voice connected.
Oh,
Yo,
bless
mute.
you.
Get out of
Mute
here.
on this shit. What?
I am
Oh.
to hear
Mute on the stream together, Aaron.
Oh my god.
Aaron, mute on the stream together.
I'm muted. I'm muted on that motherfucker.
Oh my
Oh.
god. We're so
I just closed the tab completely.
Oh, bless.
Yeah. Twitch.
Thank
Twitch.
God.
Fuck you. You know what? Discord. Fuck you. Anyway, moving on.
I can put my music back on.
I've had my music on.
Well, I have it on a
Let's go
separate
back,
because I'm
chat.
capturing it. It's like complicated. Anyways, hey Discord, don't do that again.
Hey, Discord. That was more than cringe. Die.
Not cool, Discord. Don't do that again.
That was kind of rough, buddy. Not gonna
Discord, your fucking time is up.
lie.
At least chat. At least I did. What was it? I did. The fuck did I do? 10 shoulder presses. I
You
did
worked out, man.
20 squats
You got a whole
and
workout
then
in.
a minute plank before any of that was going on.
Nice.
Oh, and I did 10 glute bridges.
Cool, man.
Nice. Also, Jack, thank you for the follow earlier. I didn't know if you heard that or not.
They
we're almost at
went to
100,
sleep.
y'all.
They
Chat,
Yo, almost at 100.
Jack, I wish you good rest. We're almost at 20, chat. We have a
Oh,
special
shit.
game if we hit 100. Aaron, please don't spoil me.
You please
Throw
don't
it again.
die.
Throw it again. Throw it again. Throw it again.
I'd cry if bro lost the laptop.
I just tugged a bit on a wire.
Damn. Why you do
I
that?
was trying to get
I
up.
know that feeling. Alex, you're running Melee, Balatro, Risk of Rain 2, and what else?
Not Risk of Rain.
Yeah. Introduce yourself and say what you're running. Go on in.
I am Arm!
Cool, man. That's cool.
I'm running Minish Cap Balatro and
Minish Cap,
Super
that's cool.
Smash Brothers Melee.
Melee.
That's cool, man.
Okay, well, at the very least, I'm gonna record my POV.
Yeah.
Exactly. We
And
have
I'm
the
gonna listen to-
multi-stream
I'm gonna listen to
Dongus-
Fireflies.
Dongus up, right? Is that up? So everyone
I
can
did
kinda
not
take
make a
look-see.
multi-stream if that's what you're asking.
I think that's what I was asking earlier. Yeah, my bad.
That's crazy.
It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, man.
Different povs.
Hey,
I
don't
still hope
forget
there's
for people who are playing Balatro, make sure you do the thing in your config if you haven't done it already.
ball of poo poo.
Which thing?
In your config whenever you're doing, not in your YAML, but like in your menu config where like it has the AP stuff, where it's like the
Yes.
Deathlink connection status, all that stuff. So
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
if you haven't already,
No,
I'm
I
start-
know.
Wish I
I'm
learned
starting
to
with
keep the
Balatro.
tracker Separate.
I'm waiting. I'm gonna start
That's
with Balatro, but I'm gonna wait until everybody's ready before we like start.
I think
Okay,
I'm pretty
okay.
set. I'm gonna start with Majora's, then switch over to Battle Network when I can. So I have the
Invalid slot.
patch and Lua. and
Make
all
sure you
that
don't have a
jazz.
save file, Arm. Make sure you don't have a reset profile thing.
Prof.
I'm
Oh,
interested in this.
Oh,
that was
hey Aaron, what's
That was a
up?
very
I didn't know
weird,
I didn't know a clone of you joined.
weird.
Oh, a
Aaron
clone of
too.
myself.
A clone of me. A clone of me.
So-
And it just goes,
God
a
damn
clone
it.
of me,
That
a
was
clone
weird.
of me, a clone of me.
But yeah, this is gonna be a race, chat. So we'll see who rolls it. Probably not me, cause I gotta work. So
Nah, you got this.
we'll swing it. It's been a hot minute since I played. I've never played Majora's Mask randomizer, let alone a race. So it's been my first time experimenting with that. But I've played through Majora's enough to at least know half the checks as far as I'm concerned. So
Yeah, man.
but everybody knows me through Battle Network. So
I'm interested.
why do we
Dude,
keep
oh my god, we keep
disconnecting?
reconnecting!
Listen here, Discord.
I'm interested.
Oh, what the fuck? Aaron, stop reconnecting.
We all are reconnecting!
Oh, I just hear Aaron doing it.
Oh, I hear mine too.
I just hear his.
Yeah, no, I hear
Nosferatu is
Alex's.
messing with it.
I'm
Nosferatu.
I'm gonna wait on the main menu of Balatro. So
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
so
still on the
name's
I'm still on the
right.
main menu. Well, let me go ahead and put Ari MM. I'll go and put Ari in for the name, but I won't start yet. I don't know if it's gonna skip the intro cutscene.
no, you want to stay on yes once you've entered your name and stuff. You don't
Okay.
want to start.
I'm on yes.
Yeah, just stay
I'll
on
start
that.
with one heart.
Ooh, little thing.
When did I change? All right, whatever. I'll live.
Wait, did I fuck it?
What did you do, Arm?
Can you load into all your games? Make sure that's like a thing. first.
I'm gonna start with one heart. Let's
I'm
go.
literally goaded, so I know I can connect to
I
mine.
can't fucking think.
I think I made my YAML weird. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be a new
Arm,
challenge.
what's the deal, Arm? Tell me.
Good thing
I
this is a dead
like
one.
my client isn't
Which game are you playing
acting
first?
right. Melee.
Melee. All right. Melee has a client, right? Does it have its own Archipelago client?
Yeah, it has its own. It has its own client. I have it open,
Okay.
and it connects Dolphin initially, but then now it's not.
You want to try to
It says
restart?
invalid slot.
Restarting.
Please verify that you have connected to the correct world. Lost connection to multi-world server type / connect.
Try. Have you tried to restart the Archipelago launcher and try it again? It might ask for your player slot. Did it ask for it the last time you played? Your
Nope.
player slot name.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, just restart the client stuff. I would say probably pray for the
honestly
best.
kind of expecting Ben
Oh
Star's
my god!
face
If I
to
can
be
look
on
at
the
my
title
fucking client,
screen.
there we go.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna start
I'm
with
chilling.
one heart. I think I messed up the YAML, but you
Nah,
know what?
you'll be fine.
Challenge run. Easy.
You'll be fine.
We'll be fine. I think I switched to the pieces and containers.
Ben
but we'll
Star's
be fine.
face to be on the title screen. That would be
Ben
kind of funny.
Starr, Balatro. Ben Star's gonna be voicing someone in Evilise Chronicles when it comes
I don't know
out.
who Ben Starr
Very-
is.
Exactly. He is Clive Rosefield's VA in Final Fantasy 16. That's
Okay,
as far
but
as I
what
know
if
from him.
what
He's
if
more-
what if it had been Estinian from Final Fantasy 14? I think that would be pretty cool.
I mean, he might play some of it. You never know. There's
He
a
won't.
AAA actor out there
He
who
won't- he
plays Final
won't.
Fantasy 14 religiously.
He won't.
There's someone out there.
It won't be Estinian.
Oh. All right.
Arm, what's
We all
the Arm's still having trouble.
Subverted.
What's the deal, Arm?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Ben Starr
I'm-
also plays some kind of
Give me-
clown
give me-
related to
give me
Balatro in a
updates.
commercial or something. Yeah, he I think he was straight up just Jimbo. I remember there's the where he's in an interview where he's holding a Jimbo makeshift plush and he actually has like makeup on. He's just generally a gremlin at any and all opportunities real. This is real Noth Prime. He's just always a gremlin. We love him though. I don't know who he's voicing in Evilise Chronicles though. I think it might be Orlando. But we'll see.
Okay.
What's up? You got it?
I think I got it.
Check the website and refresh the page to make sure you're connected.
Check that site. I'm gonna refresh my site too because I think I
Make sure you're connected.
Chef, you see me going through the site and everything. Yeah, I'm still good. Mega Man's just on standby. It's just not open. We're gonna start with Majora's first.
Ooh.
Wacky woohoo
Ooh.
pizza man.
Ooh.
I never thought I experienced in my life of starting a archipelago race with one heart in Majora's.
Oh, you got this.
We should
See,
be
on the
fine.
client, it doesn't say that didn't work, but then on the fucking open log file, whatever,
Do I need to pull up the setup guide again?
No, I think I just need to not do fucking melee.
I mean, I mean we
It
can
just
go to
keeps
the
saying
setup guide.
invalid slot, even though I did everything correct.
It's not asking. Wait? Invalid slot. Does it not ask you for your
I just closed the fucking multi-world. Oh my god.
Let me look here. Make sure your mod is enabled. If this is the first time you prompt to create a save file, open the melee thing, blah blah blah. I'm gonna pull it up because I want to make sure everything's good.
I'm just gonna have to reset up the multi-world stuff again. Close fucking emulation. Okay. I just can't do things right.
Make sure the mod's enabled. If you're first time launching this seed, you'll be prompted to create a save file. Is the save file gotta be the same name as the website YAML thing?
I don't know. It doesn't tell me what the save file is supposed to be named.
It just says you'll be prompted to create a new save file when you launch the seed.
Like, yeah, like it'll say, oh, slot A or whatever, but it still doesn't work.
At the bottom, open revolution.xml. Prompt for a file, select your XML patch. You should see the Archipelago mod
Game.
with some player-related data appear on the mod whenever you open up the patch thing. Make sure the mod's enabled. Click Start. If it's your first time launching the seed, you'll be prompted to create a save file. In the Archipelago launcher, open up the Melee client after you've opened up the game, essentially, is what I'm looking at. It should connect it often at this point. You connect to
I
multi-world.
hate how there's an order to all of that.
You gotta follow directions.
Okay.
That's how life works.
Whatever, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can minimize my window to the side. It's gonna look really
I
weird,
think
but
I think you got
trust
this. I mean, if it comes down to it, you can always run Risk of Rain twice. If it comes down to
That's
it.
also true. Let's do. Oh, I have idea.
Actually, maybe potentially 3 times because Risk
Risk of Rain is
didn't take that
quick.
long,
Well, he's got Minish Cap.
especially for him.
That's also true.
He's also got Minish Cap, though, to be fair.
Minish does take a hot minute.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a Minutemen.
Yep.
What?
The Minutemen?
Words
This is
are
not
hard.
Fallout. This isn't Fallout 4.
I'm trying to minimize my log, so I have like the Archipelago log kind of on standby.
Yeah.
It's
I
it's
completely
not the pop
open the
tracker,
game
but,
before I
you know,
even try connecting to the client.
Yep.
Go
Okay.
here.
How's it going?
Let's
I'll go
do
here
it
with it.
again.
You selected your XML patch. It should say
Yes.
show the mod with player-related data.
Yup.
Make sure the mod's enabled. Click Start.
It did not make me do a new thing.
Okay, it probably won't act because you've not done it before. I think is probably what the.
Okay, so what the fuck did I do wrong?
Well, sometimes if you've not done it before, it probably won't make you do it again. So make sure the mod. Make sure the mod's enabled.
That
Click
one,
Start.
yes. Start.
If it's your
Will it
first
give me the
time,
prompt this time?
if it's your first time launching this seed, you'll be prompted to create a new save or create a save file.
Okay, but it should be a different seed each time.
Someone's
Maybe.
racing outside.
Oh
We'll be
yeah, because
playing the
you.
same seed.
Yeah, yeah. What about deleting the save file for the game? Maybe you know how like Dolphin has like save data for games? Maybe you gotta delete the save file for Smash since you played it before. I have to do that with Shadow. Whenever I play Shadow, I have to do
Maybe.
that. And that's not a hard thing to do. I can show you how to do it.
Hi, Quaffles.
Yo,
Waffles
what's up, Waffles?
Daniel.
Do you need to
Daniel.
maybe we delete the save data? I can show you how to do that real quick.
Just need to see where the save data is.
What's up, Quaffles? That would
You
make
click.
sense,
I think you
'cause-
click on a game, and then no, you don't click on a game. It's like what is it? Fucking what is it? Chat. It's memory card manager, I think, or something like that. No, it's right click a game and then open GameCube save folder. No, what is it? I don't remember what it's called. Where is it? Let me pull up the one for Shadow.
I
And
just
that'll...
deleted all save files for Melee.
Okay, that maybe try it like that. See if that is the issue.
Let's find the correct one. That one. Yup. Oh, it's enabled. Yup. Start.
Oof.
Memory card in slot A.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would make sense for Shadows because you have to do it each time.
Yeah,
all
because like the whole
unlock
like
the enemies
select
and
mode
stages.
is like so complicated,
Yeah.
and it's like
So now I come back to
How's
the
our day
AP.
going? We're kind of mixed on feelings.
I'm chilling. I got caffeine.
We've got a lot going
We
on.
got a lot happening, but we're
I am-
soldiering through.
I'm big chilling. I got caffeine.
That was me earlier at work because I at least have a cup of coffee a day.
That's the wrong
But it's more so
number.
that- Quaffle's playing Rivals.
W
W
caffeine,
caffeine.
real.
There we go.
All right,
Hey,
you're
guys, got
good,
the work in?
right?
You
Ah.
stalker. Hey, I had to redo all
Arm-
my friends lists because I got hacked.
Here's my idea. All right, Arm.
Notifications.
Next time you
Yeah.
run Melee, I'm going to specifically set it up myself, and I'm going to make a more comprehensive guide for you.
Well,
Because-
it's like I
because
understand it now,
Archipelago-
but even though I was following the correct steps, it would still fuck up.
Yes. So, and
Yeah.
you know how Archipelago is about making setup guides. They suck at it.
They do suck at it.
So
Very
I will
badly.
make one.
I'll do it myself.
I will literally do it myself and show you how to do it.
Yeah. So, all right.
All right,
So Yufii, you're
so-
starting with.
I'm starting with Balatro.
I'm starting with Majora's.
Aaron,
I'm starting with OT.
Arm,
Alex is starting
starting with Melee.
I'm smashing.
You
All right.
smash it. All right.
Whenever, who wants to
right.
count down then?
I'll count us down. I'll
Okay,
do
okay.
3, 2, 1 on go. We go. All right. So I don't mess up. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. What deck is my deck? They give me ghost deck.
I can't believe
Sorry.
I start with 1 heart. This is crazy.
Yo, Ghost deck?
Yeah, ghost deck. White stake.
Oh, I have to take off the.
That actually kind of sucks because you don't have any
weird.
spectrals.
I don't have fucking
Yeah, I'm
nothing.
gonna put the client like near the bottom because I don't think anything for. No, because I can't really
Gamba,
see.
real
Shoot.
quick.
Yo.
Hmm. Well, at least I got adult's wallet. That's good.
Give myself 5
Uh.
arrows in Ocarina.
I'll just check the client from time to time, chat. That way I can see my screen. You know.
7. I haven't played fucking Archipelago Balatro in a hot minute. I haven't played Balatro in a hot minute.
Hey, you guys know what's gonna suck the whole time I'm doing this? I gotta listen to the critical heartbeat because I started with 1 heart
Hey, that's pretty
Oh,
cool.
goody.
every time, bro.
That's pretty cool.
Well, at least everything runs smooth. I think I set this to 60 FPS because everything looks smooth. This is nice.
I'm playing it straight. That's not me though. I'm Pan.
I don't start with a mask, do I? No. Oh, what songs do I have? I start with Song of
Jack,
Time
Jack,
and
Jack,
Soaring.
yep.
Okay, that's good. Let me go get the fairy.
Who the hell is messaging me?
Who the hecky? Who wants something? I can't wait when we do ship Ocarina though, because I honestly do want to learn this game more than I already know.
Coming back.
This sucks so much having to listen to a critical beep.
I keep giving myself more fucking coins.
Expert course.
Jesus Christ.
You got this. I believe in you. 5432. Ooh, 5432 is really nice. But if I can get a 6, that would be great. Great.
Link, I'm so sorry I gave you critical health. It was totally intentional.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask 1 heart run.
Did you randomize any of your like world items, like grass or pots or anything?
I randomized, I think, keys, but no, I didn't randomize grass, no.
Damn. Oh, I already
Do
died.
this.
I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I said, no thanks, bro.
Oh, that's fair.
Alright, we got.
Okay, this is
Oh, I
not a
actually see what I
great
have.
like,
Okay.
not a great start for fucking Balatro.
1 bug frag is fine.
Fuck it, we'll discard this. So I get a Flush.
Da,
I haven't played
da,
Balatro in a
da.
very long
Oh, yeah,
time.
the shops.
Wait, can I get more sticks or nuts? Maybe.
There we go.
It isn't
Get a
the
flush.
Ari Daniel. Oh, Quaffle's about to be everywhere?
Is
What is
Waffles
it,
about to be
Quaffle?
Okay, I
everywhere?
will just completely
Probably.
ignore these.
Let's see, Bowman V3, Bomber's Notebook would actually be
Oh.
kind of nice right now.
Pretty
I'll take
quiet
that.
over here just because I don't really have anything going on. I'm just throwing coins at a fucking machine.
Hey, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Reg up 2, Bowman, Swamp, Skulltula Token. I'm not gonna buy that.
Mm,
Can't really use that. I'm just using you because I want to see Yufii. Dang, that's tough, yo.
damn, that's
But
crazy.
you know what? That's understandable.
I'm right here.
It's kind of better because
Yo, what's
I
up,
am in critical
Quaffles?
health, so you're gonna be hearing a beep the whole time.
You could be
I'm
setting
so
up
sorry,
a
chat.
multi-stream as well.
That's
Who?
also true.
Okay.
Whoever wants to set that up.
I could set it up here in a second. I'm playing Balatro. I'll do it in a second though. Don't worry.
Bala poo poo.
If I could get
Queen, king, queen, but play straight. Am I gonna win? He's pre-lady instead of these men. Real. I'm always here.
I'll bring Aiden into the stream right now.
Strength upgrade for OT. Oh, bless.
That's
Alright,
a
that
good
doesn't
pull.
open up yet.
That's a good pull right now.
Does Bombers have anything? Nope, it doesn't. Let's go to.
Alright, let me set up multi-stream real quick.
At least I know where a couple
Multi-stream.
things are. Oh wait, I can get the item up here. Yo, is that the pictograph box?
Alright.
That's kind of funny. Ugh. This is so weird running this at 60 FPS.
No, it's
That's why I just set it to 30.
just that. Let me make sure.
That's fair.
If you're
Alright.
watching just for you, thank you, thank you.
I got Hanging Chad for Balala. Okay.
Yo, hanging Chad. Funny Chad. Alright, I got the picture of Tingle.
Make sure I
Let's head
spelled
to
that right.
the...
Yeah.
No, I don't want to talk to you.
Damn it.
I'll watch the ads just for you.
Thank you, thank
Let's head
you.
to Laundry Pool.
All right, chat. If you want to watch the multi-stream so you can see everything, here's this. I'm gonna pin it, and it'll be here. If you want to watch it through that, it's up to you.
If.
I am gonna continue my Balatro. Also, why are you getting ads now? It shouldn't be. Oh no, there is ads right now. Sorry,
Ads.
I didn't
Oh,
realize
wait,
there
we
was
can't
ads right now.
I don't think we can do Laundry Pool check because I randomized the fairies. Oh, that's not good. I randomized a bunch of stuff. Oh boy. That's fine. Maybe. I'm gonna have to make a new Yaml with this because it's ridiculous, but it's fine.
Nah, you got this.
I
I
have
believe
that
in you.
salesman. What do you got for me? Longsword E and purple ruby.
Leave a
That
kind.
should be fine.
Havel's armor for me. That's crazy.
Havels.
That's gonna be great.
I want to go. Oh no, the curiosity shop didn't have anything that I wanted. That I wanted too much. Let's
that real
head
quick.
to. Let's head to the swamp. Because I know there's like a couple chests. I
Add
think.
polychrome to a random joker, but I don't have any jokers. They said, "Here's a polychrome card."
Yo,
Do a few more event
polychrome.
matches and see what I got in Balatro.
I'm fucking struggling in Balatro right now.
Oh, it's this event. Oh, I fucking hate this one.
Yo, the holy symbol.
Am I into all the chats? If you're on the multi-stream, then yeah.
You're in everything.
All right, what do I got? Clearance sale for myself. I'll take that.
Okay. Wait, can I knock Tingle's balloon down with a Deku Nut?
To be
don't
fair,
think
we
I
are
can.
sharing chat, Squaffle, so you should be in every chat regardless.
Exactly.
True.
Should be a-okay. Can I get up this tree?
Oh, fuck. I didn't realize that this is one of
Also good
those.
fast animate on. Hold idea.
Okay. Yeah, no, I had a feeling that was gonna happen. I'm gonna fucking die, man.
Okay, idea's not gonna idea. That's fine.
Fuck. That's fine.
This is okay. Da, 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 da.
Having all streams on mute
Having
is
all
so
streams
weird.
on
You
mute is
shouldn't
weird.
do that, but you know what?
That
I'm not
sounds
gonna
about
stop
right.
you. And 9, 8, 7. Oh, I had a 6. Where the fuck
I'm
did
gonna
it
not
go? Did I...
prevent you from doing this.
Oh man. Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. There we go. It's not gonna be
Worst.
great, but
There we go.
it's okay. We
Okay.
ball real.
Yo, magic, nice.
Multitask all streams in different
Alright,
time zones.
whoops.
True, true. If I kept one of those 8s, I would have been fucking. Ugh.
Magic is kind of nice.
I can do a flush though.
I can't.
Heal.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. I see.
I haven't played Balatro in many months now, so I'm like getting back into it, and like my brain's like trying to figure things out. Unfortunately, I don't have muscle memory at the moment. Transient curse. That's good for if I want to kill a ghost.
The ghost.
Oh, if I can get that. Oh, that'd be really great to have. Fuck. Actually, no, that won't matter. Skipping the next blind won't matter because I don't have any celestials. This is rough, actually. I'm kind of fucked.
Ugh.
That. I guess we'll just try to play pairs, 2 pairs, because there's nothing else I can do, really. It's like you guys are in a cave and there's an echo. That probably is because of you listening to every audio.
There's an
At the
echo
same
in the
time.
cave.
That'll do it.
Echo.
I get a 10 at
I can do
all?
the treasure chest shop, can I? I think I can do this.
There we go. Fucking Jesus.
Okay, I guess I'm doing
Okay.
that. Guess this is what we're doing.
Alright.
Full house.
Is there a way that I can keep this game open but without it playing sound?
With Dolphin,
mute it in your
yes.
volume
Yeah,
mixer.
just mute it. You can go to the config and just turn it all the way down, or just mute it in volume mixer.
That's not good.
I get a
what
jack,
is it,
thank you.
47 right now. Cool.
I don't know if
Alright, let's go.
DPI feels weird.
Open Balatro.
Oh,
A
come on, it's right
7, 6,
there? Okay, cool.
5. If I get a 4, that would be great.
Oh, money.
Oh, 8,
that I
7,
don't
6,
really
5, 4.
need. I don't think I need to do this twice.
AP
I'm
check.
pretty
What's
sure.
what's everybody's status? Aaron,
Doing good.
Ari,
I don't want to talk about it.
Arm.
I certainly have progress.
Good. Good. It's nice to hear. I've been losing run after run in Balatro, but I've been getting checks. So
Uh-huh.
Aaron, you got a nickname? Yeah, ADB Nato.
yeah, that's the person.
Yeah, what's up?
If you look on my stream and you look at the and you look in the top right or top left rather, it says it's just ADB.
Word.
But
I don't think I'm supposed to do this minigame twice. I think I just do it once.
we would normally have Foogies, and by we I mean me, because I don't know if everybody else is running it, but ABC.
Broken called ABC. That's kind of nuts.
That's
ABC,
fucked up.
Okay, I got it.
Normally we'd be running Foogies right now, but Foogie recently decided to do something very stupid with his program, so I'm no longer using Foogie until it's reverted. back to the old
Let's
update.
go to.
Ooh, AP
I
item.
don't know where I can go to.
That's actually.
We're gonna get all messed up, sadly. Yeah. If you want to know more about it, basically go on Blue Sky and look up anything about Fugi, and that's how you'll know. It got fucked. They fucked up everything. That's all you need to know.
Can't
Oh,
believe it.
checkered deck.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Checkered deck, man, you're gonna be way better off than I am. I don't care that much, real. There's also Veto Tube, which is like, you know, that one's pretty nice. I'd like to think it is. 97, blah, 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 blah. Look at us. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Flat zone.
Flat zone.
Flat zone.
Yeah, that was from Melee.
Oh.
Oh, that's the.
Mr.
Oh,
Game
it's
and
like,
Watch
is
the
it?
stage.
That's the Game and
Oh, I
Watch
was gonna say, it
stage.
sounded like a stage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Man, I'm unlocking stages? Okay, that's kind
Yeah,
of
man.
unnecessary.
Ooh, this is a good song. Is this a... This is a Loathe song, I'm pretty sure, is what's playing right now, chat. I do be loving my Loathe music. Soul of Smo. That's gonna be a boss soul for me. Oh, I love that. If I can get one of those.
Coin.
Second double.
Oh wait.
Yo, missed form.
8. Queen. There we go. That'll work. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. Still need a 8 or something. Please give me an 8 or something. Oh, that'll actually work. Never mind. I'll take that. Well. I can play a flush.
Here we go. Yay, another coin.
Yeah, man. There's another flush.
10 more coins. God, man. What?
Hey, at least you got a fucking checkered deck. I'm over here with a fucking deck that does nothing for me.
I guess I can use that battle.
Lloyd's Talisman, great. Even if I make it out of this alive, I'm like kind of fucked. Oh, straight. Okay.
Wait, when did I hit something? Fuck.
It probably because you're
Why is it
shop.
giving me
It's shop. If you go into a shop, it gives you a hint for Balatro automatically.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, it'll be like, here's what it is. It happens with some other games too, but that's one I've seen it happen with the most is Balatro. If I get a 5, I can actually like get another straight. Will I be able to though? Is the question. Nope.
Bonus double tap. No.
Maybe I can like. Really don't want to do that. Play that real quick. Oh. That won't help me win, I don't think. I don't think it will. Yeah, I didn't think so. Let me change my music real quick. I'm gonna also turn it up just a tad.
Oh, I think this is a fail.
You got this, buddy.
Damn.
Let me tab out real quick. Well, can I get something better? There we go. Another check. Blue rupee. Wow. That's so crazy. I might swap over
You have
to
a Moblong sword.
Zelda here soon. I might have to.
Dang, I had it. I was doing so good.
Ooh, Kinstone Cloud Tops. Oh, I don't have enough money!
You have anything else you could sell?
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I have to switch it tonight. Oh, I can switch to selected hours? Oh, that's cool. I like that.
There we go.
Let's
I'll be able to buy
switch
one more voucher, and then I might have to swap games. I'm getting close to running out of vouchers.
I like that. Oh, that's cool. That's a nice little feature.
What is it for Song of Double Time?
Yeah, so when you play Song of Double, it's like the thing in the 3DS version where you get to just like select your time.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah. That's
The
really
the
good.
one good feature of MM3D.
Yeah.
That's because
I'm
it's
sure that's what it
recomp, yeah.
Yeah.
Recomp's like really fucking
Every
goated.
shop is giving me a 2-pair planet card. It's
That's
pretty nice.
Oh my gosh, the
Must
beacon
be
stuff, that's
fucking nice.
cool.
I'd love to get something that's not the fucking shit I've been getting. It's just vouchers for me. I'm gonna end up going into
So
Zelda and I'm gonna
I-
get so much shit for myself.
Yeah, I never start with Balatro.
Well, it's just because I'm like, well, I could probably work with something here, you know. I'm gonna do one more run of Balatro and then I'm gonna swap over to Zelda because I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of shit done in Zelda. Yo, what's up, Sunder?
Hi, Sunder.
Sunder, the goat? Heck yeah.
Sunder, you could have been here.
You could have been
I'll
here.
I'll go check. I forgot.
The race starter? Yeah, we're already like
unlocked
knee deep.
DNA.
You just get DNA? That's fucked
Yeah,
up.
I just got DNA.
That's fucked up.
Wild.
Yeah, no, it started, what, fucking 30 minutes ago? And I'm winning. Quaffles, please. Stop
Waffles is the
winning.
one who wins.
Didn't message me. I did say it was happening today. I just gave myself Song of Time. I have almost a guaranteed win for Ocarina, like, soon. No, I did say it was today, but I didn't give you a time, and that's my bad.
Isn't Balatro the win condition getting
Four
winning
decks.
3 decks?
4 decks.
4 decks.
4 decks.
Mm-hmm.
4 decks.
But no, that's my bad, Sunder. I didn't tell you what time it was.
That's how it goes.
Guess I'm playing that.
There's a hole right here. Is this one of the holes? You have to
To be
all the
fair,
way
I
down?
also didn't
It
know
is,
if you
okay,
were
I'm not
if
gonna do that.
you
Sock and
were
buskin.
sock and busk. Holy shit! All right, I didn't get any more vouchers, so I'm gonna lose this run here in a second. I'm gonna swap over to Ocarina.
Where'd I rock at? Oh, there it is.
They should make a new type of Balatro like hand where it's just
It is.
all face cards and like
Photograph.
just give me
Oops,
like an
all
all
face
face like an all face cards
Oops, all
like
faces.
well not like a Joker or anything, but like a hand that you can play that's just
Oh, I can't do
all
this
face cards.
because I don't have Song of Healing, do I? Dang it, I don't.
I'm
Unfortunate.
just gonna play that.
Da,
I am doing something with
da.
Archipelago possibly next week though, Sunder. If you want to, you know, hop into that. I'm also probably gonna do Archipelago again this week, truthfully, but 'cause that's just how I do things. All right, let's swap over to Ocarina real quick.
That's how you roll.
Because I was talking to Arm about this. We've talked about like a community thing for next week, and I want to set up something for like all the regulars who usually watch and stuff. We all do an Archipelago thing. The streamers would be in VC, and then everybody else would be like in chat, like working together to like, you know,
That's
get shit
fucking
done,
awesome.
essentially.
Holy shit.
All right, where is Zelda?
I wonder if I'm able to go to like
All right, give me a second,
final
chat.
day and then do the Song of Time check. See what
Might
that
be.
gives.
Ugh.
I can't take this out with it. Okay, I can't. Dang. What do I have again? Not a lot. Got it.
All right, 1 second, chat. I'm just changing some stuff around real quick. I'm not gonna Deathlink for Ocarina. No, thank you.
That'd be kind of funny.
I've died so many times in Balatro. I'm not doing that shit.
Ooh, let's do.
All right. 1 second, chat.
Yo, banana.
Funny banana.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna go check.
Thank you for the Mitsu redeem.
The other one.
So we got Nirvana
Let's just go
playing.
back to Deku Tree. I think I do.
All right, chat.
Oh, I beat Andy 5.
Nice. I'm in Archipelago for Ocarina now, so it's time to lock in.
Oof, that's not that great. Never mind.
Maidenhood. Okay. It's time to like really lock in. Because I have guaranteed, almost guaranteed win for Ocarina already. As long as I can get Hammer, then I will be able to, I'll be able to win Ocarina pretty quick. And then I just got to do Souls and, what's it called?
Don't you need boss keys and shit?
No.
Well, where I have it set up, I can just do, if I can get, you know, Fire Temple boss key, then I just need Hammer and Goron Tunic, and then I have everything I need to win. Because I could just do all the child stuff. So I'd be in a good spot basically to win with that particular game. That's what I was missing, chat. I forgot about my bunny hood. Soul of Smo. Alright.
Shit.
Let's start cooking. There's my slingshot. Holy shit. That's crazy. Hook shot. We already listened to this song earlier. Why is this song playing?
How did this song play again?
It's a good song, but like, why is this song playing again? I have 80 songs in this playlist and the same 5 songs play. And it's shuffle.
Oh my god, that store fucked me, man. Oh my god.
We got Anaglyph deck. That's another deck unlock. See, the great thing about Dark Souls is, like, I'm not worried about starting in Souls just yet, mostly because, I don't need to. Because that's like if I play that, I'm going to beat it in one run. Actually, no, I wouldn't, because where it updated and now it's set to give me the stones. So now I technically don't win automatically with that game. But I can kill all the bosses pretty easily. Alright, we're gonna go do Deku Tree. Also, I technically, if I can get the fish, bottle fish, I can win Ocarina, because I have a hook shot. So I can get into Force Boss pretty quick.
Orish Temple.
About my Pokemon Blue Plight? I have not. What's your Pokemon Blue Plight? What's the plight? Tell me about it. Acoustic upgrade? That's cool. Tell me about your plight. I'm curious. It should be easy, chat. I promise. I'm just like trying to think of like the best way to approach Ocarina because I feel like I could definitely get most of the dungeons done pretty quick, but I'm just missing like a couple things. There's a couple things that would help me really settle everything in the game. Soul of Manus, that's good. Broken Pendant, not really worth it. What's up, Arm? Tell me about what your problem is.
The checkered deck ain't helping that much.
You got any other decks?
Nope. I got blue deck.
Jump into Minish. If it comes down to it. I mean, you don't have to do the same deck, remember. Once you run out of vouchers for the deck, you might as well just swap to the other deck. If you have another one. If you don't, then...
All my vouchers are fucking coins for Melee.
Hey, that's good, though. You want coins for Melee.
Yeah, but no.
I mean, yeah, you do.
I need the fucking game modes unlocked. That's what I need.
I mean, yeah, that also would be a good idea, but...
I'm gonna do one more attempt on this fucking Balatro.
I'm getting my jokers. I'm getting them.
Consumable item 5. I can get Mewtwo. Sweet.
Yo,
Mewtwo.
Mewtwo's pretty crazy. Who did you decide to start with, by the way?
I didn't change anything.
Oh, you just left it as is. So you start with Marth?
Yeah, because I was dealing with so much shit that I was like, I'm just leaving it.
Okay, that's fair. I was curious to
Plus,
see if
you're also already talking about fucking completing Ocarina like now.
I mean, I don't have a guaranteed win in Ocarina.
Just say, okay.
What were you just saying earlier?
I said
Yeah,
that I
you're
could.
like,
I
oh,
would
it's
say. I'm saying that I
guaranteed.
can beat Ocarina depending on certain circumstances. Like I can get to all my dungeons that I need to. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were being like, oh, you could just get to the fight now.
Yeah, no. If I knew how to glitch into Ganon's boss fight, yes. That is not the case, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, not the case.
I played crowd control Pokemon Blue up to Brock and beat him, and then my save file vanished. Tried to reach where I was before, and when I did, it gave me several problems, including one where all the Pokemon... one second. Including one where all the Pokemon in my PC became corrupted and crashed the game, so I'm stuck trying to find something else to do while I wait for the CC team to get back to me with a fix. You know, the game has CC support for 6+ years, and they've never seen anything like this reported. That's funny. Honestly, in a way, that's like it sucks that your shit happened, but that's kind of funny that they've never seen anything like this and they don't know what to do.
You had a special case.
Like it sucks,
Wait, can I do...
but like in a way, it's kind of hilarious.
Oh no, I don't have the same.
That reminds me of some of the AP people like not testing shit. Because like a couple months back, we were doing a AP run with my friend Star, and she was having issues with Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, and
I remember that.
and the devs didn't test anything.
I remember this.
Guess this is how Vinny Vine Sauce feels. Yeah. Also, my nose is starting to do the allergy thing. Somebody has to be doing something because my nose is doing the allergy stuff.
I've been sneezing a lot lately too, so it's not.
Somebody
just
was
you,
burning stuff outside yesterday, so that or there's a lot of pollen in the air.
The poolin. Okay. Next undernet rank is huge.
That I die yet.
Now, right now for Ocarina, I'm like guaranteed to get most of my dungeons done, unless I can't get to. If I can't get bottle with fish or bottle with fish in it, then I can't do
Mani's mass.
anything.
Nice, actually.
But because I still need my bottle
Sugar Great Bay.
and my boomerang.
I can't get in the Great Bay unless you use the one trick with the Epona, I think. Or no, I don't. It doesn't require Epona. It requires. Never mind.
All right, let's
I'm
see.
lying.
What we got?
Fuck.
Oh, a bottle. Nice. I don't know a bottle. hold. It's another mystery.
I went the wrong way. Oh,
All right, we're making progress now.
you got
Getting
this.
somewhere.
I believe in
I
you.
got a bottle. We got a couple heart pieces.
Can I
of
have that bottle?
Where no.
Oh, okay. Well, I asked.
I'm not
You
giving
can't.
you that.
You can't bother. You can't say I can't.
no.
I didn't ask.
That's true. Sorry, man. O'Donnell's
Can I have that,
oh,
please?
O'Donnell's remains.
Yeah, pet that dog.
Yeah, pet that dog. Pet that schnoggy.
I want a bottle, please. I need it. I can't.
Nah,
I.
bro.
Oh, I don't want to hit that guy.
I don't have a lot to work with. I really.
No,
need
I mean
the
that's fair, I
transformation
guess.
back. Ooh, opponents. I may have the ability to call opponents whenever I can. I mean, that'd be huge.
Can I have
don't know if I
Epona?
said it like that. That'd be cool. Can you have Epona?
Can I have Epona?
Uh,
I don't need her, but like I would take it.
What's a okay? This is a dumb question. What's a baby horse called again?
I actually used to know the name, but I don't remember.
if you can
Is it
ride
just a pony?
Epona.
No,
Yeah,
they're talking about like what a baby horse is called, not Epona itself. I used to know the name.
Term for it. Foal. Okay, thank you, Sunder.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you can ride an opponent as like a foal in this stage for as adult Link, yeah,
I mean,
you could probably swing it
maybe I will.
without her collapsing. She's a strong foal.
Maybe I will swing it.
Maybe I
Progressive
will.
Bombchu bag. Okay, that's kind of huge.
You underestimate my abilities.
Aaron didn't teach me the bomb chew stuff, but that's all right. I don't know how to do it. That's okay though. I'll live.
Oh, what we got? Jolly Joker, cool.
Alright, we got progress on the board.
That was the fastest
Oh my
Yoshi
gosh,
kill
forget
I've ever had.
the Buster is +5 with Bug Style, which is random, so it's gonna be really weird to use. I'm just gonna save because that's some huge items to get.
Alright. Decker tree's done.
Is there ever a point that your own like randomizer could BK you, or did they like? Know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like, could you?
If you have
actually
multiple
get...
games on your multi-world, then yeah.
Yeah, you can. There's definitely instances where you can. I mean, back when we first started doing AP, we would get BK'd.
Like, quite often.
Yeah, no, literally. And then we learned.
Ooh,
And then we learned, and then that never happened again. So,
We learned
Learn
about
from our mistakes here.
using progressive logic.
well, we learned about playing the game properly.
So it was a get good moment.
It was literally a get good moment. It was nothing to do with the AP itself. It had nothing to do with our settings. It was just we just didn't know every check in the games we were playing.
Oh, Mega Man, stop! You gotta stop going up. We gotta get a charge shot off.
Fucking brainstorm. Let's go.
Aaron's over here getting like all the best fucking jokers.
Oh,
in the
I
game.
got a really good Joker a minute ago. I got Troublador. I don't know if that's a good joke.
Yeah,
don't
I
remember.
got sock and photograph earlier in OT.
Oh, got another song.
I don't even know what my starting
Photograph,
deck
look
is.
at that.
Throwback. Is that what I call a skill issue?
love
True,
throwback.
true.
That was my next thing. I was like, is it just called a skill issue at that point?
It is. It is.
Oh, she got some of those other.
We love
battle
skill
chips from the
issues.
Store, but that's fine.
We got. Oh, we got Supernova. All right. I literally have the soul that I need in order to duplicate my souls and also beat Dark Souls at like level 300-400. So, because
It must be nice.
well, I can exploit Dark Souls pretty well. I've been playing Souls 1 for so many years. Mega Celestial pack. That'll give me my Celestials once I unlock one.
I really hope one of the remains is not behind like Serenade or something. I'll try. I've never beaten the Serenade boss before. Whole Meteor. Okay. I don't have any of the PT the cases do. Just a rank 10. Okay, that's fine.
We got Abandoned deck. That's another deck for me. Popcorn. Cool.
Oh, don't you show me your moves, my ass.
Show me your moves.
Come on, Mega. Okay, there we go.
Sorry.
There we go.
Alright, pot room is
Aqua
cleared.
Buff's
Time
kinda
to
not bad. That's pretty nice.
continue the rest of this. And thank you.
Cover 30 asterisks.
Alright, let's check my shops real quick.
I guess I'm just invisible. Thank goodness for bug style being
okay.
kind of busted.
Remember, there's a purple
And
rupee
I
in
never
there.
knew. Gutsman V2. Okay, that does it for I think the school checks. I don't think we have Sonic Wave W, do we? No. Blah, 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 blah. Cannon C, Longsword E. We'll do this quick check over here for the Alpha Tank. Because I need to be careful on this one.
Okay. Island Shield got. Can go cut the grass at what's it called?
10 bug fragments, huge. If I had the zoo unlocked, we'd be fine. Invisible, Invisi, asterisk. I don't think there's anything here I can check, can I? Nope. Don't have that jazz. I think I checked the doghouse already. I checked the eyes, I checked Melu's. Let's go check Higsby's. The shops aren't randomized, are they? For
Turn that song up real quick.
no. Only in Majora's. Money. Ah, whoops.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, number man. Give me some good stuff, buddy. Sub chip. Don't really need that. I don't need sub chips, bro. Trigger Woodfall. Part piece. I think that puts me up to 2 finally. HP memory. Regular memory up 2. Spin Dark. Nope. Small Key Great Bay. Red Rupee.
Wait, what was I supposed to do here?
Silver. And I have no money. Okay. Shoot. I don't have that Recover 120 in my deck, do I? I don't think it's the right. It's 120. Oh, I think they need 120S. Shoot.
What's the what's Archipelago check? How's everybody doing?
Fine.
Think I'm okay so far.
I don't know where to
Oh,
see my
man,
progress.
that-
I'm just gonna keep playing.
I mean, I'm not asking for like a progress. I'm just saying how's everybody feeling, kind of deal.
Oh,
I'm at least making progress. I'm feeling on a 6 right now. That's where I'm at. That's where I lay.
Oh fuck.
I think I might be time to switch back to Majora's already. Will not lie about that. 'Cause I just don't have means right now to get everything. If I can get to the zoo, that'd be huge. Okay. Let's switch. Again. If I can remember where I need to go. Wobbly wiggly, wobbly wiggly.
I got fucking Nehru's Love and Ferrari's win, but I didn't get fucking Din's. That's so fucked up.
Oh shoot, what was the password mean? Was that one? Okay. Let's run it back. All right, Majoras, give me something good here.
Archipelago
Here, all
Soul,
the
that'll be
money.
really good for me.
Oh my gosh, another heart! Finally.
Are you finally on more than one heart?
Yeah,
Oh fuck.
we're in there. I better play the Song of Reverse Time just in case. Let's do the rupee deposit so I can get that check out of the way. Ta-da. Next time I'm starting with a transformation mask. It's ridiculous. 2 + 2 is 4. -1 is sweet with maths.
Yep.
Oh, more money. Thanks, man. More money I can't use.
Yeah, man.
Actually, I can use, but not the way I want to. Getting 1. Bullman V3. I got 2. Flame Man, Spreader, and Kingman. I guess Kingman V3 would be fine.
Oh.
Alright, cool. The shield. Do have the bottle. I don't know the tech with it though, but you know, we're here. I don't think I can do the gap. Yeah, we don't have any other. Nope, no other items. Fooey. I guess I'll go try that thing again. Actually, I'm gonna go away to Milk Road.
Oh, another Firekeeper Soul, that's great.
Das Firekeeper.
All this grass is really helping me out. Getting so many jokers and shit. As well.
The Jongleur.
I wish Eliza was here so she could change my titles when I go back to a different game.
Same. Kind of nice.
I mean, I guess any of my mods can do it, but it's just the person I'm used to doing.
Yeah.
I honestly forgot to change my game back to fucking Balatro whenever I went over to it.
I can
It's
call
fine, I'm back on
Epona.
Melee.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, that actually. Wait, no. If I can call Epona without having to do the race, this opens up a good deal for me. Okay,
Lord Vessel.
hold.
Oh, fuck. Lord Vessel's huge.
This is Major.
If you don't know
Is
what
that
Lord
a
Vessel
pathetic thing? You're a
is,
horse.
Lord Vessel chat
Yeah,
basically allows me to teleport around in Dark Souls 1. Which is massive.
Alright, let's go, Epona. Go, Epona, go! Please.
Because now all I need in Dark Souls 1 is the 4 Lord Souls, and then I can just go fight Gwyn. So Lord Vessel's huge.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
I got Chrysogrim.
Ah, funny. Funny sword. You know, I can call Epona with the song whenever, so I don't need to, like, do, Romani.
Nice.
Check, which is kind of nice. Go, Epona, go!
I mean, you still
Go,
could,
go, go, go,
because it could be
Yo,
something.
Showman.
Showman? That's a good Joker.
That's really good for me.
Or
I love
horses.
that guy.
Yeah.
He's great. And I can,
That's how it goes,
because
though.
I have Hex on fucking, what's it called? On Ghost Deck or whatever the fuck, I can just make him a polychrome.
Speak run.
Nice. Wait, do you still start with Hex even if you don't have
with
it like
yeah,
unlocked?
no,
Sorry,
with the
Quaffles, you gotta see
deck.
horses.
If your deck has a specific thing that it comes with, you always start with that, regardless if
Yo,
it's
okay,
locked
That's
or
pretty
not.
nice.
Yeah,
Can I
no.
have that fairy?
That's why I like starting with
kinda
which one is the one that starts with the duplicate cards? Is it the Fool?
The Fools, I think it's Magic Deck.
Yeah, that is like the deck to start with. That's the one you want to start with, because if you get an Archipelago Tarot, Spectral, or the other one, Space one, it's like perfect because you can just duplicate the Archipelago cards over and over.
Oh yeah.
At least you get to see me on a cute horse, though, Quaffles.
Time to go
Alright,
to.
opponent, let's hit the Great Bay.
I might
this
just
is
go
huge.
kill
Oh,
Phantom
I got
Ganon.
banana.
Banana.
Banana. I'm surprised, Aaron, you didn't run DK.
Yeah, I've thought about it.
I was
Well,
thinking about it
surprised at
too.
that,
Funny enough. That was in the thought process. I was
Wait,
like, I
can
could run
I-
DK64, but
Can I do Meows? I can't do Meows because I don't have freaking Song of Healing. Oh, can I not skip this? Oh, I guess not. Funny Zora guitarist, the goat.
Yo, I got the wheel.
Bro is just smacking the horse
Damn.
for no reason. He has to go faster.
I'm surprised, Aaron, you haven't jumped into Balatro yet.
I'm thinking about it just because of all the crazy shit I've already gotten for it.
Yeah.
Song of Healing yet. Coffles, I promise I'm not abusing Epona.
You abusing horses?
No, I would never.
Oh, okay. I'll take you on your word then.
Coffles just saying bro was just smacking the horse for no reason when I was doing the race earlier.
You better not be abusing horses. I'll literally I'll
find
follow
you.
I'll find you. I'm gonna find you right now.
I'm gonna look for you, bro.
Knocks, you hear knocks at door. I'm here.
Knocks at door.
Guess what I found?
I found. Guess what I found? It's you.
It's you. Oh, I'm a goober. I should have hit the owl statue. That's okay. At least we have Epona to get us through these dark times.
Yo, what's up, Mito? I'm gonna Mito skip real quick.
I have 2 trophies so far.
I'm
God.
screeching. What's up, Flamel? How you doing, buddy?
Flammel, the goats.
I noticed you changed your name in Discord. So I'm going to ask the obvious obligatory question. Different names? Should I address you different? I want to make sure that I get this. Like, gotta make sure. Don't worry about that. Okay.
I
That's
love
all
how
I
you
need to
spaced
hear.
out. Don't worry about that.
Figured I'd ask.
We do have the bottle. I could. No, I don't have the
That was a failed
Try and
experiment. Fair.
swing something.
Fair. I figured I'd ask.
Da, 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 da. Wait, I missed the obvious check. I didn't go check.
If I let
Guru
myself in,
Guru.
yeah, you're good. I don't mind.
I'm
We're just
silly,
chilling.
bro.
We're doing an AP race, so you're all good.
Go for it. I did not get Guru Guru, which is okay. Flamel,
Yo.
the goat.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay. So, I was going to re-separate my oh god, I can hear myself still.
Nah, fair.
To reset my main account from my VTuber account
Yep.
once more. Or rather, for the first time since the Discord migration. And
course.
I was like, this seems like a good idea. So I went back to my old username, which is Weird Panda. I've streamed under this name, so I don't mind it being out on the airwaves or anything. But I have determined that I do not like this, and I miss having the name for Millstones on this account. So I'm just waiting for the cooldown period to end.
There's a
That's when I
cooldown
get back.
period?
Yeah, isn't it like a
There's
week or
3 days.
something?
What the fuck?
Oh,
3
3
days.
days. Never mind.
So like
Strong.
tomorrow, or like actually like tonight at midnight, I'll be able to change it back.
Fair.
Mm.
Well, I figured I'd ask just in case because I didn't know, like,
No, I super appreciate that. Mirrored Panda is like my personal handle.
Mhm.
So I use it like everywhere else. Like I bought a new like Minecraft account for VTubing stuff, but like Mirrored Panda, well, until recently I've actually changed it. But
Yeah.
was my like main Minecraft account that I've used since I started playing Minecraft.
That's fair.
Yeah. And I still use the handle in like other places. Like anything that's not VTuber related, I'll sign up with Mirrored Panda.
That is completely fair. I understand.
Is this Ship of Arcanian? It has to be.
It is.
Okay.
It is actually because they got the no logic support out. And it's honestly, I feel like some people take no logic as like, oh, you can't beat it. No, I've won every single run that I played of this.
Wait, what did they add? Discord shout out on me.
Dang it.
Are you talking about the thing on the top left of my stream?
No. You said they got and then cut out.
Oh, so they added no logic to Ship of Arcanian for Archipelago because it came out like what, like early last
It
month?
was like a month
Aaron?
ago.
It count?
Yeah. So the Archipelago for it came out like last month, and
Yeah, 731.
Yeah, and so every no logic run I've done so far never lost at all, and it's the easiest thing in the world. So
Yeah, I'm waiting for the logic to come out because while I can do some of the like skips and stuff, I'm a very easily frustrated person.
I'm gonna be real. A lot of the time you don't even have to do the skips.
That's pretty handy.
So
I might look into it. I might just wait for the because I don't like I've never liked BizHawk for Ocarina of Time.
there is talk that that's gonna be replaced with the ship one once the logic's added in.
Yeah, I've been following the channel because
Yeah.
The Ocarina of Time is not being maintained, and it just happens to still work. But I've always had
It's dog
umbrage
shit.
with how how dog shit BizHawk runs, and every time I've ever brought it up in my normal Archipelago groups, they're like, "What are you talking about? It runs perfectly fine for me." I'm like, "Good for you. It's still dog shit.
Good for
BizHawk is
you.
still dog
It's
shit."
still bad.
Yeah.
No, I actually prefer this over the co-op one, but I like doing the co-op one. I just like this one more because it's fun.
Yeah. I've been spoiled by the Majora's Mask recomp randomizer.
Yeah.
It's basically Ship of Arcanian, but for Majora's Mask. It just doesn't have as many bells and whistles because
Yeah,
it's
of
Majora's
course.
Mask and it's always the fucking unloved redheaded stepchild.
Yeah. There needs to be
My
more
favorite game,
games. We need fucking. I'm still waiting for Resident Evil 5.
Devil May Cry 3 has beta support, and I've been
That's
spending my
crazy,
time
actually.
practicing my Royal Guard.
Let's go.
Did you see that?
I don't usually
Are you big into MMOs, Flammel? You play Final Fantasy 14.
I on and off, yeah.
WoW has support, kind of.
Oh, yeah, that
For
one
the-
wouldn't
for the
interest me.
free-to-play.
I've never been a WoW player.
It's worth it.
I was gonna say it's for the free to play, but it's on the fucking main branch of WoW, and I'm like, ew.
Weird.
If it was on Classic, I'd be like, okay.
I've never played. I played WoW like
Did you play during BC and Lich King?
no.
Oh.
I remember I was. Let's see. I'm trying to do some quick math. It was 17 years ago.
Okay. So probably around like Mists of Pandaria, maybe Lich King.
Just before Mr. Pandaria, because I
Okay,
remember
so it was the one
someone
before
giving
that.
me a Mr. Pandaria.
Cataclysm. Probably.
there you go.
Yeah.
I played the free trial, not knowing that it was a free trial. Got to level 20, couldn't continue, and said, "Fuck this game."
Yeah, no, that's where the free to play ends, and it's been like that since I think Lich King or BC.
Yeah.
BC
I
and Lich
believe
King
that.
is like where the game kind of peaked. I'm gonna be real. And that's
I've
really
been
the sad
following-
reality.
I've been following a few games. Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts DDD, is
Yeah.
making some really good progress. Kingdom Hearts 3 is making some serious progress. I actually popped my head in there and directed them to. acquaintances with a modder named Dahlin, who
Yeah.
does a lot of map modding and like custom Keyblade commissions. I've actually commissioned him for a few things. Really
Oh.
swell guy. I've directed them towards him for asking some questions about like if they need it. So I, very high hopes for Kingdom Hearts 3.
You see they're working on Baldur's Gate 3?
Yes,
I'm very curious about that one.
that'll be fun.
I seen that Pikmin 1, like, somebody just fucking dropped, like, in Pikmin 1, they were like, yeah, actually, I've just went and done this. And I was like, damn.
It's really funny when people do that.
It's like, because, like, that's what happened with Pikmin 2. Pikmin 2 got the same treatment. I was like, and because, like, I'm very much, like, against some of the APs that are out there. I don't particularly like the Jets of Time stuff for Chrono Trigger. Because I don't like where it starts you.
I'm curious because I've never played either of those games. What do you mean?
So Chrono Trigger has AP support, but it's through the Jets of Time randomizer. And I don't particularly like how it is because it starts you like after you do like the first act of the game, and I'm like, I don't like that. I'd rather just start from the very beginning.
Oh yeah, I get that.
I'm kind of the same way with Earthbound, but Earthbound doesn't do that. It actually lets you start from the very beginning, but last time I played Earthbound, they had just added so that you can start as any character and you just get teleport. Because, if you start as Jeff, you don't have any PSI,
Yeah. Kingdom Hearts 1 kind of does something similar where you skip the Destiny Island segments, but that's more out of necessity than anything.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you need a lot of those quality of life for a lot of those games.
There's nothing in Destiny because Destiny Islands, every item there is technically unmissable.
Mhm.
And they've currently got a beta open, and I've played with it a little bit, but I haven't done it enough to have experienced this firsthand. They've added a way to go to Destiny Island, so Destiny Island stuff can be in Logic.
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool, but I still think making it not a mandatory mandatory to do that whole opening segment is actually kind of nice.
Yeah. I've been wanting to do the Kingdom Hearts one because I haven't played Kingdom Hearts in many years, so
they're my go-tos for Archipelago.
Fuck. I want to play it, but I gotta buy the games, so.
I'll keep an eye on when they go on sale, and
I'm also trying to, because like there's other Archipelago games where I'm like, oh, I would love to do this, like Baldur's Gate, because I've never played Baldur's Gate, but I would do it AP. Then obviously I'm still waiting for Resident Evil 5. And there was talk of Helldivers 2. And I've kind of like I guided them a little bit. I was like, oh well, you could do it as like a third-party application to connect to Helldivers because you can't like they're like Arrowhead's cool with like cosmetic mods and stuff, but they're not particularly a fan of game altering. So I would just be like, just connect it with third-party program. The problem is that you wouldn't be able to just spawn shit in.
It'd be more like a manual.
Exactly. And I'm thinking, like, you could technically, if you really wanted to, make it a hint game.
Yeah.
Because then you could just use that as, like, a hint game. Because there's probably not a whole lot you could do with Helldivers.
I've been, so there are a couple games that I've tried recently in Archipelago I would not recommend.
Yeah.
Actually just one. Power Wash Simulator.
I played Power Wash Simulator. I actually like it.
I like it. I have a massive problem with it though, which is it adds a massive number of checks.
Yes.
And then
You should play Shadow.
It's to the point where they have a config to determine how much of that filler gets put in your own game.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that.
But I have been playing
that,
Hollow Knight, so I can A, play Silk Song, and B, play Hollow Knight for an Archipelago run.
Yeah.
And Silk Songs had a thread before the game even released.
Yeah, no, I saw. So and I'm gonna be real. I said this the other day on stream. I think it might have been yesterday. I honestly, at this point, I view the people who are obsessed with Silksong and Hollow Knight in general in the same vein that I view Ocarina of Time and Zelda people, because they immediately were like, let's get this shit working for, because like, you know how fucking Zelda was whenever they were doing like the all the randomizers for Ocarina of Time and Majora's. It's the same thing with Silksong. They're like that level of obsessed.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And they're like already trying to get the AP for it. Because Hollow Knight already has an AP. But they want to add support for the DLC. Which, is Silksong just its own game at this point, or what's the deal on that?
Silksong's entirely its own game.
Oh,
It's $20 on Steam.
that's actually great. I did see the price thing. I remember hearing about the price thing, and I was like, damn, people are gonna be eating this shit up.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, it crashed every digital storefront.
I remember. I was
one.
there. I was there watching it fucking, because I tried to open up Steam that morning, and it was like, no.
I ended up buying it. I wasn't gonna get it because Hollow Knight didn't click with me originally.
Mm-hmm. It still hasn't clicked with me,
but-
to be fair.
Well, now
liked
that I've
it.
played a lot because I played Metroid Dread, I played Metroid Fusion, and Super Metroid, and now I kind of get it.
Yeah.
So that, and I've also played a few Souls-like projects, which Hollow Knight takes some inspiration from some of their mechanics, and it just all clicks with me now. It's still hard, and I get frustrated, so I have to play it in bursts. But
No,
Also-
that's fair.
sorry to Ari, Armin, now so we're just kind of talking over y'all, not giving y'all a word in edgewise.
It's okay. I'm
focusing.
locked in right
We're
now.
just focused in, yo. It's all
Yeah.
good, big dog.
Just wanted to make sure because I kind of just came in here and it feels like I've monopolized the conversation.
It's no sweat gang.
I mean, to be
David
fair,
here.
we
Anyway, about
yapping.
me.
We be yapping though. To be fair, that's kind of what we do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the job description. Speaking of, oh man, I actually haven't talked about this too much. But I have my 2.0 model rigged and
No?
ready. Yeah. I did put it on my Twitter. Here, let me go.
If I had a Twitter account still, I would look, but
Yeah, well, I can embed it to where you can look at it without being on Twitter.
you should post it on Blue Sky.
I should. I don't use my Blue Sky a whole lot.
You should. It's great.
But
A lot of cool stuff over there.
HP memory.
I'll put it in Collabo chat,
Yo.
but it should embed just fine. I know Kai's seen it because Kai liked the post.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that. I'm very curious about that. Let me Okay, let me pull this up real quick. I want to see this.
No rush.
Because I'm already almost I'm
We'd have
trying to get it. Yo. Let me see this. Oh wait, I think I did see this. I think you might have showed it to me at one point.
I might have shown you
A
the artwork,
brief.
but this is the it fully rigged.
Kai is not here. Kai was mentioned though.
I was mentioned, yes.
Not this game again. Arm, what are you doing?
What do you mean? I'm back on Balatro.
There's nothing wrong with playing Balatro.
I
Oh,
might.
I'm playing Balatro right now.
I plan on doing streaming stuff again Thursday. I'm gonna be doing some Kerbal Space Program stuff.
Yo, hey, Kerbal Space Program's getting worked on for AP.
Well then,
I know.
I'm gonna have to keep my eye on that. I have a friend who he works at the observatory that discovered.
He works
Pluto.
at Kerbal Space Program?
No, well, yes, but also
Oh.
no. But he's
Breathe
a big
returns.
space fan and everything, and he asked if I would play Kerbal Space Program on stream, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!"
Fuck it.
And I
Why
decided I'm
not?
gonna make it my return stream.
No, that's a good game to
So-
return on. So,
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure he could make it, so my return stream is gonna be Thursday.
yo, exciting stuff.
And then after that, I'll probably be hitting you guys up because, like I said, I've been practicing my Devil May Cry 3.
Yeah, no.
Because it's got an AP world, and I
I'm-
absolutely would love to. do it.
I'm always down for more people joining for AP.
Yeah.
How many times I've
I've-
beaten
I've
Ocarina with Aaron at this point?
Oh, he
I've
just has a
considered
one-tap
At
talking-
dance.
least a lot.
I've considered poking my head in a few times, and joining, but I didn't want to be like I wasn't in a position where I felt comfortable being in a call or anything. Like I just
No, that's fair.
not in the headspace for it, and I was like, it's kind of part of the fun for a sync run.
No, that's completely fair. I mean, to be fair, I don't mind people coming in and yapping and stuff like with us. That's what we do. Like the whole thing.
Yeah, well, this was the first time I was like, I want to hang out in the VC for a little bit, at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
My friend might do an art, like a Discord art stream, and he might end up doing one of my commissions, so I might go play.
Yeah, no, you're always welcome in here. I've been trying to get Nim to fucking hop in, but she had computer troubles lately, so
Yeah, she told me about it, and she was not happy. And to be real, I so badly wanted to like drop everything and give it to her, like give her whatever she needed to replace it. But I'm not liquid right now. I've been out of work for a year.
yeah.
And I finally have a job lined up.
I've tried to guide her for like PC stuff as best I can, but
Yeah.
it's rough. Like she was talking about getting something from I believe her dad, and I don't know if those plans fell through or what the deal was, but
They probably just haven't
you know.
happened yet. Her dad's pretty reliable about that kind of thing.
that's true.
Mhm.
But I've been
What are you
wanting to
trying
get
to
her.
accomplish here?
Oh, I'm doing a skip in Force Temple to basically spawn me into the boss room without needing anything else.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
it's just
seeing-
it's not an easy skip. I struggle with it because I can never remember the proper steps, so I just kind of trial and error.
My only thought runs to your game's running at too high a frame rate because that's
Oh
Breath of the
no,
Wild
I've done this a few times.
has that. Yeah, no, I figured. Breath of the Wild doing the shield clip glitch is tied to your frame rate, so having it at 60 actually makes it a lot harder.
It's just I can never remember the last step to the thing, and so I just kind of trial and error until I get it because I forget how to do it every time.
That makes sense.
I've gotten pretty good at it the first few steps, but it's just I just don't remember it half the time.
It happens.
But I'd like to learn how to do stuff like bomb hover, but that's a lot of work, and I don't want to do that. Fuck. Yeah, once I get this, then I have another dungeon done, and then I just got like 2 more dungeons to do, and then I just gotta get Ganon Key and light arrows and magic, and then I'm good. And then I got 2 more games to run. Balala and Dark Souls. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can get this shit. This is rough. I don't like doing this skip, but it's like if I'm not gonna get my bottle, then I need to do this like this. Arm's always pulling cards and it works. Arm,
Balatro Gaming.
how goes your card pulling, Arm?
Shit.
Nah, you're pulling cards and it works. Fuck, I keep
I'm
forgetting
on the
to
boss
roll.
blind of Anti 7.
Hey, that's pretty good. You're fucking further than I was.
Well, it's on blue deck.
Oh.
Getting
Yeah, no, that's
farther
pretty
than I
rough.
did on checkered.
Ah, fuck. I fucked this one up really bad.
Go team. I guess.
Ah, fuck. I hate doing the skip. I really gotta relearn how to do this, like, properly so I can get this every time.
Can I just not get a fucking debuffed pair, please, game?
I'm gonna look into this Kerbal Space Program thing so I can tell Spino.
I don't know how far into development it is, but I do know that, like, that was one of the games I was looking at, and Monster Hunter World has its alpha, so... And I'm really curious about that one, but I know that one's heavy on, like, Iceborne and shit, and I don't really want to buy the DLC for that.
This was
Well,
a flop.
they
God
started
damn
work
it.
on in-game UI.
For Kerbal.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. I think for Arm, I think he's waiting on Left 4 Dead. And to be fair, I'm still waiting on that too.
Left 4 Dead would be fun.
Left 4 Dead's gonna be great when it comes out. That shit's gonna be worked on for a hot minute though. Come on.
I showed him it and he immediately went, "They what?" Ping me in that thread.
Go play Left 4 Dead? No, that's not part of the lineup that I have.
No, but you should though.
Left 4 Dead is a good game, but we're not playing Left 4 Dead. We're doing a race.
A Rase.
If Arm loses, we don't even know what's gonna happen if he loses. We don't even know what's gonna happen if somebody wins. We haven't decided that. We haven't went that far.
I have too much of a
Fuck the lineup.
reputation
Play
of
Left 4 Dead.
winning it. Fuck the lineup. Play Left 4 Dead. No. I can't.
Another time.
Also, now the game wants to fuck me. Alright.
Hey, don't worry. You're not the only one getting fucked here. Worst Tempo is not letting me glitch into the boss right now. I'm struggling.
Just getting money.
Oh,
Fuck.
if only I had card enhancements, the vampire would be nice.
You should go play the lottery in Smash Brothers.
I did.
Oh,
me
that's
clinch.
big. Oh, that's huge. I got the bow.
Yo.
Nice.
I got the hero's bow. We can actually do stuff now.
That will be a menace.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna save. It's very nice. Yeah, back to what Flamel was talking about earlier about Kingdom Hearts. I would love to also learn Kingdom Hearts as well.
Yeah, they're good times. I for Dream Drop Distance, I've talked with the person developing it, and I mentioned just to plant the seed of, oh, it'd be really cool if you could set it up to where you could do a run entirely only playing as Sora or only playing as Riku, because I really don't want to play
Yeah.
as Sora.
True.
And they said that that's something that they're planning on working on. Right now, they're doing all the logic and everything, working out bugs with Sora.
You know what you
and
should
then
do?
just-
Mhm.
You should
Putting
plant
it
the
on
seeds
Riku.
inside of everybody that's making an AP's head to do what they do with DK64 and automatically update without having to re-download shit. I'm so fucking
Great.
like, because like when you do DK64, if there's an update for it, it asks you, hey, there's an update. You want to automatically update? I'm like, yeah.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Why would I not?
What other
so-
games have I been looking
The
forward
Pop
to?
Tracker does that too.
Spyro
Why don't
3
more-
is getting one.
Spyro 1 has support. I've been telling myself I'm going to do it at some point.
Hollow Cure has gotten a little bit of look at.
I've
I would
seen
really
that.
love Hollow Cure.
Hey, I'm gonna be real, y'all. Now that I got the bow, my mind is like frayed on what I need to do. I'm gonna be honest. I gotta figure out what I gotta go do. Also, I guess they
I
gave
put-
me the 1,000 rupee wars. Good.
Fuck.
I tried Smash Bros. Melee. Am I the only one who wasn't like super impressed?
Arm's doing
Hey,
it
was
tonight.
fun. Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
I
Not like
I
right
just-
now, but like currently.
It's not that I wasn't impressed with what the Archipelago asks of me. It's more that I'm just unimpressed with Melee anymore.
I think Ultimate ruined a lot of that for people, and Project M.
I never
Hmm.
played on Project M.
I didn't either,
um,
but I've always heard people talk about
It's
it.
better.
Ultimate.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck me, dude.
I
Game
like I
enhancement.
was playing back on
Fuck.
For real.
I was playing with a GameCube controller
Wow.
even because I have an adapter that works with my PC,
Mhm.
and
This is wasting time.
it just
Sweet.
it didn't
What an idea.
it felt so sluggish. I'm like, how do people like this?
So
I don't
with Melee, it really does not like if we have multiple inputs being inputted at the same time. And so that's why you get a lot of people doing like custom modded like pro rated GameCube controllers so that especially with their thumbstick and C stick, there's not a lot of like
Fuck.
snapback on it whenever you're like kind of flicking the fucking thumbstick around. It like if there's already an input happening, you can't buffer another one. It will not do it. You have to. It like the game will see there's no inputs happening. I can make an input now. But if there's an input currently happening, I can't do another input.
It
You
doesn't
have to be
skew or
overly
cancel input.
precise. It's overly precise.
I don't like that.
It makes it feel really stiff.
Yeah. It's definitely not my vibe.
Oh heck
Completely
no! Why do we have
understandable.
gyro controls built in? How do I turn this off?
Which game?
For Majora's, I can actually aim with my PlayStation controller.
You could probably turn that
Oh,
off in the settings.
I've never ran into that. I always use my Bluetooth N64 controller.
I don't know why it's doing this, but you know, we ball.
Fuck.
That's disgusting. I mean, it's probably more accurate, but it's still disgusting.
You probably still
This
turned off
feels-
though.
All right, that's one deck.
This feels
It's-
rough.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like a sin.
No, I
That's
got
my
this.
one
Hold
and
on.
only deck that I have available to me.
Damn.
Damn it, Aaron.
I'm actually doing this.
Fuck.
Now what? I guess back to OT. I did get Requiem of Spirit.
Yeah, man.
Steve, why you no watch it? Watch what? What am I supposed? What am I
They
supposed to
clipped
watch?
something for you.
Steve,
Because-
watch this.
Arm is, to be
Clip.
fair, currently streaming.
Clipped just for you.
I'm
Clipped for
Balatro.
her pleasure.
I forgot if I had to do this minigame
You
twice.
fucking
or once.
tased the
I can't-
microphone?
I
What
can't
the
remember.
That was rolling my stick because I got ice
Although on
trapped.
Yufii stream though. But for you and Yufii, I'll
Hey,
get
we got a perfect.
I'll take a look at it in a minute.
Yeah, it's like using the gyro built in.
I gotta
PS4
get this
controller,
first.
So that's really weird.
extra large blind. No
Fuck
game,
me.
fuck off.
And I still somehow got a perfect Sora mask.
Damn.
Yeah.
I love hearing my friends being successful.
I'm not being successful right now, man.
Hey, I still have two
Spoon-feeding
hearts, man.
myself straight dirt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. The tone and voice that you had for that sounded exactly like my buddy, and I got really confused about the voice chat I was in.
Wait, me?
Yeah.
If you
Sora
wanna,
mask.
if you wanna know how to clip,
I love being fucked sideways, Gordon.
if you wanna know how to clip, it's in the bottom right of the thing,
I need to save.
bottom right of the video player,
I don't lose my progress.
and then you just clip whatever moments that you know, whatever moments you
Whatever
think
moments that you enjoy.
are, that you think are great.
I don't know how I did that, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why it read it like that. It's so weird, but
Oh, so close.
oh well.
I don't think I'm gonna get it right here.
I
Or
heard
if
young
it's only
link from
through the
somebody.
bombers.
Who was it?
It's probably me. Unless you unlock Young
I
Link
can
from
hear
somebody.
it very faintly.
Oh.
It has to be
funny.
from him because I definitely am playing adult right now.
That's funny.
Unless
Now
Aaron
it
is
gives me a
playing Zelda
fucking
now.
Pair? Jeez.
I just switched to OT, but there's no way my game
Shit's
sound
picking
should
it
be
up,
picking
yeah.
on my mic.
Oh, this is gonna suck because I don't have boogers to stop
I'm
the
built
bomber
different,
kids, bro.
So
Yup.
Another game that's getting AP support is fucking
I got this.
Persona 5, which is wild to me.
Yeah.
That's
I
I
kind of
don't
like it
I
though.
don't play Persona, but you know, I support it.
I kind of hope Persona 3 gets support because I feel like if you just set it to where you're on the last day, but level 1, so you can just go through all of Tartarus.
That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah,
No,
man.
Times more.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love it.
Wait, can I get up there? Wait, hold.
Oh, fuck, dude. I'm just getting
Because I don't
so
have the
close
Deku
to it.
mask, I can't get up there. Wait, I could just wait. No, if I go inside, then it penalizes me. I think. I wonder if I can try and
I'm on
swing
like 7
something.
skill tones.
Yeah, because it's the bomber's code, so it's the bomber's check. But if I go inside, I think it locks me out.
Archipelago. Oh, so
Hi,
we're all
Levy.
running races,
'Cause I don't have
Levy.
the
So
thingy.
all our games are
Check this
separate
out.
from one another.
It's just an archipelago item from.
Yeah,
the
it's an
planets.
archipelago item that'll help arms specifically. All our games are separate from one
Oh,
another.
chat, clip
so,
that. That was beautiful. That was
know.
huge. I did not know I could do that, and I'm glad I did that.
Because it's an archipelago race, so our games are randomized into our own games. I'm doing 3 games. Arm's doing 3 games. Ari and Aaron are doing 2 games.
I'm doing 3.
Oh, never mind. You're doing 3. So
So everybody's doing
they're all-
3 but me.
they're all doing games that are randomized into themselves. So Arms,
Right.
Melee, Balala, and Minish Cap are randomized into itself. Into those 3 games, and vice versa with everything else.
Dude, I need to go back to that moment. That was sick. I threw the cuckoo on top of the little fence where one of the bombers is, and I was like, I think I can fly over there without the mask, can I? You can do that. It was huge. That was sick. Alright, we got the bomber check finally.
Oh, I'm gonna get this
Give me
force
give me
blast thing
Give me the
soon.
code. I don't want the bloopy.
Fuck, dude.
Ooh.
I've
This
got to
is-
get
I've
this
never
fucking.
done an Archie race before, but they seem interesting.
We haven't even
I have
just.
too much
I
fun
don't even know what
just-
the reward's gonna be for whoever wins. We haven't thought that far.
We haven't thought that far.
Oh, thank God I got past the needle.
Last time it was
Ah!
emote related, and I already got my emote done by Aaron. So
That's the code, my mans. Let me in. I gotta go trade in the moon's tier and all that jazz.
No, my banana.
My
fuck,
banana.
dude.
All right, I can quick slot the Zora mask.
Oh,
I
God,
almost
dude.
forgot. Swag. I see why people like this now.
Good night, Levy.
Good night,
Later,
Levy. Thank you for stopping by.
Bye.
Much appreciated.
Banana? Yeah, my
What?
banana fucking joker that I had up here.
Wait, hold. I wonder if I can like arrow him from
Fuck,
here.
dude.
I might be able to get away with that. Oh my gosh, aiming with the bow, I'm gonna have a headache. I gotta turn this off next time.
You probably still can't. Here, let me pop up and you're playing the Majora's Mask recomp, right?
Correct the moon wheel.
Give me a second.
Fuck.
I'll pop it open on my end. That way it doesn't interrupt your game.
No,
flow.
I fucked it.
Hey man, that's okay.
So it has to be done while you're in game. Solo. New session. Yeah, sure. Just fucking generate it.
No. I have to pull up the fucking skip for this just so I can remember how to do this. I've gotten every step except for the last part.
Die.
It's been a hot minute. A couple days since I've done this skip.
Okay, so if you just hit escape under the general controls, just set gyro sensitivity to 0,
Swag.
and that should get you covered.
Cool. Just hit escape dirt like in the game.
Yeah, and it'll pull up the
There we go.
recomp menu.
Gyro sensitivity 0. And accept. Huge. Appreciate.
No problem. I was figured it'd be better if I did it instead of you trying to fiddle around while streaming.
True. I don't know. Yeah, I was like, why is the gyro sensitivity control? Like, I somehow that's how I did the forest shooting gallery, but I was like, why is this on?
You're a braver man than me. I
I like
turn
how I
off
did that.
shooting galleries and all of the fucking Ocarina or Zelda games. I fucking hate doing the mini games.
I love
Yeah.
the mini game.
I need to this reminds me, I need to update my AP worlds or my YAMLs.
And your
For-
AP, probably your archipelago launcher too, yeah?
No, I'm on the beta 6.3.
I was gonna say, like,
Yeah. No, I need to update my my YAMLs though to exclude for the Birth by Sleep runs, I've excluded Disneytown because Disneytown is pain and suffering. But I also
Real.
need to exclude the Keyblade Graveyard because the only way to get to there is beat, your clear condition.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with bosses being locked there, but I really don't want to have like someone's important item in the Keyblade Graveyard because I'm just gonna fucking ignore it and go for the bosses.
Yeah.
Wait, you said you're coming back to streaming Thursday, yeah?
Thursday.
What are you doing on the 15th?
Yo, chat, watch that be a filler item.
I don't think I'm doing anything on Monday. Monday.
All the way here.
Well, we're gonna do an AP thing on Monday next week.
Sounds good. It means
It's gonna
I can
be,
do Devil May Cry.
It's gonna be like a community. Like, we're potentially gonna be doing like a community AP thing where we bring in like regulars from chat and stuff to do like a
Yo, another
like a big
deck.
AP thing.
No, that sounds fucking fire.
So
I'd be down. I probably won't stream that, but
yeah,
I'll be
no,
down
you're all
to
good.
participate, and I'll play Devil May Cry, and you guys can listen to me get frustrated.
'Cause I
at
wanna
the
bring
fact
it-
that I
I wanna
suck at
bring
Royal
in-
Guard.
I want to bring in chat to do like AP with us as like a community thing.
Yeah,
So-
I love that. I love that idea. I started streaming with the intention of community, like I started streaming inspired by fucking Doug.
Fair.
So
Mm.
that kind of explains where I feel about what I feel about chat participation and how important the community is.
Exactly. I mean, there's another thing outside of AP that I was wanting to do with chat at some point, and that's I want to do Coils of Bahamut raid.
Ooh.
I've been wanting to, because I've never done that raid for one, and I wanted to experience that specifically with chat. So, once I find enough people who are actually like people who play Final Fantasy 14, that is, 'cause there's not enough people in the world that play Final Fantasy 14. They're too busy
I haven't
ERPing
used the raid in
and
a
fucking
while.
Balmung.
Tell me what to do. Tell me how to live my life.
Exactly.
Waffles, you're the top clipper right now.
Top clipper.
Let's
That's crazy.
Fix that. I'm gonna make random clips.
Please
I'm
don't
gonna say
make.
just start spamming it.
No.
Listen, I usually take my clips and I post them as shorts, so please.
Just
Oh, same.
Don't worry. That is
A
also
clip
what
of
I
pure
do.
silence.
Fuck.
What about pure silence, huh?
To
A
just
clip of
make
pure
clip-
silence?
Just to make a clip of pure silence, post it on
No, that was my
shorts.
last one.
Listen, I would do it if it was
Your
like just
analytics
because.
go to hell.
We gotta run that back. I need money.
She said she's gonna be gone for 15 minutes. Don't know how
That
long
was
it's
supposed to
been.
be a
It's
perfect.
certainly been
I
a span of
almost had
time.
it. Run that back.
Oh, hey, this is a good song, Aaron. You would love this.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's a Metal Gear Rising song.
nice.
I gotta play Metal Gear Rising again at some point. If it gets AP, I'm 100% playing it again. I need that excuse.
No, I want
know,
to
I'll be
withdraw rupees.
Because it was just such a fun fucking series that we did. Like, that particular game was so fun to, like, just RP in. It fucked up my voice, but, like, it was great. It was worth it. I wanna continue-
I'm gonna
Continue 5.
go ahead and slip out. It was good chatting with y'all. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, have a good one,
Bye.
Flamo.
I gotta do the dang Octorok mini game again.
I was
'Cause
gonna
I
say,
didn't get
what's AP update? How's everybody doing?
Good.
No.
Good
Yeah.
that I have a bow.
Aaron, how you doing, Aaron?
He's locked in.
Real.
Oh
I'm still,
We
I'm
got
still,
Cristegrim and he's fine.
I'm still at the Force Temple trying to glitch into the boss, and I'm struggling. It's like, I don't know why. It's just been a rough time trying to glitch into
Have
the
you been
boss.
doing that for a hot minute since?
Like
we've
a
been chatting or
hot
something?
minute.
Oh.
Like, Flammel joined as I was doing it, like starting to do it.
I don't know what to tell you, big dog.
It's rough. It's like actually rough.
Okay.
Aaron, how you doing?
I just had to use the bathroom for a sec.
Oh, you're good. What's the AP update on your end? How you
I
doing?
thought you were like really fucking locked in.
Doing a tiny bit more in OT. I did get another deck for Balatro, so I might just pivot right back over to that.
Honestly, if I can get this fucking force boss, I might end up fucking
Ocarina.
doing that too.
And Zelda's all by.
Oh, that's crazy. I've been trying to clip into this boss since Flamel joined, and I've not been able to do it. It's literally that rough. Oh, is that
Damn.
Metalingus?
That's how it goes.
We love Metalingus.
Oh yeah, fire plus 30 asterisk chip, not bad.
Oh my god,
You know
dude.
we have aqua style, so I don't really need that. Sure. I was trying to do the honey and darling shop.
I'm gonna fucking look up the thing for this
Oh, it's
skip
10 rupees.
later, and I'm just gonna fucking practice it every single time until I can get it perfect. Because I keep fucking it up somehow.
Nope, I missed one. No, come back.
There's some shit I definitely should have practiced before doing more OT.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I'm over here with my childhood game being like, what's practice? I think I remember where things are.
There's some glitches that I want to practice, and I just keep fucking it up. I need to practice Mido Skip more. Mido Skip's a big
I
one.
only have 2 pair as my upgradable fucking hand. I have it to, what, level 28 right now?
Jesus.
That's good.
I'm on anti 6.
Come on, bomb shoot, clutch, please, please.
Oh my god, it keeps going down the
Please.
wrong fucking, like, part of the ledge. I need to figure out what the thing is for this. I'm pulling this up, because I can't fucking...
By a mere millisecond, I got that. Holy cow. What the heck? Snowhead Stray Fairy, okay.
I'm just gonna do this glitch. I gotta pull it up, just so I can see what the fucking deal is.
Not too shabby. It's still first day. What other first day checks were there with the bow? I don't think much.
Okay.
Ta-da. I don't think I can talk to bro here because he needs the moons tier. Yeah, he needs the moons tier. We ain't got that. We ain't got that, bro. Sorry. I guess I'll head back to Woodfall because I think I can get through. Oh no, I don't have the Sonata. I don't have
Sonata?
I don't have the Sonata of Awakening
Frank
to do Woodfall
Sonata. As opposed to Frank Sinatra.
yet.
Damn, I didn't know you could go and get yourself a fucking
I
car
guess.
in Zelda.
The car.
That's how I do it. Okay. Okay, let
I think
me...
I can at least open up the way to the Deku Palace, I think. I just can't do Woodfall Temple yet. I mean, I probably could, but I don't want to risk it.
God damn it.
Oh, I for sure can do this. Hold. We're in there. Alright, Rezora's Mask, help me out here, bro. Give me a helping hand. Like
Dude,
the
it
Pokemon
keeps
move.
fucking...
Do these guys do that with the flippers?
It keeps doing that. I can't fucking...
I think I still
gotta
take
really...
the poison damage, though, which is gonna be bad. Oh, I guess... Oh, nope, yeah. Never mind.
No, I'm on NT8! Ah!
Yeah, I still take the poison damage. That's unfortunate. And I don't have a lot of health. It's kind of funny.
Fuck, man.
But it's also kind of messed up.
The way the short did it, it was like side hop into the fence, make sure you're in the corner, and then just turn and don't do a full turn. And I'm like, dog, I'm not doing that. I know how to do the fucking first steps.
I ain't doing all that, man.
Just get me on the fucking ledge and I can figure it out from there. Damn, Searbot just killed somebody. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, they did.
I
Shadow
fucking-
Temple.
Killed
Full
that.
Expedition
Ferocious
PDR
wind.
7F.
I don't want magic.
Fuck you.
There we go. I figured it out.
Cleric
It's
Expedition
I
33.
have to not press anything and just neutral roll. What the fuck?
Neutral roll? There's a neutral roll?
When you
Uh-oh.
hold Z target and press A, you just do what's
Yeah,
known
you
as
just do neutral roll.
where you barely go
Oh,
anywhere.
you're right. Yeah.
Come on, Link, get over there. You can do it. I believe.
Uh-oh. I might
Darn.
have accidentally done something crazy. Okay, let me
I'm gonna swing
I
my
may
way
or may
back
not have
to
done that in the wrong order.
Locktown,
Let me
'cause I
fix
don't have
that.
enough health. I wonder who changed that.
I figured it out though. Now I know. It's just neutral roll.
Neutral.
Can you fucking stop hitting me? Bitch.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the treasure chest with Zora's now. Okay, I can do that now.
Alright, I'm gonna kill this boss and I gotta
Oh
get
my
up for
God,
a
are
minute.
you
After I
kidding
fucking get
me?
in there again. Now I know how to do it though.
Ah, why did you do that game?
Alright.
Yes! Okay.
You beat one deck?
I beat a deck.
Nice.
There we go. Alright, I'm in the boss. Now I'm gonna kill Phantom Ganon and then I'm going to do whatever the fuck else I want. I'm gonna get up
I
for a
only
minute.
have checker deck now. I need more decks unlocked.
Play other games, dog.
I'm going to.
You have Minish Cap, man.
I do have Minish Cap.
You haven't
for
touched
later.
You haven't touched your Minish Cap.
He's letting it gain
Babe,
power
you haven't
over
touched your
time.
Minish Cap. It's getting cold.
I should head to Snowhead, I think, is the next move. No, I'm not gonna do that. I lied. I'm gonna head to...
Damn. Why did you lie like that?
I'm gonna head to the other way and go do... I think I can do the beaver. No, I can't. I don't have the hook shot. Wait, no, you don't need the hook shot for beavers.
Why would you lie like this?
I don't think so. Why would you lie? Why would you do such a thing? Great, thanks.
Oh, just hit the
Man.
man.
This sucks having 3 hearts, chat. Or 2 hearts. I don't even have 3. Wait, can I go do the eels check? At the
Alright,
seahorse
Phantom
rock?
Ganon's literally dead. I
Wait, I
killed him
can't,
in
no.
first phase.
JK. Wait, let me actually see if I can
First
do
set
that.
of that.
Just out of curiosity. Wow. I could go to pirates. I wish I had the stone mask though.
Alright. I will be right back.
Okay. Wait, I can't do pirates because I don't have the hook shot. Dang it. I'm gonna try and do Pinnacle Rock though. I don't know if it's gonna be correct. I'm gonna try though. I don't have the bottle, but it's okay. I don't think I need the bottle. Or not the bottle, the seahorse. Da, 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 da. There it is. You know, you don't need the seahorse. You only need the seahorse for, like, the unlock. That's what it is. Dang it, I almost had it.
Oh, there we go. Cool.
Mm. Mm. Can I just go
Alright.
for it? Okay, sweet.
Oh, okay. Any updates? How are
Yeah.
things going over there?
At least I can finally swim in the water.
Cool.
That's the big thing. I gotta fight all the eels. I only have 1 bottle though, so I'll have to come back for the eggs later. I remember how to do
Alright.
this.
Grab this fairy,
Whoa.
and then we're gonna go
There we go.
kill fucking Dodongo. And then I just literally need to get a bottle, and then I can go and kill Jabu once I get Boomerang. So. Or if I get fucking Hammer and Fire Temple Bosky, get that done. I still don't have bombs, surprisingly. I could switch back to Balatro, to be fair. I've got 3 of my decks. If I get another deck, I want to try to switch to Balatro. Because I still have a whole lot in Ocarina I haven't been able to do, because I've just been fucking around in fucking Forest Temple the whole time for like the last 45 minutes. As you know, one is to
That's
do.
what I can do.
You want to try to attempt the Forest Temple boss skip once you get a hook shot? Because you could try it, Aaron. It's not hard, to be fair. I could tell
No,
you
yeah,
exactly how to do it.
I know vaguely off the top of my head how it's performed. I just don't have the means of doing it right now.
That's fair. If you get a hook shot and you decide you want to do it, you let me know and I'll tell you exactly how to do it.
That's a sword temple. Not sword temple, that's a egg. No, I'm gonna get eaten!
I also don't know like if performing it as a child is.
Oh yeah, because
Different.
you don't have what's it called?
I don't know Song Time.
Yeah, you don't have Song of Time, you don't have Master Sword. Is that a wallet I see? That is Bomb Bag, never mind. I'll take Bomb Bag. What did this? Blue
Black.
Wiki.
The magic right now would be very helpful.
Dude, the Bomb Bag is huge for me right now.
There we go. No, don't grab me. That's just his aura egg.
I think that was a lot of
No,
vouchers that I
quit.
just got.
There we go.
Rick, quit that mess.
I'm actually holding off on souls because I know I'm gonna like have so much I can do in that game and I'm not gonna want to do it all.
Okay.
So I'm waiting to get
trying
like...
to do with Minish right now.
Well, because like souls, it's like I know I can literally kill everything in that game and collect every single item in that game if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna do it right now. There's Bolero. Rest of Artorias, that means I can go kill Sif if I want to. Lord Soul Nito. That is crazy. I don't have to go fight Nito now. That's one of my Lord Souls, which is great. That means I don't have to go into the crypt. If I get another Lord Soul, I'll be fucking ecstatic, honestly. You fucking throw fire, bitch.
God,
Ooh.
fucking okay.
I tried that shit.
Yeah.
You okay, man?
He just Mongolian throat singing real quick.
What's wrong, buddy? Tell me about it.
Fuck ass game.
Oh, yeah. No, that's normal. Oh, if I had my Ocarina here, this would be perfect. I have Song of Time, so... Alright. That section is done of Kakariko. Well... is there anything else in Kakariko I could do? Dude, I really need a bottle right now. This shit's rough. Shops here in town. Oh, great, a bankruptcy trap for myself. Great. That's what I want.
From what I've been able to gauge is that the majority of the
Yep, yep.
trophies for my win condition in melee are in my Minish cap, which is
Damn.
concerning.
Damn. I mean, to be fair, are they trophies that you need to have?
More than likely.
Oh. Cringe.
Shit, I didn't discard correctly. Oh, wow.
Hover boots! That's interesting. Very interesting. I don't know what I can actually use those for, but...
Motherfucker.
What could I use those for, actually, in my run, honestly? Maybe use them in Dongos, I guess. I could use them to get into Zora's domain.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wow. Stop it, piranhas. Oh, okay. Made it to Zora Hall finally.
Butterbean. Turtle bean sounds like something I'd get in fucking, what's it called, in, Isaac. A lot of bean items in Binding of Isaac, to be fair.
Beans. Change this any.
Get the hell up, you stupid Goron. Hey, what's up? Joker stencil. Soul of Gwendolyn.
Motherfuck.
Okay, buddy?
I remember the first part of this phrase, chat.
What does bonus max interest do?
Raises the amount of interest you are able to get after a
Yeah,
round
every-
in
Oh,
It raises
so is
the
it...
cap for like whenever you have $5 just in your thing. It
Oh,
increases
okay.
like how many dollars you get back.
I
you
see,
beat
I
around.
see.
Usually,
Is that like- so is that like
interest
going
at a
to-
cap of a certain amount, and
So it gives
you
it
get
to
the
me,
vouchers that
like-
increase your cap.
Oh, I was gonna say, is that like something that it gives to me like now, or would it be like something I have to get a card for?
I mean, if it was like a check thing, then it's just for your game permanently. Usually it
okay,
would just
okay.
be for the
That's
one
what I
run
was-
that you're running.
That's what I was curious about.
Got you.
'Cause I was wondering, like, oh, is it gonna give me like actual like cool shit, or is it gonna be dog shit? Got credit card.
Now we can go see Evan.
Last thing to check here.
Oh.
Alright, we're done in this area. Now I'm gonna go to the dongos and kill the dongo. Dude, if I just get a bottle, I can potentially clear some of Jabu. I still need my boomerang, but like
That
still.
is big. That is major. Alright, I got my next transformation mask. We got Deku's now.
Nice.
Da, 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 da.
I'm just trying to think of like what is there that I could technically do dungeon wise. If I can't end up doing Jabu, I could do if I get another
I'm getting
boss.
real tired of melee real fast.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's a
Shit.
Telling you, man,
Dingus out
it
here.
might
That's
be
okay.
a time to start on Minish. You probably have a lot of stuff to do if you check your pop tracker.
I don't think I've gotten really any like items at all.
Probably be a good idea to check the pop tracker at the very minimum, though.
Oh, I forgot there was a
To
shop.
see what
in
all's opened up. 'Cause
Zorahal.
you know how red the fucking pop tracker is for Minish at the start, so
I would like great fairy
Yeah,
please.
I might clear my lottery after this and then go to it.
well, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying without opening the game, you could open up the pop tracker and see how many checks there are.
I
And then-
could.
And that would tell you like, is it worth it? You know?
Is it worth? Is it worth?
I just swear, if melee ends up being the crutch of me actually being able to complete anything, I spent all that time fucking it up, I'm actually gonna be upset.
Yeah. No, I mean that's fair.
Reasonable. Okay, let's check my stuff. Oh, it feels so nice to have Deku's mask finally.
I need to hold on to me. Sweet.
I'm gonna switch to Balatro here again soon. Cause like I'm getting so much shit for Balatro.
The monkey. Oh, monkey. Oh, I wonder if the beam guy, I wonder if his stuff's randomized.
I'd be.
I'll have to check that. Oh, don't let me drown. Aw. Oh, well.
Welcome back, Waffles.
Quaffles Daniel.
Waffles.
Try new Quaffles chips.
I'm on 15. Fair. I remember if this
Card.
particular
Need the
thing is
card.
important.
Is
We'll
it
find out.
fun?
An attack. Our container.
No, this is not an important one. It's Gold Skulltula. I'm skipping all my. I'm skipping all the fucking Skulltula shit, like rooms, when I can, because like they're useless to me.
Okay, I cannot use DNA on this boss fight.
Damn.
Well, so much for that. That's okay.
It's okay.
I can still do. What can I do?
What is this?
I need
HP
clubs.
memory, huge.
You could heal the boss blind.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, well, I didn't know you could murder things in Balatro, but you know, that was kind of a joke, you know. It was,
I was just kind of fibbing, man.
I was just kind of fibbing. I didn't expect you to actually like do it.
There, it's dead. See?
Damn.
All I had to do was just get my hand for Ancient Joker.
All I had to do was get my fucking hands on you.
Exactly.
My hands on you.
Me when I get my hands on you.
Oh, thank you.
Me when I fucking get you.
Aw, he got me from there. Man, I was cooking.
Is that another Metal Gear Rising song? That's crazy.
I thought you meant what I said. I was like, I don't remember that
No,
being on this
no.
soundtrack.
Yeah, in Majora's
cooking.
Mask.
I was cooking.
Yeah, Majora's Mask like noticeably has
I mean, there is a
Metal Gear
stealth
Rising. Metal Gear Rising music specifically.
section.
They made it has to be this way in Majora's Mask
Heck
20 years
yeah.
prior. That would be kind of funny.
Link sings it.
That would be kind of funny.
Looks like there is a fair bit of checks that I can get, but still not a whole lot.
You checking the pop tracker?
Turn the other way, man.
Yeah.
I think
Turn the
it'd
other
be
way.
worth
There
it.
you go. Cool. B-Man, what's good, bro? Sell me some things. That's money. We actually do need that.
Deku Link sings Rules of Nature. Kind of funny.
Sir, can I buy more beans? Okay, I actually can buy beans. I think the first item is just randomized, which is good because I need these really bad.
You know what's crazy? I'm getting so many songs, but I have no bottle and no
There we go.
ocarina.
Yeah.
I never get this many songs in a run.
Rough out here.
And now I'm getting every song.
Well, you mean to tell me Deku Link can't plant beans? It's kind of wild.
He doesn't know how to.
I don't remember that. He just put it in the soil.
He's never played Stardew Valley.
This is also true.
The moon.
Oh, if I can just get to the moon now, that'd be huge. But I don't have light.
I wasn't talking about that, but I did just get another one of my Lord Souls, so that means I am further into Dark Souls.
Damn it.
You only need like what, one left?
I need 2 more, and then I can go fight Gwen.
Spade.
Dang.
But I don't know where they're gonna be, so
Bubbleman V3. Kind of cool.
no. Ow.
Oh
being an
shit.
expert.
Hold on, Quaffles, I got you.
Is that your workout shit?
Yeah, it's my workout wheel.
Yeah, I wish I could see the channel point redeems, but alas, they hate us. Tom Clancy
Alas.
himself. Dan Clancy. Tom Clancy's dead.
Oh no.
Tom Clancy died like years ago.
Wasn't Tom Clancy like also just not
The
a
person. Yes, this is correct.
Where the fuck is his last chicken?
They're the reason Rainbow Six and Splinter Cell and stuff exists, though. Or I think it's just, you know, any Tom Clancy game, really.
What the hell? Okay, I know where 2 of the chickens are. I don't know where the 3rd one is. Also,
Yeah,
the workout wheel. Yeah. Alright. Fucking...
I remember you can exploit Link's height for something right here. For doing this section. Is all I remember.
Okay, well that didn't do anything.
Alright. Let's see
Bro, don't hit me.
what this is.
Spade. Okay, I'm kind of bloating my deck by doing this. I should probably chill it out.
20 Renegade Row. What the fuck is a Renegade Row? I'll have to look this up.
Oh, so much for that. Okay. That's still in effect.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
Whoa, that's too close. I'm going. Ooh.
Sneezed and then Dodongo's cave, Dodongo's mouth open.
Daniel, I'll be back. I'll do it, but I gotta go use the bathroom first.
Go to the bathroom.
Because earlier whenever I said I was gonna go take a piss, I didn't actually take a piss.
Damn, that's crazy.
Holding it in.
I was too pissed to take a piss.
It's too pissing to take a piss.
You already know.
He had to do it to him.
You had to do it to him.
This is fine.
Jack me, buddy. Swamp token. That's not too bad, actually. I don't think I'm gonna do the Deku Butler race because I haven't beaten Woodfall. That's fine.
Hey, Aaron, I'm in Dodongo's cavern, and I'm about to ask you a question.
I'm not gonna check.
Okay.
It is a question that I've asked a few times now. And it's honestly at this point just a meme for me, and I actually know what the answer is already, but I'm still gonna ask you the question.
Okay, then don't ask it.
I'm gonna ask it
If you
anyways.
ask it, I'm not gonna answer.
Hey, do you know if the damage like
I'm gonna put myself in a Genjutsu.
does the damage stack if I go to the Dodongo boss with the cutscene if I jump slash into the Dodongo boss?
I don't know. Find out.
Okay, I'll let you know, and then it'll help you during your run.
Wouldn't that be nice?
We'll find out.
He's got his methods.
Don't worry, I got Creed playing, so that means it's okay. If a Creed song is playing, that means it's okay to ask questions like that.
I see.
Let me turn the music up a little bit.
Come on, Deku Link. Okay, there you go. Good job, buddy. Bloopy, I don't really need that. Quaffle's using my emote. Heck yeah. I don't know what you were laughing at earlier. I apologize. But I hope it was funny.
And Dodongo's dead. One more boss.
Okay. HP memory, always nice. The multiple emotes, we love it. Oh yeah, I forgot I can shoot boogers now.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Deku can shoot his little snot bubbles.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because we have an offensive skill finally with him.
That gross.
Ooh. No, it's it's helpful.
Whatever you gotta tell yourself, man.
You gotta see the vision, yo. When you play
Nah,
Majora's,
that's fair.
that's the vision. Okay,
Alright.
there we go.
One more boss and then I open up Ganon's, but I am gonna go into Zora's domain briefly. Or rather, I guess Zora River. I'm gonna do the Zora River stuff, and then I'm gonna go to Balatro probably.
Wait, what
There we go.
say?
Yeah, we don't have sonatas, which is fine.
Maybe I should just farm
I can live without sonatas
like
for a hot minute.
belts and stuff. Let's see.
It's gonna take us a minute to find it anyways. Cool.
Oh, I still need to do... Okay. I still got stuff to do in... Did I do the stuff in... Fury Forest with the grass? I don't remember. I'll check that before I switch over to Balatro.
Street Fairy? There was one more chest here I can check. Question mark. Oops. Waffles, what do you think of Deku Link? Dang it. Whew. Here we go. Don't you just want to own a plushie of him?
Deku, yeah, Izuku Midoriya.
Deku Link. Izuku Midoriya plushie.
From hit video game Zelda.
Anime Deku? No, this Link this Deku here, he's a Link is a little Deku scrub.
Anime Deku from hit video game Zelda.
Oh, there's the other chest, sweet. Swag. Go down, little bro. Okay. I have a Deku shirt. I have a jacket somewhere. I have a jaquette. I love Izuku Midoriya. Young Midoriya, the dog.
Young Midoriya.
I like the
Like the hat. Heck yeah. I like the hate. The hat.
I like the hate.
You
I
know,
like the hate.
sometimes that's just how it is.
That's how it is. What can I do with Dekus? I think we head back to. I think the swamp's good.
I got one
Yeah,
more
he's
thing
got
I
a
want
cool
to check.
hat. I have a hat. It's red.
Where the fuck is this other chicken?
I think I can go do the mini game. I know that's a 3-day cycle. I gotta do that and then bomb shoe bowling again. Which is
So
fun.
did you do the exercise? I did do the exercise.
Exercise.
I heard him doing the exercise. He was just very quiet because he wasn't at his desk.
Grunting.
Yeah, I was
quietly.
like on the other side of the room.
He was dying, actively. I saw it in my mind's eye.
I could see it there, you know?
I watched him
there.
do it. I watched him do this and that.
I might have to skip this fucking check because I don't know where this other goddamn chicken is supposed to
Just
be.
come back to it later. Come back to it later.
Mhm.
Wait, what are you playing right now?
Minish.
Oh, then just skip it and come back to it later.
Fine. Okay. There's just not much I can do.
That's okay. I've got iron boots. Oh, bless. If I get fucking long shot, I can go kill Morpho.
I can't redeem it again. You gotta wait 30 minutes.
Spade.
Oh, hey, Shadow Song is playing right
That's
now.
when
I
you
just
make
realized.
someone else come in and redeem it.
All right, chat. Balatro time.
Oh, where we flying?
Big screen real quick for a minute while I'm opening up Balatro.
There we go. I got scared.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
You're
I
gonna
should
buy.
summon Timmy. Yo, I haven't talked to Timmy in a minute.
Timmy.
Tell Timmy, I don't know who you are, but hello.
The Timmy.
And then Timmy will know. Timmy will be like, oh, okay.
You.
I know you. Oh, I have 4 decks. I didn't even realize. Oh, easy. This should be easy.
Flashman V. Yeah, it's fine. That's a
Damn it.
strange name for a Deku scrub.
I wanted
I
to do
don't know
that.
what that check is, but I can't do it yet.
Yes.
Right now we can do second day.
Dude,
Should be fine.
I got the Balatro on in. This is nice. I feel good. It's nice to have Balatro. I wish there was a way in Balatro where I could select multiple cards at with one click. Let me just scan some cards. That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, I forgot
fuck
these
is
all go in
supposed to
a
be there?
entire circle.
Diamond.
I forget. Oof, good save. Da, 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 da.
Oh, huge rupee for myself. That's
that the check?
useless.
What the fuck is that check for?
Oh, I'm Flying blind. I don't know where I'm going.
Yo, death. Oh, bet. Convert the
I'm flying
left
blind.
card into the right card.
Is that fixed?
Grab. Oh, clutch.
Great.
Let's go, baby. Da, 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 da.
Oh, of course I'm gonna buy
Oh.
that.
Speed.
Alright, is the last one the outer one, the inner one? Okay, that's fine. There we go. Whew. This mini game is something else.
I'm feeling good, Chad. I'm feeling good about this.
I can't.
Roomies.
I don't have my staff. I can't flip the fucking jars to become minish.
The door is ajar.
Just unlocked Arrowhead.
No, the door's a door.
The door is indeed a door. Like my impression of Johnny Silverhand. No? Okay.
Samurai, we have to get geeked.
Door.
Wait, can I do this one even though I don't have bombs?
Fuck.
Oh, I don't have a bomb bag. JK.
Sure.
Just kidding.
Let's go to that Windcrest.
They're just fibbing.
Oh, I'm in Lake Hylia. Oh, I see where I'm at.
I don't think I really need money for anything. I'm just gonna deposit it.
Oh, it auto skips those cutscenes. Oh, thank God.
Oh. Blush. Upgraded to level 3.
No, there's more.
Mm-hmm.
They're just hiding.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, we have to head back outside to the ocean area. Because there's one check over here if I remember.
I got the boomerang. Okay.
Yo, the boomerang. Ow.
I got throwback, and that's like really nice for me
Low-key
right
need a
now.
nap.
Hurts.
Low key need a nap right now. You know what? That's real quaffles. It's pretty real, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Copy's the leftmost Joker. I'm gonna copy Scary Face.
I'm gonna copy your mom.
Fuck you.
Alright, I gotta surface up. That's right.
No, I should just hold on to that. Oops.
Ooh. Oh, wait.
Okay, that was a singular check.
There it is.
Do that instead.
Like there may be something over here.
There we go.
Oh yeah, there's checks right there. Okay.
Oh, yes, dude. I knew it was in here.
Oh.
Or I didn't know it was in here, but it's awesome that it was in here. I was just grinding away on Balatro, even though I beat all the decks available to me. I'm just grinding, you know, vouchers and AP belts and stuff. I found my fucking
300.
summertime.
Nice.
Fucking.
Love to see that.
I'll just finish this run and then I'll pivot back over.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, so I can't get that just yet.
Clurbs.
What's that? The well?
Oh, I have a better idea. Oh, not that. See if I can swing go into somewhere else.
Speed.
Oh, that chest is already open for some reason. That chest is already
Oh,
open for some reason.
bless. I'm getting shit done right now. I'm trying at least.
Club. Or do I just play the flush now? Sure, why not? Okay, that didn't do anything.
Fuck.
Here's a real question: has anyone beaten their a game yet?
No.
No.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Can't do that. Oh.
I might have one deck completed here in a minute.
Get that steak. Yo.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. I
One
might
deck.
not be able to beat this deck. I don't know
It
yet.
actually hurt my score, but whatever.
We're gonna find out. It's a very large blind, so I might not be able to win.
You'll swing it somehow.
Oh, probably. If I get more kings, then yes, I
Let's
will
check
win.
him.
But
Get here.
Diamond.
Damn. Is that not one of the checks? Fucking
it'll work. I can rock that.
all of it.
We got charge +1.
25, 116. Oh yeah, 100%. Just play that shit.
Progressive undernet rank. Thank you. I think that puts me at 9 or 8, I think.
Oh, I've won. I've won this first deck specifically.
I was about to say, bro, what the heck?
Uncle,
The
you
first
be right
deck I've
back.
won.
I can see Steve do more exercise. Okay. Come back and make me do some more exercise.
Okay.
All right.
Well, summertime was
First deck done.
Great.
Rupee?
worth pivoting back over.
That was my checkered deck. Okay. Yeah, let's see what we got.
Quick gauge battle chip.
Thing is the reason I won that first deck is because I have Jupiter, so I get all flushes basically.
Oh, yeah, I also got
that's
Jupiter
so
super early.
lucky.
Yeah, how do you think I felt?
I only have Uranus. Uranus.
Thanks, man. I'm glad to hear that you have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me my Anus back.
No.
Why do you need it?
Yeah, why
It
do
made me
you,
win
why do you
blue
need
deck.
it?
I need it because I need it.
Anyways, I'm gonna play abandoned deck now.
Abandoned deck.
Oh, this is a rough one.
Where is this last?
Oh, come on.
Oh, they get rid of the cat. Oh yeah, that's
Well, these early
right.
ones
I
are
was
been great.
freaked down and fucking. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Over 200N. Battle chip. Very nice. Not too bad. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to get right here. Oopsies. I'm in the swamp Skulltula house, so I have some items randomized here. which is
Mega
huge.
Arcana pack.
Oh yeah, I have Brainstorm as well, so that kind of really helps.
Same.
Brandstorm. The storm of
epic.
Bran.
Yeah,
Oh,
time to not spend any money because I just got Bull. So
Ooh.
time to never spend money
Silent
ever again.
Pass is good. I can work with that. Also love how some items are grayed out and everything. Ooh, New Wave Bossa Nova. I can access Great Bays if I wanted to, but I think I randomized keys, so I'm not gonna do that yet until later. Rupee, that is
Do
red.
aces count as even cards?
No.
Okay. Just
I
curious.
think this is a
They count
swamp.
as odds. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure,
cringe.
or maybe neither.
Cringe.
There you go. Swamp token.
Well, usually whenever it says even or odd, it'll like
It'll
include
say
ace on
what it
both.
is. Yeah.
I was gonna say, wouldn't it tell you? I can jump this.
Oh, I don't have the strength to
Mm.
build. I don't have the strength to
Ah,
upgrade.
yes,
You can kill with the bow.
yes. Cranberries, yes.
What is that?
Yo, I got the throw it back.
The throw it back. Oh my gosh, I got the pendant of memories. That's funny. Yeah, how's it gonna
Left card
affect
into the
side
right
quests if I go
corner,
back in
please.
time though? How's it gonna affect
Also got an
things?
Alucard sword for Soten.
Nice.
You already got Crusade Grim, you don't need that.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Like bro got like the best weapon, you don't need that. Let's check here.
Honestly, for Soten,
Actually, no.
I just need something that'll like let me fly around, and then just the relics of Vlad to enter the final boss.
Oh, you need all the relics of Vlad?
Yeah, you need all 5 to
Okay.
open the final boss door.
So you need that and the relics pretty much.
Bat or like gravity boots would work,
wait, I
or
don't
like
have-
leap stone.
That's rough.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, I got the Joker stencil. Ooh.
The
That's
jump.
good. That's nice
good.
for you to have. Yeah. I forgot that I'm
Jumpler
playing
stencil.
abandoned deck, so I don't have any face cards.
Dog move. Thank you.
Oh, I don't want to die to these bees. There we go. Oh yeah.
Hello, I'll take that.
Undernet rank, huge. That's rank 7, I think. Maybe.
Minish cab was a mistake.
You'll be fine.
Oh, if only I had the Sonata of Awakening, I could do this. It's fine.
Oh yay! That's exactly what I needed. Another map
More
for
money.
melee.
See, the difference is with Minish Cap, you can just save state. So you
Well, that's
have you
true.
have it good. You have like really good shit for yourself.
It feels a
Weapon
little
level +1.
disingenuous to use like save states.
Yeah, but this is
in
also
a
Minish Cap.
randomizer.
Minish Cap
Okay, but
is
for any
kind of
game,
dog shit.
it doesn't matter.
Yes, that's fair. I would do it for fucking Banjo Kazooie.
Where's he at? I think we already got all the
All of these are open.
potholes.
Okay,
Universe.
that's 5 free checks.
I'll put head up there again.
Discard this. There we go.
I need more bugs.
And the
Oddly
Super-
fitting music for Dampe Race.
Perishable trap. Damn it!
Might turn off the music for a little bit, just so I can like listen to Balatro music.
Coins.
Let's see if we can get anything
Oh
done.
my god. It's really wanting me to do Gamba in fucking melee.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna copy that. I think that's probably a better
Gamba.
option.
Library book called Legend of Ikori. I don't think my pop tracker is really. Oh no, it is updating.
It updates automatically, so it will update. Trust me, I've used it enough times to
Eventually.
know.
There we go. Oh, the
Now
what
we
what
gotta
title
wait
deed is that?
for
Oh, it's the ocean title
daytime.
deed.
What was that?
Cool.
Do that. Try that real quick. See how that
She
does.
said she had a new cat in her at her house.
Oh wait, there's your water.
See how this does.
There's a water in here.
Okay, not great, but you playing
Okay,
full
back here
houses. Keep playing full houses. I might actually win this shit, but we'll see.
Need another bug.
I need a bottle for that. Fuck.
Things are going swimmingly so far, but it's gonna be a massive jump here soon. I'm playing a needle. Oh wait, no, I got this. Easy. Easy shit. Watch this. I'm literally goated. Yeah, no. Telescope.
Yeah, it's that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
what a pull. Let's go.
Everything's going over there, buddy. Sounds like
I
they're
got
going pretty good. Ooh, hammer's nice.
Did it not register the first chest that I got?
Big 1S. I think that's for a trade battleship. Who's over here?
I'll buy that real quick, just because.
Okay, so it didn't register the first chest that I got.
Can I do very
Oh,
much
that's gonna be a
of
rough
buffs?
boss. Playing a full house will set my money to 0.
been
That's gonna be a
red.
rough one. That's what I'm relying on a lot of.
You haven't been leveling up any other hands?
I don't have any other ways to. I've only got Jupiter. I mean, Supernova, I've got like flush and 2 pairs and shit, so I could probably do that. Let me
Heart
see
of
what I
Lad.
can- See what I can do.
Yo.
That's 2 of
Put one in
5
Zenny.
that I have.
I got this.
HP memory.
Okay, I can at least enter this. I can maybe do some things.
Clocktown Straight Fairy. We can go back and do that.
Oh yeah, no, I played a 2 pair. I played a 2 pair and that won it, like that boss blind. So I'm on the last boss blinds. Yeah, I can beat this boss blind. Fuck it. Convert the left card into the right
Fine.
card.
Oh, there's the Sonata. There we go. That's major. That's everything in here. I'm just gonna arrow this just to make sure.
All right. My
That's a
my
B.
my boss blind for this round is a Joker is disabled every so often. Like some Jokers are gonna get disabled. I don't know what it's gonna be, but
There's a way you can scum that one.
yeah.
Just quit back to main menu.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not really
then
too
reload.
concerned, but I know I'm gonna win regardless. I've got the cards I need to win. Plus it's anti-8. I'm expecting to beat this run. I'll buy a death real quick. Convert the left card into the right card. Oh, that's what that was. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on here?
Why am I playing Forest Temple song? Over playing songs that do not belong in this game. Or that are not in this game.
I can't access a lot of areas because I don't have a fucking sword.
You got this. I believe in you. You can do this. Just disable Jolly Joker. I don't care what it is. Just disable. Oh, no, I won. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Can I get some arrows, big dog?
Alright, that's 2 decks. I got Ghost deck
Very
and Anaglyph deck, and then I win. For Balatro specifically. So Ghost deck would be great though. I'd love to have. Anaglyph is just double tags, yeah.
Just a fucking mistake.
I'll upgrade the flush, why not? I'm not gonna get a flush, but like, I'll upgrade it. Fuck it. Oh hey, look, a flush. That's so crazy. Buy both of these.
Hear it. I just don't remember where it is.
I just unlocked another deck. Unlocked red deck.
I don't know where that last fucking chicken is, man.
Dusk.
Need a heart, please. Thank you. It's another flush. I'm just playing flushes at this point.
Let's get something.
Ooh, yummy. Ooh, another yummy. Oops. Convert the left card into the right card.
That's a progression item. That's a Kokiri sword.
Oh, bless. I got a supernova again, and then it's negative, so. Opponent's song. Hey, I was just asking for that earlier. Thank you, Ari, for giving me that. Very cool of you.
Ain't no thing, yo.
I got you. I'll get you. I'll hit you up
All right.
later for like.
My Minish
Something
cap is
else.
already BK'd.
Actually,
Both by my own personal knowledge of the game and also I just can't do shit.
damn.
Oh, it was in this pot the whole time? What the heck? Wild. There we go.
Run that.
Swag.
Oh wait, I didn't get that fucking King's card. I fucking. What am I doing?
There's like one more or two more rooms I can go check real quick. Maybe. I think Swamp Spider House might be done. I really don't want to miss anything.
Kinda hoping to get a pair of blues, please. That's not what I want.
Blue. I hear ya.
Actually, yeah, I'll play that. I think that'll give me, yeah, that'll give me an upgrade to that. So, fuck it. Playing a straight gives me more chips for my runner. Welcome back, Quaffles.
Come back. Again.
Welcome
Again.
back. Again. There's a jack to
I
just.
think once I get this Skulltula, I think that'll do it for Swamp Spider House. Good stuff. More money that I don't need. Okay, cool. Neat. More moolah that I do not need. That's okay.
The
because
flush.
I will donate it. I need moolah for a bomb bag.
A
That's what I
robe
need.
of the Great Lord. Ooh, hello.
See if there's anything I can buy in town while I'm at it. I guess I can go buy a Great Fairy's Mask. Just real quick. It's War Cape.
Wait, does Hit the Road reset?
Yes, it resets.
Oh, that's fucked.
There we go. Ba-da. Oh, I forgot I can access Great Bays if I want, so I have 2 temple accesses. Okay, sweet. We'll go to Great Bays later. I want to go here. I want to see if there's anything I can buy. Heart Piece, Swamp Skull. Definitely the Great Fairy's Mask.
This right, Supernova's gonna carry me through this.
Heart Piece.
Alright.
Hey, there's
my
the 4.
banana.
There we go. That's what I need. I could actually bring that up a little bit. Maybe this?
Oh, right, because we got the ocean deed. I think I can go check something in here now.
We're gonna be our play. Chat. That's probably gonna be the play. Joker stencil times 3. Because I have 2 negatives.
Bro, where's Lulu's room at? Da-da-da.
Must play 5 cards. Well, you're in luck. I've been playing flushes literally every single moment of my life. Divine Ember.
Ever since I came out the womb, I've been
And
playing
like,
flushes.
I came out the womb playing Mozart.
A little bit of Mozart. Why is bro still here when I have the title deed?
Why is bro still here when I got the title to his music? I'm the player now.
I can't remember where, like, ocean time. Oh, we have to go to the mountain. That's why. Okay, I guess can't do that yet. Okay. That's fine.
I have so many double tags right now.
Because I think it goes town to swamp. Swamp goes to mountain, maybe? Let me go check the woodfall.
Have you just been getting
Oh, wait. I did
colas?
that one.
Double
You
tags because
tired?
of Anaglyph.
Oh,
Waffles.
okay.
Yeah, it's a bit
This is
rough.
certainly a time.
Don't worry,
Hey,
Arm. You'll
once you
get
get
it done.
a investment tag, that's gonna go insane.
If I don't fucking beat this shit prior, honestly.
Okay, but investment tag will let you just fucking churn through all of your like vouchers and AP belts.
Yeah, but at the rate that I'm going right now, it's starting to seem like I'm gonna beat the decks before that matters. Oh, finally.
Alright,
we
I
go.
guess we go to... Let's see, we can do the woodfall or we can go to Snowhead. What's Snowhead?
Arm, I believe in you, buddy.
Who's winning so far? It's hard to tell. I'm gonna go pee. Oh, they'll do that though. I need the potty.
Other than me. Good question. It's a good question. Don't really have an answer to that.
Hard to say who's winning. I think it's pretty close right about now.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, I'm in last. Easy last. Cool last.
What about that? I think you've definitely got something. Maybe not first, but definitely not last. I would like to think that I'm pretty like up there. I'm not first, but I feel like I'm like up there at least.
I'm not even sure about myself, honestly.
It's kind of hard to gauge, really. Oh my
OT,
fuck.
like, feels like it's...
So you know those double tags I was gathering? I now have
What,
I now have 5 meteor tags. And I'm about to get those.
Okay. Let's see. What can I swing?
ABC in this too. Yeah,
Hey.
he's
Yeah.
playing too.
Yeah, Aaron's playing.
Guess I can't really buy anything just yet because I had all that money. I'll go to Woodfall.
I just upgraded my flush from like fucking I just upgraded to like level 13.
Nice.
I fucking invested hard into those real quick.
I can't.
Oh, I gotta be decorated for this. I'm silly.
If I could upgrade flushes, that would be so nice.
It would be nice. It would be really nice.
If I could get other decks, that would be nice.
Yeah.
What's with the jokers that I have? Checker deck is not doing great.
Yeah. What's the deal with Balatro and Melee right now?
I keep getting coins for fucking Melee and nothing else.
And you've spent as many of those coins as you can?
Pretty much.
I see.
I think there's another maybe 100 coins that I need to go and.
You just
spend
keeping
in
Melee
there,
open
but
so you can do that?
All 3 of my games are open.
Oh, fair.
I just keep swapping around the captures.
That is fair.
It's really weird that it's letting me fight bosses now. Oh, because I have the key for this temple. Because I have Ogala's key, I think. I guess I could go fight Ogala real quick. Yeah.
Hi Timmy, hi Mango.
Yo, Timmy. Timmy. Oh, I forgot how loud Ogala was.
Trying to pull another king real quick. Oh, that's fine. That'll work.
Archer push-ups. Well, you'll have to see what it gives. Let me get through this boss fight first. Oh, that killed it.
Can I make this jump? I feel like I can't make this jump.
Oh, fuck. Alright.
Okay.
You okay over there, buddy?
Welcome, child. It's
So, do I
fine.
need to add more than one possibility? No, I've got a wheel.
The wheel. Is this gonna just be a straight ferry? Stone Tower.
30
straight ferry, okay.
squats.
Not bad.
Alright.
Bloopy.
Come on.
Stone Tower small key. Okay.
Alright. Not the ads, no.
Ad jail, bro.
Right as I'm about to start doing the squats. Ugh.
All right, that's Woodfall completed because we had the boss key. But I'm gonna go back in and
Rah.
make sure we're good.
Oh shit. Let's put it together.
Working over there. Wait, another flush? Another flush, actually? There we go.
Another one.
Alright, I'm on my last ante for this particular deck. I'm about to be 3 decks in, hopefully.
Hopefully.
We'll see. Honestly, at this point, kind of hard to tell. We'll see if popcorn carries me through this.
Popcorn.
Did you do it already? No, I've not done it yet. Because I like to do weighted squats. Let's put my weights together.
Oh wait. Oh, that's right. This shit didn't work.
1,
I didn't even fucking.
2,
Ice cavern? I don't think I can.
3,
I don't have
Wait, hold on.
4,
Take that skull out.
bottle.
5, 6,
It's not.
8, 9,
I should switch back.
10, 11,
Whip swap. Hammer.
12, 13, 14,
Oh yeah.
16,
Piece of heart is always nice.
18, 19,
I can't tell what's. Wait, I don't know what's getting hit first.
1,
I'm gonna turn down my game speed.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Hey, by the way, I'm also here. Yeah, Tammy, you're the one that redeemed it. Oh.
That's what it is. It's that one. Can try it. I think that's it. I don't know for sure, chat. I can't tell.
Heart plus 1 pink. Probably good for book style.
There's your 30 squats.
Oh, this has to win it right here.
Swamp token.
Oh, this has to win it right here, please. Yeah, okay, okay. One more deck. And then I've finished Balatro.
Redeemed hydrate, yeah.
Okay, so I can do ghost deck or red deck. I'm gonna do ghost deck, honestly. I got that hex.
Bug
Yeah,
frag.
I got it.
Scary face.
I don't have any keys for this area, which is fine.
Flush.
Like I should have implemented a key ring, but that's okay.
Chat, it's getting rough out here.
What you got for me, little fairy? Oh, is this Stone Tower Fairy? This is Stone Tower Fairy. Okay. Cool.
Getting rough. It's getting hectic, as it were. Why not?
There we go. Oh, I'm gonna fly to that chest, see what it has. Maybe. Well, I'll check here first. Let's do a mini boss.
There we go. Give me the flush, please. Dude, I need something that multiplies my... I need something for Molt right now. Like, really bad. Convert the left card into the right card.
You actually have tarot?
Who?
You!
Yeah, I've had tarot.
Must be nice.
Yeah. It is nice. I played fucking Ocarina and I killed all my grass. Of course I'm gonna have tarot. Alright, well, time to never spend money ever again.
Oh my god, game.
There we go.
Just fill my wallet.
Play flushes the whole time. That's it. Like,
What I'm doing.
that's all I can do right now for the rest of this run. I'll buy this though.
This game refuses to give me the jokers I want.
Little frog.
Any more kings, please? Any more kings, please? I really wish they would add a scan select to Balatro. That would save me so much time in clicking my cards. The rite of kindling. Oh, that's the thing to give me like 20 fucking Estus. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. Why not?
Serious.
Give me more blue, please. Oh, thank you. Alright. That fucking Baron's really carried me. Like, a lot of these cards have carried me, but like, that Baron really carries me.
That's what Baron do.
Mm-hmm. And I've also got Brainstorm, to be fair.
That's what Brimstorm do.
Mm-hmm. You right.
Gotta trust the vision.
I always trust the vision. By that, I mean I never trust the vision. Because I can't trust Balatro. It always fucks me in the end.
Sorry.
Balatro always finds a way.
A ball of poo poo. Is there a fairy in here? Okay.
Alright. I literally am not allowed to spend any more fucking,
Snowhead
like...
Street Fairy.
I'm not allowed to spend any more money. I have to just play it. 'Cause I got Bull earlier, and now I'm, like, kind of set. Here's my king, but that's a debuff king. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I got a polychrome, so whatever.
Trading card.
How do you went through that? Okay, I did.
Oh shit. Display, give me the thing I want. Maybe. Fair. Yeah, that'll give me enough. Archipelago Tarot, that's interesting. I haven't gotten one of those yet. Too bad I literally am not allowed to buy anything. Ooh, yummy. Convert the left card into the right card. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do spades. I'm gonna make more spades. This, and this. I statistically now have more spades. Which means more spades. Is there a... You know how, like, when you skip a blind, you get stuff for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a... Is there a thing for skipping blinds that would give me more something for, using discards? I know there's one for not using them, but, like, is there one for using them?
I think so. There's a skip tag that adds discards, but it's only for like that round.
Okay.
Maybe. I can't remember too well. But I want to say there's something like that. And for adding hands as well.
Okay. I was curious. I want to know if that was like a thing.
I like actually can't win right now.
I believe in you, buddy.
There we go.
Yo, more money. Can I go through here? On this entrance.
You know how the duo is like playing a pair? If I play a 2-pair, is that double or is it just the one?
It would only trigger once.
Damn. Can't believe this.
I think there is a separate Joker for like playing 2 pairs. Like
There
that.
is. It's just I was curious if there would be one for like if I did the pair on a duo, it would give me
For Mega
like a
Man.
double proc.
No, it only trigger once.
Fucked up. I'm gonna make a mod and it's gonna proc twice.
Just play Cryptid at that point.
Yeah, true.
The magician.
Doesn't Balatro use Lua?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that shit would be, if it's Lua, then I could fucking easily do that shit.
Celestial Pack.
Grab revenge. Why? I don't want that. I don't use the retaliate stolen. Oops. I don't use the retaliate stolen panels.
Might lose this hand. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think I'm gonna lose this hand, unfortunately. Yeah, that's okay. Let's do, instead of doing that deck, I want to do red deck because I can trust myself with red deck. There's no worries.
Can I hit this, please? There we go.
Well, somebody get a guaranteed polychrome. But can I really complain? Because I got a polychrome tag. Oh, great. Gluttonous. Oh, wonderful.
Select. Very nice for battle chips. think there's
Let's
anything else
do
in here.
this.
Alright, let's swing back.
Convert the left card
I might
into
not
the
be able to
right
explore more of
card.
Woodfall because we need a key. Da, 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 da.
I'm about to have so many steel cards, it's gonna not matter.
Wait a second.
Purple.
Why is it still on cooldown? It shouldn't be. If it's been half an
That's-
hour.
okay, there it is.
Oh boy, I've already found Baron. That means I'm gonna start relying on that now.
The Baron.
I have to. It's my favorite card in the whole wide world. Gordon, I sure do love the Baron. It's a pretty cool card. It multiplies your molt by 1.5. Hmm?
You can only claim it once per stream. No,
That's
I
weird.
set that to more than just that.
Probably just on a long
How
cooldown.
odd.
That's what it sounds like.
I set it to a 30-minute cooldown. But it's been more than 30, I think.
Wait, that's right.
I'd say wait at least until I don't know, an amount of time has passed, and then boom, there you go.
Yeah, limit redemptions per user per stream 4. And then redemption cooldown time
They didn't
30.
they didn't just so happen to redeem that shit, you know,
Gotta check that.
4 times, did they?
No, because they wouldn't be able to for another
Oh.
30 minutes. Like they can redeem it, and then
Yeah.
30 minutes they can redeem it
They
again,
redeemed again.
and they
Yeah.
can only do that 4 times.
Okay. Ooh, I want
Oh wait,
this.
I won't need the other key because I have this. Never mind.
Acapella bow.
Maybe it's just not been 30 minutes.
I think.
That's true. It could have just not been 30 minutes. We'll do that. More spades, please. It's
That's
out
a
of
B.
stock. I don't think it's out of stock. I think it's just it's in stock, but you gotta wait for it to come back in stock.
It's out of stock, it says. Yeah, I don't know why it says it's out of stock.
I don't believe you. It's in stock, for sure. So is the 30-minute like cooldown, is that per person or is that the whole thing?
The whole thing.
Okay.
Undernet rank. I think that's rank 7.
Well, because I don't want, like, say I have like 5 people watching and all 5 of them fucking
Redeem it.
redeem something all
Yeah,
at the same
no,
time.
that's
like,
fair.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you in the slightest.
Okay, so now what?
Yes.
Jeez.
My 2 things. Come on. Surprised I still have this glass card. Holy shit.
I love how on Apple Music I have this thing set to, oh yeah, play me music by and music related to Nujabes, and it's like, oh yeah, Joji? Joji?
Joji. Joji vlogs.
I mean, he was playing like a little bit of Gambino, some Kendrick.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
that's
I can
fine.
see some of those, but like, generally,
Oh, dog, I don't want this. I want arrows.
These are
Okay.
all shit. Can I please get more Jupiters? I would like to get more Jupiters so I can win.
Ooh, expansion memory. Very good.
Oh, hey,
damn it,
Jupiter.
I can't do tilts worth my fucking life.
Only 1 hand type this round? Oh, boy.
Oh my god. Skipping that one.
Okay.
I think
Oh,
that's
that was heavy.
Again.
complete entity of everything explored here in the Woodfall Temple. That should be everything.
Soul of
Thanks for
Priscilla.
helping.
Oh, cool. Pet. All spade cards are debuffed? I guess that's okay. Not really too concerned with that. Could I please get a fucking... There we go. Can I please get like a king or another ace with steel? There we go. Alright, anti-6. Shit's getting rough out here. Buy that. Yeah, sure, why not? Play only 1 hand? Oh, Christ. Okay. Be a rough one. I could play
Fucker.
that. Yeah, that looks. Oh, easily. Man, why you gotta give me that now? Just when I got fucking stencil.
Stencil.
I don't want that. I can't take it. Stencil's nice, but I'm not gonna fucking risk my fucking run with that.
So I'm gonna do Deku Butler's race without the bunny hood because I'm so used to having the bunny hood for this.
Get another Jupiter. That'd be nice.
Back at certain this.
Oh, there's my Jupiter. Okay.
I'm gonna have to make these jumps with normal.
Joker.
Give me a king. There we go. There's a king. Fuck. Okay. That's all I have to do. Please give me what I need to win. Oh, bless. Okay, I'm on fucking, ante 7.
Thought you'd be done by now.
Well, that last fucking deck that I played wasn't exactly great. Can I get a king, please? There's a king. More money, please.
Come on, Link, we're almost there.
That Baron is nice. However, pencil.
Stoonsel, my man.
Ansel is the way to go right now.
Alright. Last arrow.
Look at that. Rockin'. Oh, easily. Ah, Jupiter, yes. Thank God.
Look, I almost thought I lost him. Yay.
Well, this is
Thanks,
interesting
Deku Butler.
conundrum.
Ooh, Alpha Arm Omega. It's a good. It's that funny battle chip.
Play that. See how that does. Maybe, chat. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I lost my glass card, but like, that got me to ante 8. So. Okay. Yeah, I think I can do this. Oh, that's actually kind of fucked. I need to buy a prop Joker here in a minute. I'll buy a Joker that I don't actually care about. Whoa, audio fucking glitched out in Balatro. Alright, what kind of Joker am I gonna buy? I'll buy this real quick.
Guess I'll have the Snowhead, if anything.
Alright, after this I have to buy a Joker and sell it. I haven't seen deaths in a while. Oh, unfortunate. Okay. If all goes well in this next hand, I can beat Balatro. Give me this.
Would be a significant step up over the rest of us.
Mm-hmm. I'll be lucky. But I'm not gonna, you know, say anything until I know for sure.
Let's
Maybe. I need to make 3,000. Oh, there it is. Watcher's done.
nice.
Ooh, that was rough. That was very rough. Alright, chat, let me big screen real quick. I guess I'll go back to Zelda. Aaron, did I tell you I fixed my folder issue where it was like trying to ask me to use admin?
I think you did.
Okay, I didn't know if I told you I fixed that or not. All right, give me 1 second, chat. I'm just changing stuff around.
have 5 trophies.
How many trophies did you need to win?
20.
Oh, that's not that terrible. 15 more.
Dog shit.
Alright, let's get all my shit here. One of the last things that I unlocked before I fucking beat Balatro was a bottom of the well keyring, so I guess that's cool. I'll be here for a minute, chat. I'm gonna be here for a second.
Oh, was there anything right here?
Very curious to see what I gave myself in Zelda once I get to it.
Did you need like what, 2 things and that was it?
I need to kill one boss, but I need magic and I need light arrows. So that will give me like guarantee to fight Ganon, but I need stuff to be able to kill one boss and then also the bow and light arrows and magic. So because technically if I have hammer, if I'm fast enough I can go and kill Vavagia, but if I get Water Temple Key, I can just and long shot, I can just go kill Morpha. So
Morpha. Oh, it's the wrong way.
what is it gonna be? What am I gonna get? I'm very curious. I'm still getting a lot of stuff from my Balatro because there's so much shit in Balatro. Kind of wish it went in alphabetical order so I could know how far in I'm from Balatro, but it's in no particular order. Wow, I gave myself cryptid on Balatro. That's crazy.
That's cool.
That is so crazy. I can't believe I gave myself a whole ass mod. And how much shit was given to fucking Balatro from Ocarina? Oops, all 6. Wheel of Fortune.
Okay. Skull House.
Oh. Oh, no, there comes my stuff. I was like, wait a minute, it just stopped for no reason. But now I'm getting my stuff. There's wallet upgrade. There's magic meter. Bottle. I can go fight Jabu Jabu potentially. Fire Temple boss key, okay. Gerudo training grounds. Ganon Castle keyring, not the boss key. Greg. Can't forget Greg. A lot of hearts. A lot of rupees. A lot of Deku nuts. Sticks.
A lot of heart.
Okay, so I got my magic. I did not get the things that I would like to get. I still don't have hammer. I don't have bow and I don't have light arrows. So, but I can technically go and do other stuff. I have GTG unlocked and I got bottom of the well. Well, I don't have bottom of the well unlocked, but I have the key ring. And I can cross the desert, I guess. I still don't have Ocarina. I'll go do GTG shit, because I gotta go to the hideout anyways. curious to see what souls is at. Cause I'm only missing two Lord souls.
Anti-Navi and Sword E. Not anything I would have liked.
I can't believe out of all that, I didn't get like important shit. Like really important shit. I guess the walled upgrade's okay though.
To the blood.
Can't really do much here. What does that know?
Alright. I guess I don't have to really go across the desert because I have Requiem. If I get Boomerang, I can go fight Jabu Jabu, but... Start clearing shit in here.
The fuck?
What's the sit rep with everybody?
Nope.
Switched
Well,
over to Soden.
Arm, what's going on, buddy?
Haven't been getting anything
I've made
super
zero
meaningful
progress.
in OT.
What's
This was the worst game lineup I could possibly have done.
what is what's the like what's stopping you right now?
Not being able to achieve anything just because of the games that I chose.
Is it that bad?
Yes, like I have made maybe 0.5% of progress throughout the last 4 times you've asked how we've been doing.
That's crazy.
Like I have made no progress.
That is pretty wild. What so what game are you having to do right now?
Right now I'm on Balatro because I can't do jack fuck on Minish because everything's blocked.
Everything's
I can't
blocked,
do
yeah.
anything. There's green squares on there, but they're fucking lies. I can't actually do them. Melee, it's just I'm getting so fed up with melee
Yeah,
because it's just a skill issue.
it's
I'm
a
just
lot of
not
that.
good at it. And then with Balatro, I just don't have anything unlocked.
That is fair. Well, if you want to even the odds, you could always give yourself an item. So I will leave that up to you. Or you could hint something. There's still hints.
There's a point in hinting.
I mean, it could be a case of like you hint something and it gives you an idea of where you could potentially go if it's possible to get to.
Yeah.
And that might be beneficial. So, it is an option, at the very least. Got my bow.
I'm doing okay. I might have to switch over to Battlefield 3.
Still here, by the way. I didn't think you left.
Still here.
Well, there goes my banana.
My banana.
I think you could honestly start hinting things, Armin. I think maybe you'll find something that you can get to.
I mean, I just doubt it.
You never know. What the hints are for. You get stuck, start hinting. Plus, you can hint for free. don't have to worry about fucking spending points.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Poison throwing knife. Wow. Ow. Let's see.
Oh, you made me slip off. What the heck? Dawn. Let me run it back.
Smoother runs of fucking blackjack.
What is it?
I said I've had smoother runs of blackjack.
Actually, it's black. What is that deck again?
1 extra Joker slot, no other benefits.
Ah. You have
Not
that
fun.
deck?
No.
Kind of shit in normal gameplay, honestly.
Oh.
I died in Anti-4.
Damn. I mean, to Balatro's, I would say, I don't know if I would say, like, benefit, or what I would say for it, but, considering with Balatro, in Archipelago, you're at least guaranteed to die early on if you don't have a whole lot. So, like, in that case, it's kind of just, like, one of those RNG situations, but in the case of, like, the hand you've been dealt in Melee, and kind of the hand you've been dealt in Minish Cap, I feel like it's only fair to let you have, like, at least something in Minish Cap to, like, help you. Because, like, you've been kind of given the short end of the stick when it comes to Minish Cap. Because you don't start with a sword,
I would
yeah?
have to, I would have to give myself an item.
Then just give yourself a sword. Or if you don't have, if you have a sword, give yourself something else to give you at least something.
That is a lot of Balatro unlocks.
And I think there's nothing wrong with that, to give yourself something to, like, start with. And if you want to know how to do it, I'll tell you how to do it.
Oh, I just realized adults, like Zora Link, can make this jump. I didn't realize that. Lol. I'm always so used to doing this with the bunny head. Nothing I needed. Alright. Very neat. I guess. Okay, next I need to check anything here. Slingshot!
There's a water temple key ring, not that that does anything for me. Let's see. I guess I could do this.
Boomerang. Oh, shit.
Shit. Must be nice to have boomerang. I'd love to have boomerang.
Guess I've been slacking on Soten a little more than I should have.
Body slacking. Oh, sorry, I can't do this yet.
Let's see what we got here. Can't do this because I don't have hammer. However, let's do this. Oops. I fucking turned off the music and shit for this game. Oh, that was close. I don't have bugs, otherwise I would do this room, but... Alright, well, GTG is kind of cleared out. Starting to run out of ideas to do an ocarina. I might have to swap over to fucking Souls. I don't want to, but...
Do I have holy glasses? Wait a sec. I do. Go to Inverted Castle. I missed a room. Oh, wait, no I didn't.
Episode M. Next red potion.
So that music is very quiet. I'm gonna turn it up a bit. There we go.
Bootstraps.
I didn't realize the music was that fucking quiet in the game.
That's not what I did, game.
Bonus Joker set.
Can't really do anything with that, so... let's go... I'm not gonna go to the desert temple just yet, because there's not really much I can do over there. Wow, I don't know.
Sun Song.
Back to child side, actually. Got a few things I can do on that side. I'll turn my heater on, just for a few. It's like, dude, it is currently 13 degrees, so I don't want to be dealing with that. No, thank you. I'm gonna get this so I can have a fish whenever I go to... If I ever get my fucking ocarina. Otherwise I'm gonna have to ocarina items. I won't do that. That cringe.
Oh, that was going so well for a while.
What's this?
Can I reach this?
Oh,
This
fuck, I
much
don't
MP.
have any rupees.
Yes. Okay.
Trying to think of what I could do here. I got a bunch of child shit I can do, I guess.
Hack. 20 hack.
keep forgetting I have no fucking rupees.
Damn.
Really?
Poor.
Really can't do anything if I don't have any rupees. Damn, that's kind of crazy. Anyways, me and my new Bugatti. Gotta get out of here. Oh, there's Mirror Shield if I ever fucking find Spirit Boss Key.
Let's go beat up Shaft.
I guess Mirror Shield's okay. Ooh.
Right,
Armor, you
second insert
considering the
castle.
thing that I said?
No.
Well, it is something you are allowed to do considering how you kind of got fucked with Minish Cap and stuff. And Melee. I'm just letting you know. If you want to send yourself a sword for Minish or something, like, there is... I would say it is justified. Because at least with the sword, you'll actually be able to do something. And Minish. That'll unlock probably a good amount of checks, I would imagine.
Ring of Lab, 3 of 5.
If I get a sword, I can maybe do 3 checks.
Okay, what would you need to get, then? To make it, you know...
Honestly, no fucking clue.
Is there anything you think you could, like, get that would make it a bit more, I guess, easy on you?
I mean, I know namely I would want a sword. I probably need all the other fast travel spots.
Well, then just give yourself a sword. I mean, we start with local items, so like, or we start with items for our games, so like, why not?
They just didn't have the setting for it in the fucking YAML.
It is in the setting. It's one of those, like, the thing is for that specific setting, it is a, starting items. It's at the very bottom of the YAML, usually. So, that's why I'm saying, like... That's why I'm saying I just go ahead and give yourself a sword real quick in the website, and then at least you have something to work with. Yeah, it might give you 3 checks, but those 3 checks could be something.
This is true.
What do you want, Navi? I'm busy. I'm doing stuff, like, existing. This shit more important than you or me, Navi.
This is bigger than you.
This is bigger than you and me.
Library card.
Yo, the library card. Library.
Just save a little time.
Bam, 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 bam.
Let me see what doors I can unlock. I get an unlocker? Don't.
So let's see. Go to Zora's domain and fucking check the shop in there, I guess. If I get some bugs, I could potentially just go into Jabu Jabu, but I still don't have Boomerang, so... Is there a way to kill Baronade without Boomerang?
You need Boomerang
Oh,
for like the first part of the fight to sever the tendrils that are stuck on the
that's true,
ceiling.
that's true. What do you mean I can't just light arrow him?
I think Baronade is also like only vulnerable to Boomerang for like the other parts of the fight.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I guess that's fair. And not fucked up in the slightest.
I guess that's fair. AKA, that fucking sucks. Fuck this game.
I guess that's fair, me brooding. Disappointed by the fact this game fucking sucks. Also me on the sidelines holding up a sign. She's beat this game 20 times now.
Just because they beat it so much, it doesn't mean you have to like it.
That's true. That's so true.
Do you like Ocarina, though?
What'd you say, Aaron?
Do you like Ocarina, though?
That's okay.
I'll take it.
Fuck. Also, Arm, I vibe with that, what you said about Destiny. So I know exactly.
Let's go gambling in a minute,
Bungler.
Timmy gambling.
Arm, I'm telling you, you need to think about what I was telling you.
I know.
It's only fair.
Oh, bitch.
It's only fair for you.
Fuck up. There we go.
I mean, think about it like this. I start with a handicap.
Think about how I start OT.
You have so much more progress than me.
Yes, I started with a handicap because of all the shit I have in Ocarina. When I start the game.
Pick a number between 1 and 2.
5.
38.
Bro,
That's
I
what I'm
literally
talking
start my OT requiring Song of Time to even turn adult.
Yeah, and I don't.
And my Master Sword is shuffled. And my Skulltulas are random.
My
which is
grass and pots are
Better
shuffled.
or
My
worse than
Skulltulas are not.
Grass or pots.
But I have grass and pots. I also have access to Song of, or not Song of Time. I have access to the Temple of Time already. I have access to my Master Sword. I have access to GTG. I have my Kokiri Sword. I have my fucking hoods.
Your hoods.
Yeah, because I got Bunny Hood. I don't have to worry about the masks and
Oh yeah,
shit.
the masks.
Like, I start off with the biggest handicap. Because I also have the fucking, the longer, like, running and shit, too. And jumping. That's just because that's how I play the game. And
Yeah.
for the Bunny Hood, particularly. As for everything else, it's just a handicap. So I think, in my opinion, it is only fair if you at least give yourself one item to help you progress. Something that you know you're going to need that'll help you progress. If that happens to be another deck in Balatro, or at least a Joker, then I don't see why that's a problem.
I would like some more decks, honestly.
Fuck.
Yay! I finally completed something in fucking Melee and it gave me a coin!
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do with this one?
What am I
coin?
supposed to do with
What do I
this?
do with this one coin?
You're the famous Falcon. Who you are in this old man's dying wish.
What am I supposed to do with this? He just gives you a coin as he's dying. Singular coin.
Oh, bug style. Oh, I'm gonna get betrayed. Uh-oh, that's not good. Alright, spam.
God, I hate doing this fucking skip.
Okay, there we go. That is a scary... Timmy, what did you need the number for?
For 38. Or whatever it was that Arm said.
35, I think.
Timmy's gonna make 35 hot dogs.
I still think about when it was Grayson eating some hot dogs, and Claire was in here
Oh, shit,
too,
what's on there?
and then y'all just kept one-upping each other. I was like, I
Just
think
look
I
at
can
the-
eat like 20 hot dogs. I was like, and I just couldn't help but be baffled at that. Y'all just kept one-upping each other. I was like, I
can
can eat
eat
this many hot dogs.
50
It's like, huh?
hot dogs.
What is
That
bug
was, like,
style?
kind of
Turn
the
into?
bit of the whole
Ooh.
thing.
I'm actually gonna take this style because that would be kind of major right now. I will change this style. Yes.
I think I can eat
improve
1
this one.
billion hot dogs.
His bug style is
Accidentally stopped my live split
semi-helping,
timer, but it's fine.
I'm gonna end up hurting myself if I keep using bug style. It's
I
not
think-
gonna be beneficial.
I can eat 1 billion hot dogs, and then it pans out, and it's like, she is not eating 1 billion hot dogs. It's not happening.
Chat annoyed.
So,
Yes.
My plan is right now, I am going to fulfill that wheel spin.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna go get me some food, and I'm probably just gonna chill for the rest of the night.
I think you should give yourself an item. I'm telling you.
Just fucking do it.
Just do it, and then give yourself something.
Just being
Shia LaBeouf
frustrated with
once
everything
said-
else that's gone on today, it's just not the vibe.
Alright.
Dawn.
The option is on the table, though.
What the heck is Wave Eye? I've never heard of this shit.
The heck-
Oh.
What the hecky?
I forgot Buster Max could be a huge play. You can just get Yoka Pass. That'd be huge.
Actually, you know what you could do?
No.
You could play Risk of Rain while you're chilling.
I'm gonna get me some food.
I know, I'm saying after you get food.
We'll see.
Yeah,
Fire
man.
arrows. I don't even have magic.
Oh. I don't have many great chips right now.
Honestly, if Arm was to grab food and then have me generate him a run of 2 Risk of Rains and then a Balatro, I genuinely think he'd probably come in like 2nd place. If not first. Like genuinely.
Oh, I didn't mean to hit remove. Okay, whatever. Alright.
Go get your food. And go Kiwi or Kakariko. How much does the Bean Man cost to buy beans from? Is it 60?
60.
Okay. I have 61. Just enough. It wasn't anything. He literally, I guess, like, when it completed Balatro, it said, nah, actually, fuck you. So he gave me nothing. I just spent 60 fucking rupees for nothing. Bet. 3 rupees?
You're donating to his GoFundMe.
Yeah, to get more beans. But I won't be getting any of those beans.
Motherfucker literally, like, eats his own product in front of your face.
He really does. And because it's randomized, I have no idea where it is. So he's just eating that shit in front of me, taunting me. Not
Do you
that I
need
ever have.
beans?
Not that I know of. So if I did, I'd be kind of happy.
Jumbo Spectral Pack. I don't even... I have, like, Trance and I don't know what other Spectral cards. Supernova.
Supernova carried me quite a lot. That and Bull and fucking What was the other one? The fucking other blueprint one?
Brainstorm.
It's the one that copies the
Brainstorm.
leftmost.
Yeah, that's Brainstorm.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
My last 2 runs that I did for the decks that I had were literally just Ancient Joker, Brainstorm, and then like Burnt Joker did a little bit of something.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right. Up here, you filthy chicken.
Cryptid. That's another spectral.
Number 3. Number 4. $500,000 stab wounds, Gordon. You think that if Gordon wanted to, he could create 500,000 stab wounds on somebody's body? Specifically, Gordon
yeah.
Freeman. If he wanted to.
With the crowbar, sure.
Yeah.
I could imagine it.
It's like a, I mean, the stab wounds would be in the form of like, you would think they were staplers, like wounds, because of fucking the way the crowbar shaped. But like, you know, he's just doing his best. What do we got? Like Red Eye Orb, that's fucking useless.
Dude, I keep getting all these boring songs like shuffled. It's so
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'm fucking in a weird, similar boat in a kind of a way with Ocarina.
I mean, at least with Ocarina, like, you have, like, the music mod pack.
I don't.
I mean, like, you could, theoretically.
I could. Yeah, in theory I could, but I definitely don't. There's my light arrows.
And I mean, like, there's not a lot of, like, bad songs in this game, but I'm just, like, getting all the ones that are just not great.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate sand panels.
I need to find one more boss to fucking kill. I might have to swap over to souls just to, like, try to get a few things. I think I got the 4 Kings Lord Soul. I wasn't paying attention when I got those earlier. Let's see here. I still have checks I can do.
Decks.
I can do some minigame checks. I haven't done the minigames yet.
All about decks, huh? What?
Oh, wait, I have Rados. I sure do love cranberries.
I'm getting all this good shit for Balatro that are not decks.
You hate to see it.
Ow. Ow. Oh, there's my ocarina. We love to see that. Big bomb bag. Okay, well, if I get Boomerang, I can go and kill Jabu Jabu, and then I can try to find Ganon's boss key to kill Ganon. But I don't know where Ganon's boss key's gonna end up being at this point in time. Who could I actually fucking fight, though? Like, genuinely. I can't even think of, like... I have Fire Temple boss key, but I don't have Hammer, so... Where did that? Oh, it's gone already. Okay, cool. Trying to think, honestly. I don't know any, like, particular bosses that I really need to, that I can go after.
It's the boss room. Shit. Now what? Wait, I know where I can go.
Oh, I thought Arm fucking like I thought Arm was gonna just like mute and then go get food and then that was like, but he like left the call.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Damn. You could always come back in and play Risk of Rain or something. I mean, honestly, I genuinely do think if he was to make a new seed and play Risk of Rain and Balatro, he would actually probably get close to beating us. Like, genuinely, I don't think that's even like a question of if he could. He would get close. Yeah, for next week, I'll just have him do Risk of Rain and whatever else he wants to end up doing. He was the one, to be fair, that did choose Minish Cap, which was a very interesting choice.
Interesting.
It was a very interesting. I didn't even have to tell him to do it. He chose Minish Cap because I was like, well, you should probably do a long game, and Melee is like... Melee's a long one, but... You know, it's up to you, ultimately.
He didn't even dare try Wind Waker again?
No. He when we were discussing it earlier, he was
oh, magic. Let's go.
We were discussing, I was like, yeah, you could swap Melee or Balatro out for Minish Cap, and or you, if you really wanted to, you could swap out Risk of Rain for Minish Cap. And he ended up choosing Risk of Rain, getting swapped out. So, which, you know, is very unfortunate. But at the same time, we didn't know how bad it was going to be.
I need unlockers, but I don't know who sells those.
I don't know if I have this fish. Catch the fish. There we go.
Just diamond.
Am I gonna get anything for catching this fish? Probably not, but... Oh no, I did. I got green blossom. That's cool. Let's see what else I gotta do. I'm really lacking in terms of like some keys. If I could get like, I don't know, maybe like Spirit Key would help me. Or like,
there you go.
Like a hammer, I could go and do Fire Temple.
Wait.
Been getting a lot of tokens.
For
Gold Skull Toll tokens.
Oh yeah. That's how it goes.
My first two awards weren't anything special though, so not exactly hopeful for the remaining three.
Yeah. Go to Lost Woods real quick. Do that real quick.
Alright, back to the Undernet we go. Hopefully there is something here that I can get.
Waffles eating some chips over there.
Share, please. Give me some of them potato chips, dog. Kind of nice. Da, 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 da.
Oh, fuck. Not that. Do I get anything for this?
Is there storage in here?
What's that?
No.
Oh, there's one thing back here. Okay. Okay, it was a recovery heart. Well,
That's all I can really do right now.
2 recovery hearts. Oh, great. Wonderful grotto. Lovely that. Lovely what that is.
There we go.
Got a couple checks I can do over here.
Just run from this fight. We can't run. Are you kidding me? Ooh. Can't really do anything here with the setup. Kind of stinky.
Looks like the mask stuff in the fucking Lost Forest is already done.
God, Miss moves so slow.
So Zeta slow.
Yeah.
I have that as a redeem.
I saw.
It's pretty sick.
Alright. Now what?
What is it?
I
Oh,
we
okay.
just get through the
Prelude.
internet in one piece, bro.
Got Prelude, I guess.
Do I have
Not
any
that I
library
will
cards?
use it.
Oh, let's go. Please don't miss
Come on, nigga.
Gimme, 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 gimme.
Yes, it works. Yo, Showman. Funny guy.
There we go.
I like Showman. Holy shit, the level ups. Okay, I was severely under level to be in here, but because I have Chris again, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro is perfectly fine.
Alright, I need to get up for a second. Be right back.
I need
Oh,
inverse map.
okay, I can't think of anything else to do the undernet. I guess we switch back to Majora's again. I really can't think of anything else to do. Oh. Also on the side note, it is getting late. I might have to dip out. That's okay. I'm gonna see how much more I can at least try and get done. If I can get at least a big item, that'd be major. I'd be happy with that. But I don't know. I will say I am proud of myself for this run because I'm doing things that I didn't expect to do. All right,
I ain't
put it
giving
back
up.
there, bro.
I'm seeing this through to the end.
I would like to see this through, but I gotta go be an adult soon. Go bed. All right, let's see. I did get ice arrows because that's kind of major. But I can't really
Stuff
access Great Bay, and I got
stuff in
Quiver.
here.
Da, 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 da,
Okay.
da, 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 da.
Everything's going. You guys existing?
It's going, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta go be an adult and go to bed soon. Because I gotta go work. I'll be a working man.
I guess that's fair. Yeah.
That's how it is.
Nice. God's garb. Drunk.
I guess I'll go back in time because I can't. Because I can't really do much anything else because I can't do a 3-day Honey and Darling cycle. Because I don't have BAMs. I don't even have Goron's transformation mask, and I really wish I should. And I thought I was gonna have access to Great Bay, but I can't get on the turtle because I don't have Shot. I can't really do Pirate's Fortress because I think that some of the switches require Goron's, as far as I remember. Which is rough. Okay, let's see. Letter Cafe. Yeah. I wish I had the bunny hood. Wait, huh?
Oh, I could go to fucking Desert Temple real quick and check some stuff out over there, but I might need to go
gotta
to
do this.
Souls.
I'm silly.
Souls might be the play here in a minute.
Cool.
I might use a strategic
Actually,
use of hints here in just a second.
I'm probably gonna have to. Honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and use a hint. Might as well. I want to see where my boss key is for Ganon.
Wolf.
My boss key is in my Ganon's castle. Okay, that's interesting to note. I won't be there yet for a while though.
Armani's mask was. Oh yeah, we got the clock tower, the clock town straight fairy. I forgot about that.
Okay, let me actually
Lol.
make use of this now.
I should really get both rewards out of this.
I
Hero shield that we already have. Oh wait, no, we have the mirror shield. Hey, stone mask. All right, we got the mirror shield. That's fairly helpful. I don't know how much of Icona I can do, but without hook shot.
Hey Aaron,
but,
can you do something
you
for me
know.
real quick?
What's that?
I need you to do a little bit of a background check on somebody who posted art in a certain part of the Discord in
Oh, yeah?
one of my channels. I'm pretty sure that's a bot. Pretty
Not the
positive because
bot.
they posted that shit in my art thing. I'm pretty positive they're a bot.
Not the bot.
Member since August 2018.
Today. Today is when they
Artist,
joined.
streamer, creator.
That's definitely like bot for sure. They post that shit in the fan art channel. What's wrong with them?
I don't know.
I think that's a bot for sure. I'm gonna do my due diligence and just get rid of them.
Eliminates.
Death. All right. There was another thing I was gonna hint real quick. Hammer, I guess. Spirit Temple Anubis Pot 2. Where is that at?
I think I messed up.
Maybe this is just what I have to do. Alright. Let me
You got this.
go save.
I'm hoping I know exactly what this is referring to that it wants me to get, because if it's not, then this is gonna be rough. I don't think I can get to this item particularly because I don't have the Spirit Temple keys, but... I'm gonna remove my shield.
Alright, time to start grinding a ton of Archipelago consumables.
Time to start fucking locking in.
Move that over there.
Okay, we're praying that I can get to this, because if I can get to this, then things will be great, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't even have my boomerang. How am I gonna get to that? Pretty rough. Okay.
Holy shit.
Oh wait, maybe I can just do
The
that.
fucking double, like, money hit on the lucky cards.
Right down.
Money
right
jump
A
scare.
down, right down. I'm just gonna hover boots across. Duh. Fuck you, Gordon. I'm built different. Ow. Oh, that's my quiver. Okay, cool. I didn't need that, but cool. There's my hammer. I can go and I can officially, if once I get enough rupees, I can go kill Volvagia. I'll have to find my Ganon boss key is the only problem. Okay, guess I'll go try to get enough rupees to go buy fucking Goron Tunic. It's 200 rupees, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then my boss key's in Water Temple Trial and Ganon's Castle, so I just gotta go get that. And then I can beat Zelda. Oh, it's gonna take a second. I'm 40 rupees away. Where is... Oh, I could just go kill Skull Kid. Easy. Go kill Skull Kid.
I've got
and
a lot of those to
from
go.
there.
Oh, man.
I believe in you. What does the water trial in Ganon's Castle consist of?
It's like ice rooms.
Cool. I don't remember what my fucking... It was... it's a pot in water trial. So... Guess I'll find out when I get there. I think it'd be very funny if I just decide to fucking ISG on Ganon. What's the fucking strat for ISGing? Isn't it like backflip Master Sword into talking, or what's the deal on that? I don't remember how to do it.
Sorry, I'm trying to focus on this right now.
Yeah, you're good. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't crouch stab fucking Skull Kid. Because he's a asshole. How did the devs know that I wanted to crouch stab Skull Kid? How did they know that? Jesus, that was a fucking huge rupee. Alright, let's go buy this fucking tunic, and I can go kill Volvagia. Yo, what's up, Lonesome? Thank you for the casual redeem. I'll wear casual. I do like my casual outfit.
I'm sorry I can't do this because I don't have lens. Darn. It's fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. I get to test out the whole light arrow on Volvagia to see if it actually fucks it up. Let's go find out.
What's up, Lonesome? What'd it do?
Let's see. Ooh. Ooh.
How's it going today? Oh, he just wakes up instantly. That's funny.
Is anything else worth getting here? Long day, but I'm alive for real. Oh shit.
Okay, I forgot I can do Captain Kita.
Today's been certainly a day, Lonesome.
Ooh. It has, not gonna lie.
It's certainly been a day.
Aaron, I forgot I can do Captain Kita's fight. Real quick.
Nice.
Hopefully get something good.
Oh shit. Alright, here in a minute I'm about to go to my water temple trial since I kill Volvagia. And then we'll go fight Ganon once I get that pot. And then I got just souls to do.
There we go. Golly, that takes so much Kokiri sword hits with that. Without Gilded sword, that is rough.
Mm-hmm.
Can I even get this chest is the real question? Because I don't have the hook shot. Maybe I'll just jump for it. I think.
Oh yeah, that motherfucker went straight back into the ground. It wasn't instant, but it was definitely like they didn't stay out long.
I'm gonna take my leave, Captain Sir.
That makes my guess means that could be a potential thing where it's like they're staying out long enough to until you do enough damage to them. They'll still stay still long enough I can hit them with another.
Yeah, I don't know if I can reach this chest because I don't have the hook shot.
There they go.
I'm gonna try. I might be able to. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. We're good. Please be something good. Largest quiver? I mean, something. Not entirely what I need, but that's something.
Go back into the ground, you fool. Yep, they're going straight back into the ground. I think if you hit them with the light arrow or a high enough damage, it'll send them back into the ground immediately.
Do they like react to the damage?
Yeah. So I'm thinking it's got to be like enough damage and it'll send them back into the ground because like I shot them with 4 light arrows and they fucking through each phase and they would go back into the ground immediately. Not like instantaneously, but they would go back to the ground where they would go back under the lava and shit. So there's got to be like a damage like counter for how much damage you got to do to it. All right,
Wait, why am I
time
doing
to
this?
go.
Warp there.
I'm gonna go grab some magic and then I'm gonna go into Ganon's, I guess, and try to figure this shit out. Get my fire medallion. That's okay. I'm just gonna go back home. I'm going back to the temple. I was trying to grab some arrows and I jumped right off the ledge into lava. I don't know how that happened.
How'd that work?
How'd I do that? Why did it happen?
My only option I have is go to Pirate's Fortress, see if they have anything for me.
I don't know what I'm gonna fight Ganon with. I mean, I can fight him with a hammer, I guess, while I'm waiting to get my Master Sword back.
Yes. See.
Because I don't have giants
Can I
in
even
for
get
anything.
into Pirate? Oh no, I can. I got it. No, duck down. Oh.
Alright, I'm full on magic. Time to go to Water Trial, get my boss key, and then head to Souls. And then just fucking... Hopefully I'm gonna have most of my fucking key items for Souls. Because then I can just go straight to Gwyn. That's the hope, anyways.
This is how it ends.
This is how it happens. I can't believe I'm gonna beat Ocarina of Time again.
Aaron, are you close to beating Soten or anything like that?
No.
Dang, don't you need like 2 more Vlad pieces?
I have one more, and it's like at the end of OT.
Damn.
That's rough, yo.
Water fucking trial.
This is how it ends. At least there's some chests I can get here.
One of these
Yeah, I mean, I'm
motherfuckers-
still
Might be
missing.
okay.
I'm still missing 3 remains and like 6 more ranks. Hero Sword P. It's a good.
Oh, there's Water Trial.
Mm,
I'm trying to figure out where, like, Water Trial was, but I couldn't find it.
I think before at least I get off, I want to look at my percent. See how much I at least got.
Hey, I might have just found a potential thing that I can't go and get the pots. Because I don't have, blue fire. Oh, no, I have fire arrows. Or, no, I have bottle. I can just melt the ice with the bottle. Duh.
Ugly.
Let's get rid of this fish. I'm gonna put you in the ice room. Goodbye, fish. You are my favorite friend. Should probably grab some more.
Agent.
Grab more blue ice.
Get to the circle back
Or
around
blue
again.
fire or whatever. Where the fuck are these pots at? Is that my boss key? Oh, bless. Get me the hell out of here. It's time to go home. I grabbed some blue fire on the way out, just in case Ganon got thirsty. I know he loves his blue fire.
How
Oh
considerate.
wait, I can't.
Yeah, you know. I gotta make sure I'm taking care of my
get
enemies.
in here because I don't have the hook shot, nor do I have a Gorbo mask. Ugh. There's gotta be something else I can do. I need bombs, especially if I need.
No Ganon be thirsty, so I'm gonna give him everything he wants. Except for, like, the satisfaction of killing me.
So
Can't
I
really
do Letter
give him-
Cafe and get the item for that. Try that again.
Okay, well, this is fine, actually. I got a third deck.
Let's check and see what this is. Oh, you got another deck?
Yeah.
Nice. That's wild that my Ocarina of Time was in the chest with all the with the, you know, the, on the way up to Ganon, the skeleton room?
Yeah.
With that chest in the middle.
Oh,
you
that
gotta-
the boss key room?
yeah, that's the fucking, that was my Ocarina of Time.
That's funny.
Good thing I got double damage. Pussy.
Still waiting for the male does at the very least. A good advance time, I don't want to keep messing it up.
Alright, time to go kill Ganon. The fucking Dark Nuts swung at me, but at some point early on I got double damage, and I don't know when that happened.
Swinging.
It's actually going to be kind of wild if all my Lord Souls end up being in Ocarina. Like, that's actually going to be pretty wild. I don't think they will be, but... Oh, there's one of them. That's crazy, actually. That is... So that means I'm now up to 3. Possibly a 4th one, depending on what happens when I log into Souls. I haven't even touched Souls at all so far. I think that's what Arm needed. I think he needed one of those games. It's like just a free game.
I think that's what Risk of Rain 2's for.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought fucking Balatro would have been his free game, truthfully. Because, like, you know, as long as you get a good seed, it's not terrible.
True.
But he wasn't really given anything. Ganon, why did you do that? That hurt. I'm trying to fucking kill you. Oh, that's not nice. I'm not nice. I'm evil. Don't you know the whole, like, Great Evil King Ganondorf, like, that whole spiel? Like, were you there? I don't think you were there. At this rate.
I wonder if the letter doesn't trigger yet, because you get this letter on the night of day 1. So this might not trigger. Just out of curiosity.
More attack on Ganon, that should kill him. Just gotta do other phase. Well, this is first phase Ganon. Ha 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 ha. That's what you sound like, Ganon.
Yeah.
There we go.
2.
Alright. Time to fight Ganon in his hid other forms.
Where the money hits, man.
So the cafe at least says 1 check, and that might make all the difference. If not, might have to concede because I'm getting tired.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit late.
Let's go. Now just gotta win.
You got this. I believe in you.
What are you progressing with?
Balatro.
How far are you into Balatro?
I got 4 decks finally.
Yo.
I'm playing my 3rd or 4th.
Damn, I didn't realize how close you were in Balatro.
Yeah, I swept through my first 2 decks like really easily.
Damn.
And then it was just a matter of I couldn't find any other
How
decks
long it would
until
take,
now.
yeah. What's your progress in the other games right now? Like, percentage-wise, if you had to put a guess on it.
Soten, I literally need 1 item to go to the final boss, but it's at the end of OT. And in OT, I've only beaten 1 dungeon. And
Fair.
my other checks haven't been very great to me.
That is fair.
But if I can win this, that'll be a huge leg up.
Yeah.
There we go.
The problem is I don't know if I'll be able to beat it fast enough.
Yeah.
I hope this check is so worth it.
Oh, great. I'll win.
Okay, Master Sword time. And then Ganon dead. So, how do I ISG again? Is it just Master Sword and talk as well?
You crouch stab. Well, it depends on. There's different ways you can do it. If you're next to something you can like interact with or talk to, you just cancel your crouch stab with A. If it's an enemy, then you need to crouch stab and cancel it with Z
It's
target
Zelda.
and C up.
It's Zelda.
Okay.
So, do I crouch stab and then A at the same time, or what do I do?
It's crouch stab and then A. Like it's like not at the same time. You just want to time it really fast.
But it puts the sword up.
Yeah, if you see like the, you know, like the swing effect, like the blur
Oh,
effect.
I see it.
like,
I did it.
coming
I
off
already
of
did
the
it.
sword.
I already did it.
Yeah.
And I can roll while in that mode? Oh, bless. Oh, I should have jump slash when I was doing this. It's so funny. It's like honestly really funny to fucking like be crouch stabbing him. I'm literally like fucking running into him and you just hear the blade fucking doing that shit. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're walking into me. What is happening? I'm so confused. Can I Z target while in this mode? Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Yes. If you, it only leaves if you take damage that
Yeah,
knocks you
I
back.
just took damage. But it's okay. I'm on last hit, so.
Or if you shield without Z targeting.
True. Okay. Yeah, I should have jump slash when I was doing that. He would have died a lot sooner. Alright, well, I'm about to hit Ganon and then go to Souls. Fuck you, Ganon. There it is. Alright. Let's see. I don't know what is left in Souls. I'm gonna be real. I got a lot of stuff in Souls. But I don't know how much I have left in Souls.
HP memory.
Let's see. I'm about to find out.
Oh,
That's for sure.
great.
Oh, I'm silly, bro. I didn't do the freaking toilet hand.
No, not toilet hand.
Yay!
Yay!
How did I forget the most crucial fellow? Woodfall compass. We don't need
Right.
this. I already beat Woodfall.
We don't need to see the end of this. We've already done that fucking... We've already done that game a million times. You guys don't need to watch the ending of fucking...
Ocarina again.
Of Ocarina for the 15th time
Oh,
or
this ain't
whatever
gonna
the
win.
number is.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, chat. I'm booting it up right now.
Any better jokers?
I
That's the
can't get in
problem.
here. I think that's gonna have to be it for me pretty soon.
Okay.
It's about that time. Gotta do that. At least I got a good deal far. Out of curiosity, let me see my tracker. Let me refresh it. Oh, it's a lot of stuff. Majora's Mask tracker. I had the wrong thing. Let's see.
Yes.
Hmm.
Move this over here. Oh, no wonder my fucking
Oh, I didn't
DPI
even
is
get
like...
half of all my Majora stuff, nor my Battle Network stuff, yo. Not even half. But you know, that's okay. Let me see here. I'll go and save at least. I think that's gonna be it for me.
Okay.
I'm gonna swing out. This was fun though. That was cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to. At least I got a good deal far. I really just needed hookshot. Whoops. I really just needed hookshot and like Goron mask, and I would have had so much more stuff open. But I'll just have to relearn Majora some more. That's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It was a fun like trial
That's
run,
fine.
you know.
It was a fun trial run. It was good.
I think that's important because
You
like
see-
we didn't have to really. I mean, I think in my mind, I think we can say that there is no reward other than just having fun for this time because it's a trial run.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't do the clock time post box trading post. Oh, there's different ones in the trading post at night? I did not realize that.
Okay, chat. Let me
Huh.
hit the connect
Curiosity
button.
shop, gold rupee trade, blue rupee trade, Deku Butler race.
All right, chat. I've got the Power of the Lord vessel already. Let's see what all we got. We have almost every bossel I need. I just don't know where that last bossel is. I got 4 Kings, Seath the Scaleless, Nito. I need let's forget the other one. Seath the Scaleless, 4 Kings, Nito.
Nito.
Fuck is the name of it? Fucking Seath the Scaleless, Grave Lord Nito. Chaos. I need Chaos. That's who it is. Okay,
I didn't
that's...
check ACDC 2 Center Blue Mr. Data. Oh, that's a shame. How'd I miss that? See beach comp. Yeah, a lot of the beach comp is everything. I didn't have access to the chocolate shop. I couldn't get the other thingy. Oh, wrong thing. I do want to see hint real quick where my hook shot was, because that would have been like the major thing. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hint, hook shot.
Chat, I'm gonna look at my pop
Oh,
tracker
not
because
real.
apparently that's that place, and I want to know where that's at. Crystal Caves is what it said. Yeah, Crystal Cave or CC Humanity Crystal Caverns. Oh, that's on the way down to fucking Seath the Scaleless. I can get there. That'll be quick. I can literally get there very quickly.
Oh, the sub PT was at the Scilab job. What about the Scilab pass? So the hint PT case. Great Bay Froggy Temple, and then hint, what was the Scilab one? The Needle. No. Okay, well, I'm gonna disconnect the client. That's okay. That was a
did your
good.
best.
This was a good trial run. We tried though.
Exactly.
I just gotta learn more Majoras in the future. But I think I did pretty well because I at least got one elemental arrow, and getting the bow and at least getting like a transformation mask was huge. I also need to re-edit my YAML to where I don't have one heart next time.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I'm gonna delete this YAML. And then just make a new one.
I think. Well, you could honestly just edit the YAML.
Oh, I could just edit it.
Yeah, just edit it and just remake a thing.
Remake that thing. Yes, that'd be good. All right, chat. I'm hopping out. I'll catch you on flip flop.
See you.
We'll go on. I'm gonna change my fucking armor chip. 5. How you feeling?
Just coming along.
Yeah.
Nothing's like outright terrible right now.
Confident in yourself at the moment?
I wouldn't say I'm confident in my chances of winning.
No, not just winning, just in general.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly,
Absolutely.
I think for trial run, it's not terrible. I think Arm should have definitely gave himself an advantage there, because like he definitely would have had a better spot.
Yeah.
I think for a trial run, I think that's all that matters. Truthfully, I think he could have definitely gotten like a better run out of it if he'd, had some stuff. Because like he did end up choosing the fucking what's it called at the very beginning. He did end up choosing fucking Minish Cap over Risk of Rain. I gave him the option of like, hey, you could swap out fucking Melee or Balala for Minish Cap to have a longer game. But he ended up choosing Risk of Rain. So... which not inherently was a bad idea, it's just, you know, just how it goes sometimes. It's the luck of the draw. As unfortunate as it is.
Regretted.
Let me grab this stuff from Oscar real quick. Okay, we're good. I literally have to go to an area that's going to take me a little bit to get to. But after I get that Lord Soul from that area, I have everything I need to win. So, it's going to take a minute though. I got to get over there. Because I have to fucking kill a couple bosses, and that's going to take a few minutes. But once I get that, I pretty much everything I need. Also, I'll be able to level up to a point where I'll be able to kill the bosses without, like, even trying. So.
Nice.
Like, here as soon as I get to Firelink Shrine, I'll be able to do that, because I'm going to use the handy-dandy exploitation feature of this game. I didn't touch this game at all, by the way, tonight. Like, that's the great thing about it. Dark Souls is my free game. Let me fucking... okay, I got +7 Estus. That's actually a lot. Okay. We're gonna do a quick level up with Gwen's Soul. And I think we'll use Manus' Soul too. And then I'll do my dupes afterwards. Let's see. Okay, what weapons can I use now? I can use that. That's good. Alright, let's start duping, I guess. What do we got? What kind of souls do we got? We got this. Do I have any arrows by chance? I have... oh, I don't have any arrows. Let me not do that yet. Okay. Ow. Yeah, I gotta kill, like, there's actually, like, I kind of wish in Dark Souls, I wish the bosses would, like, if you've got the soul of a boss, it would kill them. But that would kind of be a problem because, like, I get the soul of Gwen and he's, like, the final boss. So, like, it'd be an instant win if I did that. But, like, I think for the like, mandatory bosses, or, like, something, like, they should automatically let me just, like, have the dub once once I've got their soul. Give me your souls.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. I really have to fight fucking Chaos. I don't really want to fight him.
Alright, yeah. We're good on scoring for a while.
Thank you.
What, how is
That's a
Balatro
bit of a
going?
problematic boss, though. It's going good.
Yeah?
Oh my god, this showman is going nuts right now.
First try. Alright, chat, time to really, have some fun with this.
Nice.
Alright. I'm already level 205, so I got that going for me. I guess I could wear some armor now. Not that I need to, but you know, fuck it. I was actually kind of curious. Do I have any crazy weapons? Oh, I have Smo's hammer. That's actually interesting. I'll wear this though. I think I'm gonna use this weapon. This weapon does a lot of damage. Oops. Jesus, this weapon is fucking atrocious. Ow. Stone. So my first weapon in the game is a weapon that does 380 damage by default, which basically is, suffice to say, if I hit an enemy with this, it's going to chunk their health.
I see.
Like, massively. Like, I'm about to hit the first technical boss of the game that's not the tutorial boss, and we're about to find out how much damage it does. I took about a fourth of his health away.
That's pretty funny.
And, now he is literally... Okay, he's dead. I hit him 4 times. And he died. And that's not even upgraded. I haven't even touched the upgrades yet. Because I haven't gotten to the...
Impressive.
Yeah, if I had a better... If there was another weapon I had right now, there's a certain weapon. If I had had that right now, it would have killed him immediately. So, really just hooking at the moment. Let's do this real quick before I do anything else, because I'm gonna have to go to Blighttown anyways. Potentially.
Oops. I don't want the gloves. Uh-oh.
Alright. Let's go back up. And then we're gonna go deal with the fucking dragon. Honestly, I thought about fighting the dragon, but that's a lot of work, and I don't really want to put in the effort to do that.
Spades.
Though if I had a bow, I could shoot his tail off and get a Drake sword. Not that it would do much good for me, because the Drake sword is practically nothing compared to this weapon.
Man, I love Showman.
Yeah? Which one is Showman again? Is that the one that can, like, have jokers appear multiple times?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking of fucking Stuntman for some reason.
I have 4 ancient jokers.
That...
technically 5, because one of them's a brainstorm.
That is certainly a, interesting feature. Is this dragon gonna fucking pop out? Come on now. I don't got all day.
How much can I greed? Not that hard.
Ow. He tried to burn me alive. Don't do that. That hurts. Okay. You can run away. That's fine. I'll just... Ooh. Well, it kind of damaged me, but not really. Hey man, you want to fight me?
Well, that was a butter.
Well, he's running away. Okay, well.
I was not paying attention.
There we go. I'll go talk to Andre, see what he's up to. Maybe he can upgrade my weapon. Well, you're lucky. I hit a wall. Alright, now we're gonna go talk to Andre.
Really? It's okay. Plasma deck just wins.
That's true. Plasma deck does win.
Words.
Yo, what's up, Andre? Can you, like, make my weapon cool? Thank you. I've upgraded my weapon twice now, and that basically is, suffice to say, not good for anybody else. I now do 456 damage as opposed to 380, so that means everybody's dead. If I find another dragon scale, it's gonna go up to 500. Ooh, yummy. I need more stamina. That's what I need. I should probably use my boss or one of my souls to fucking give myself more stamina. Alright, let's go kill gargoyles. It's a shame because I could honestly do the Solaire fucking storyline, but I don't really care because I literally can just kill everything. Ow. Ow. Ooh. Itch. Stop running away. Damn. One shot to the fucking temple killed him. And that guy's also dead. Alright, well. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the Lord Vessel, I could go and do Orenstein and Smo, and that would kind of, like, guarantee, like, I know how strong I am now. But, well, I think killing those 2 gargoyles kind of tells me everything I need to know. I just keep leveling up my shit, and everything will be great. I also have Havel's armor. I could probably just wear this. And I still mid-roll with it, so... That's even less damage that I get to take. Where is... Do I have a homeward bone? I'm gonna use that real quick. Save myself some time. We'll warp to Firelink Shrine and see if I have a key that'll let me open that up. If I don't, then, like, oh well. But if I do, then everything's gonna be great.
You leave me no choice. But if it you
Fuck you. Death.
how could I?
Is this still gonna give me the ring? It does! Ooh, hello. A fap ring. Guess I could tab out while I'm waiting. I already know where I gotta go. Oh, I don't want to tab into that, sorry. Let's tab out and tab back into this. I have that key. Okay, cool. That saves me a lot of time. Down, down to Blight Town, I guess. Damn, I only half those guys? That's kind of wild. I'm not even gonna bother fucking going human here. I'm just gonna go straight to fucking Quelaag and kill her. Like, there's just no reason to kill Mildred and, like, go after that whole shebang, and I can just go straight to the boss. I'm confident enough that I can kill her. For sure. There's a dog on that wheel. Why he doing that? What the dog doing?
Interesting, risky.
was looking for.
Oh, that would have been pretty good with the DNA. Oh well.
How's your Balatro coming along?
Fumbled a bit earlier and I'm paying for it, but this run's going well at least.
That's good to see. Lag, you don't damage me. I don't know why you kind of try to insist that you can, but I'm literally about to kill you. And you're dead. Okay. Alright, go ring the bell and
I should have done
then
this sooner.
and head home. Go to Sin's Fortress and fucking kill Iron Golem. And then go to, quote unquote, get killed by what's his name.
Speed.
Give me a homeward bone. I'm gonna head down to the bonfire. I'm not even gonna go to the spider one. I just don't really feel like I'm just gonna go down here real quick because it's faster. Alright, Firelink Shrine, get my Lord Vessel, and then I've already ring the bells, I think. Yeah, Frampt is already here, so he's already ready for me to fucking do the thing.
This is the Firelink.
He wants me to do this, I'm gonna do it, and he's gonna be like, oh, that's pretty cool, you did that thing. And I'm gonna be like, yeah, did that. Did that thing. Now I can warp back to Undead Parish. I'm gonna go kill Iron Golem, and then I just gotta go get killed by Seath. And then, go to Crystal Caves after I get out of prison and shit.
Oh, perfect. Wait, that might not even work.
What's up?
I want to see. Hang on. Wow, it does work. Okay. I had a Verdant Leaf as my final boss, and I have a Luchador.
Oh shit.
So the Verdant Leaf, like, it's the one that disables your jokers until you sell a joker.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was wondering, is Luchador even gonna work even after I sell it? And I think it just worked.
That's funny.
Oh, then again, like, that literally just disables the boss blind anyways when you sell any joker, so never mind, that's just a dumb observation.
You know, honestly, I think it was worth trying. To be honest. I think that's the ultimate, like, thing. It's like, it was worth trying.
It was funny. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Anyway, that's third of fourth. Or third of 4.
God.
And I have my last deck. So
Time to start working. You got
to breed
time.
this.
Say you have time. I don't know how much more you got left in your other games, but you got time.
I have time to beat at least one game.
What? No, because I still got a while before I get to my.
I mean, like,
Wow.
before you, like, completely finish.
It's like, what do you have left? You have, well, I guess it depends on what Balatro gives you.
Yeah.
It's like, this might actually still be a close call. Yeah. Because I'm not even stopping at optional places. I'm just going straight for things. Oh, I just jumped fucking right off because I thought I felt something on my arm. Oh, that's fucked up. That's really fucked up. I thought I felt something on my arm and it got me killed. Well, shit.
Dang.
I gotta go all the way back through that whole place. I should have went and stopped at the bonfire. Okay, that's fucked up. Let me at least set at this fucking bonfire. God damn it. Walk through the whole goddamn thing again. That's a fucking setback and a half. At least I did do one thing that will remain the same in the game, so that's okay.
Oops. Again.
Yeah, we're working. We're cooking. At least a little bit. At least a tiny amount. We're doing our best out here.
Kind of want to get out of hit the road at some point.
I'm not hitting the bonfire. That shit's not gonna happen again. I got distracted by what I thought was something on my arm, but... this time I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna make that same mistake. It's not happening. I don't even have the fucking key for that elevator. I was really hoping on that, but that's okay. Let's kill the giant up here and then I'll go fight what's his name. I usually like to fight this guy with Iron Tarkus, but... fuck it. Ow. Alright. That guy's dead. Let's go kill Tarkus. Or not Tarkus. Giant. Iron Golem boy. Iron Golem boy. Who is ready to die. Or something like that. Come on, buddy. Come fight me. I'll swing at your legs and you'll like it. I'm gonna laugh if you fall off somehow. While I'm just fucking swinging at you. It'd be very funny. Ow. Ow. And Iron Golem's dead. Alright, let's go to Anor Londo, go get killed by Seath, and that's literally it. That's like, all we gotta do is get killed by Seath, go grab the Crystal Caves after we get out of jail, and then I go fight Gwyn. That's a long process. It's still like at least half an hour. Maybe. But we're getting there. Ultimately. Still only have one dragon scale. I wish I got another one. Oh well.
Keep forgetting to copy correctly.
I think I know what I need to do, chat. I need to level up again. 205 isn't enough.
Never lucky. Swashbuckler?
Gonna take a second to do this, chat. I'm gonna do it. I have to do it twice too. That's the crazy thing. There we go. It's the first time. There we go. Easier the second time, but, you know. Let's also drink some stuff already. Alright, resistance probably. More health. More of this. And I guess more dexterity. It wouldn't hurt. Strength. There we go. I need more stamina if I'm gonna get through this. Do I absolutely need to be whatever level I chose? Level 283? No, I don't. But do I want to be? Yeah. I like being strong. Who's gonna stop me? I got everything I need to live. curious. Could have upgraded my... I guess I could have upgraded any of that too. My item discovery 100?
Super money. Herb.
See you later, giant, boars or whatever you are. I'm going to go get killed by a giant dragon. Chat, I'm gonna bore you with a random Dark Souls fact while we're on our way to get killed. So, fun little fact in the lore of Dark Souls, the guy we're about to go get killed by, he actually betrayed his kind, and that's why he kind of like sided with humans. He betrayed his kind so that he could be like immortal. And so he fucking betrayed his dragons so that he could just be immortal, and he helped humans win the whatever fucking war is going on in Lordran. And that's why Seath the Scaleless is basically the only one of the few only fucking dragons you see in this game. It's not the only one. Obviously, there's like Gaping Dragon, there's is it Manus? There are a couple of them. There's the one that's the red dragon. That one's also there. You know, there are a few of them, but there's not many. Yo, what's up, Seath? Can you just like kill me? Do the thing, Seath. I believe in you. Ow! Ow! Can you believe it's taking him fucking 2 tries to kill me there? I'm that powerful. Uh-oh.
I can honestly just take this to the end now.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Yeah.
Ow. Ow. Can I warp out of here? Because I might have just fucked myself. Oh, no, that's not good.
What happened?
I think I just soft-locked myself.
Oh, fuck.
Like, full on.
Epic.
That's a problem. Let's try to...
How'd you manage that?
I thought I would have had a certain key that would have took me, like, not here. This is a problem. I don't even remember what the fucking key is called. That is a problem.
Spade.
Well... how do I go about getting the fuck out of here? I might have to give myself the key. I'm like actually soft locked. Like I'm full. I can't warp out of here either.
Fuck.
Dark Souls prison. Yeah.
Diamond.
Archive prison extra key. I think that I'm gonna have to literally give myself that. 'Cause I actually fucking soft locked myself. And like I can't just
That's
like
funny.
I can't just like reset or anything. Or like try to teleport out because it blocks me off from that. Archive prison extra key. Archive prison extra key. Is that not it?
I don't even know why I'm going for the money shots. I don't need them.
Oh, that's not the key? What the fuck's the key? Hmm.
This could be really awkward. Okay, never mind.
Let's see.
Spade.
Archive tower cell key. That's what it is. Sorry. Sim, Yufii, Souls, archive tower cell key. That's what it is. I can't believe I fucking soft locked myself. I'm curious where that would have been though. Where's that? Yufii or Souls archive tower cell.
All right. I won one.
Nice. That would have been in DE Standard Helm. Where the fuck is that? DE.
Time to go back to OT.
Yeah. Oh yeah, DE. So this would have been the depths. Where the fuck is this at? I guess to make it fair, I guess what I'll do is after I get out of here, I'll go ahead and find this fucking thing. I'll go and grab that key off the body just to kind of make it fair. Yeah, I'll go kill Gaping Dragon after this just to make that fair, because I otherwise that's just kind of feels like cheating a little bit. So I will go and kill that boss where that key would have dropped normally, just to kind of make it a little bit fair. After I get the fuck out of here, I have to, because I can't warp out of here, unfortunately.
I just gotta wait fucking forever for your items in OT.
Yeah, I know. I don't have that key either. Oh, that's a problem. Where's that key at? I know where that key is too.
I'm just getting so many cuts of the Fortnite default dance music.
Yeah, they should probably fix that for runs. I'm not gonna lie, if they don't fix that, that's a chance to get soft locked. They might want to fix that. Archive Tower Giant Door Key, where's that at? Int Yufii Souls Archive.
God, dude, how many items are there?
Giant Door. Yeah, Balatro has a lot. It's in Undead Berg Thief Mask. Undead Berg Lower? Oh, I know where that's at. I could have got that pretty quickly. I can't warp out of here, so I have to go that way anyways. So I'll just give myself that key, and I don't want to have to give these, but I literally cannot warp out of here.
Oh, okay. There we go.
5 giant door key. And I'll make the journey down there, since I have to go that way anyways.
Hook shot. Mean. Spirit boss key. Big one sword. Dins. So many fucking tokens. Long shot. Strength. Bombs. Wallet. Bomb shoe. Bottle.
Alright.
Bottle. Bottle.
Is there a way to get down from here? There's a way to get down.
Alright, sweet.
Yep.
Let's see then. Still a Master Sword.
Damn. That's fucking rough.
It'll be alright. I at least have more dungeons I can do.
That's true.
Or at least, like, one more dungeon.
Yeah. Still pretty rough, though.
Yeah, a little bit.
How would I get up there normally? I wonder. Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to squeeze past you. Hello. Goodbye. All right. So that key that I had to give myself just a minute ago in order to get the fuck out of that area. Luckily, both those keys are in an area I actually have to go to if I want to get the prison cell key, so I will just do that, literally. And then I will go to the end of the game, because I'm about to grab the last soul that I need to beat the game, as it is. So I'm gonna grab this thing, and then I'm gonna go grab those keys, and then I'll head to fucking hell if I go in. Because it only seems fair, in my opinion. I don't care how far ahead I am, or if I'm far ahead, I still think that's fair.
Oh, wait. Uh-oh.
What's up?
I saw a bottle, but I was like, okay, I am missing one
Oh.
bottle. It's Rudo's bottle, but I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like what I need.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it goes.
It's fine.
That's the rules of the game, unfortunately. That should have been my thing, right? That was my chaos. Okay. We don't have to stay in this area. I am gonna go to... Fuck is it? Please don't come over here. I'm homeward boning, please.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
Alright. We have to go here. And I gotta go to, get that shit done. Now. Crazy, I haven't even found the master key yet, which is like wild because that would normally give me access to a lot of doors that I wouldn't typically have. But I did randomize the master key, to be fair. Open this door open earlier. Alright, the thief set, which would give me that key. The first key is down here. It is in the door down here on the right. Not this guy. Way further down. It is this guy's door. There it is. I don't think I have to fight this. I don't think I have to fight Capra Demon, because I don't think he's important enough. But I will go down here and see if it'll let me in here. Okay, thank God I have the key to the depths. I was pretty sure I did, but I'll only be too careful. Or can't be too careful, I guess.
I might actually... Here, wait, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Shit, where'd that port go?
What's going on over there? How's things going?
Just switching my controller, because I'm going over the Soten.
Ah, okay.
So if you hear, like,
Oh, no, you're
weird
good.
noises from my desk, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Oh, I have this key. Interesting. I didn't think I'd have that key. Alright, let's go fucking kill this boss. Wrong way.
Oh, wait, forgot to hit that. What other relics did I get? Soul Bat, that's great.
Nice.
Gravity Boots, I can do super jumps. That's more than enough, honestly. I just need to get to these locations now. Where am I?
What the fuck? Oh my fuck god,
Going the
dude,
wrong way? I
really?
think I'm going the wrong way. Yes.
There we go. Fucking finally, I killed that fucking piece of shit slime. Oh, fuck me. Actually, I think I'm supposed to be here. I think. I don't remember for sure. There's definitely basilisks here. This is where what's his name gets fucking summoned, I think. Yeah, this is where fucking what's his name gets summoned. Bert normally gets summoned here. I remember this area. Wait, it's literally this way. Excuse me. Don't fucking poison me, asshole. I got shit to do. No Solaire for this fight, unfortunately. Alright. Kill this boss. That item over there to the left is not what we're looking for. It's the item behind fucking... right over there somewhere. I don't remember where exactly, but... it's somewhere in this room. It's like over that way somewhere.
Move this right. Okay.
You motherfucker. Oh, you piece of shit. You fucking jumped. I'm trying to cut your tail off. Okay, well. Okay, buddy. You need to sit still. Ow. I think this is... I can cut his tail off. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I cut his tail off like this. I'm using his weapon. That's actually kind of funny. Like, that's the weapon I've been using the whole game. This boss's particular weapon is, like, cutting his tail off. And I find that hilarious. Where the fuck is this item at? I thought it was over here, is it not? Maybe it is this. It might have been right there. Let me see. Yep, there it would have been. Okay. Let's go to a bonfire wherever the nearest one is. I don't give a fuck where. And we're gonna warp the fuck out of here. I don't think I have any homeward bones. Yeah, oh wait, no, I got one. Oh, bless. Blessed be the video game. Alright, let's fucking... guess fucking go kill Gwen and then wrap things up. After I use some humanity real quick. How about real quick look at something? Alright, let's kindle the bonfire real quick, and then we're gonna go kill Gwen. Wake the fuck up, old man. Sleeping on the job. What's wrong with you?
Very well. Then
Alright. Let's go kill Gwen. We gotta fucking walk a long ways, but, you know, that's fine. I don't think we had any other weapons that would have helped us during this fight. I'm gonna be real. I think there's, like, actually nothing. Ow. Oh yeah, I have thorn armor on. I forgot I fucking like damage people just rolling into them.
It's funny.
It's one of my favorite armors. Not like the favorite armor, but it's pretty good armor. Fuck you, Gwen. I'm built different. Ow. Go ahead, blow me up. I dare you. It won't do nothing. I can just out-heal that bullshit. I fucking rolled into him on accident and he fucking took damage. Took 2 damage because I rolled into him. He is not happy about that. Alright, buddy, calm down. I'll fucking get to you in a second. Bitch.
Okay, that's one.
Ow. Alright, Gwen, calm down. Here. There's your death. Are you happy? You tried to grab me, but you know, I rolled into you and you were kinda like, oh, that kinda fucking hurt. Kinda fucking hurt. But anyways. I've done it. It's over.
Cool.
It is done. I've released all my stuff.
Bless thy safe return.
Bless thy safe return. Shut up. How many times I beat this game? I don't need you to tell me how many times, or whatever the fuck it is you're gonna tell me. Bless thy safe return. Something. It was fun though. It was a lot of fun. Alright, chat. I think that was a lot of fun. As a trial run of sorts, I think it was a lot of fun. I think we definitely got to have some fun with a trial run of sorts to try to, like, you know, get a general vibe of how one of these races could go. I think next time we do like one of these races, which I mean obviously the plan ideally is sometime next week, maybe do like a community thing and maybe get chat involved on like doing an archipelago thing. Obviously for chat you guys would choose like one game, that way you're not choosing multiple fucking games kind of deal. And if you don't want to participate, that's okay. You can just kind of come in and play a game and see how things go kind of deal. We're going to be doing that possibly next week on the 15th. So set your calendars, you know, for that kind of thing. I don't know what the overall vibe's going to look like right now. I figure I'll probably end up running at least 2 games, maybe something new, honestly. I might run something new for next week. I'm thinking about running Spyro, or like, depending on how things go with the Pikmin one, I might see if I can get Pikmin 1, you know, because there's somebody who's been working on it in the background and I'm very curious. So I'm considering it, but there are always more games to look at. So if you do want a full list of the games that are gonna be supported, then I'm working on a spreadsheet, but it will be a bit before that is done because that shit takes a while. So that shit takes a while. But we'll see. I'll kind of try to feel things out, get an idea for it. Probably end up doing something something chill and vibing and whatnot. So, but shall we raid out into somebody? Let's see who's streaming right now. Is Heiko streaming right now? Winslow's streaming. Winslow's playing Hollow Knight still. Damn, I didn't think Winslow would still be live right now. Shit. All right, well, chat, I'm sending you off to Winslow. Go have fun with Winslow. Playing Hollow Knight, vanilla, not Silk Song. They're just playing casual Hollow Knight. So go give them love. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go sleep. So go give Winslow love while I go to sleep. So thank you guys so much for joining. Aaron, thank you for joining. It was a lot of fun. We'll have to do this again sometime. I'm always down to do more. Chat. I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
See ya, Yufi's chat.